here, but absolutely tech in focus once again this morning. The NASDAQ in focus once again. Both Apple and Amazon absolutely impressive after the close yesterday, specifically iPhone 17 demand, and also the capacity for them to be able to fill that demand seems to be much better than expected.
Yeah, it's a tale of stories. On the day prior, on Wednesday, we had seen very much weakness in tech report, and then the two laggards, Amazon and Apple, that had been basically the weakest Mag 7 names of the year, catching a bit of a bid. Good to see. Lots to talk about today, guys. Good morning. Coinbase up here nicely to start the day. They reported earnings after the bell yesterday, up 4.25%, and Reddit, it goes up again, Brendo, 12.5% as they use their information, of course, licensing that to LLMs off which they're training, and then Nvidia right back close to all-time highs, up 2% again here, Brendo, as Jensen making comments overnight. And a couple of other earnings reports names, we got Roku and Lumen to the downside.
Nvidia just marching higher as it normally does. Yeah, this Reddit pretty impressive. Sean and I wrote it last week, I guess it was, with some of the guys from the NYSE talking a little bit about the data source that Reddit has compiled and is offering now as a service to different exchanges and different API usages. But it was pretty impressive for Reddit. So I'm just keeping my eye out here for more on this Canada GDP. We just got Canadian GDP. Month-over-month basis, Sharif.
Oh boy.
Negative 0.3% versus a prior 0.2%. So that's actually a little bit better than expected. I saw as much as negative 0.5 was expected yesterday, but still in the red here for this side of the board.
Yeah, Brendo, like we always talk about this, you know, has Canada bottomed? Has the economy bottomed as we start big nation building projects that are going to take years and years to develop? Yeah, I feel like we may have some more downside with the Bank of Canada cutting rates again to kind of alleviate some of the pressure.
I mean, going to take 2 quarters, I mean, technically 2 quarters in a row on the negative side to account for a recession, but we'll keep that in mind. So 0.3, negative 0.3 versus 0.2 on the positive side expected there for Canadian GDP. A plethora, guys, of individual names this morning. Take your pick. Good morning.
Well, I don't know why you had to start off with talking about Canada on such a good... Canadian economy is a huge downer. It's Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody. The Jays are going to win the World Series tonight. Amazon's up 13%. Apple blew it out. The market's up 1%. And we got talking about the Canadian economy, which is in the tanks.
What Canadian economy? Care about Canadian economy.
Debbie Downer over here. Yes, the Canadian economy stinks. We get it. I had to do some Jays gear. But my top today is Amazon because it's up 13%, so we're happy about that.
I want, so I see some people are already guessing.
Good luck.
Okay, I want you guys to guess, you know, what we're doing here. And I know I have the Palantir hat on, but it's not, it is tied to it. This is stock market based costume. You know, the costumes at the desk are stock market based reporters.
I see. Okay, there's a
Money Tree. Yeah, that's what Joe guessed. Close. It's very close.
That's very
Nobody else guessed, but that is close. It is close.
Well, that Huang got.
I'll keep going. Yeah. Yours.
Yeah, mine's a little easier. I promised my daughter we're supposed. I'm going to the game tonight, so I can't trick or treat with her. We're supposed to do a K-pop theme costumes in my household. So I'm supposed to dress as Saja Boy. She's dressing up as Rumi, and my wife is dressing up as one of the other ones, but I have to do this because I'm not going to be there tonight. And you have to wear Jays gear. I've seen, there's another good guess. I really like the Dollar Tree guess.
Rich Mossy Oak. Yeah, that's close.
But that's
the Rich Mossy Oak. Yeah, which one?
Dollar Tree.
Oh, Dollar Tree. That would have been yes.
I actually like that almost as much as what it actually is, to be honest with you.
Yes. Should I tell people what this is?
No. Let them keep guessing.
They can guess until we see something? Okay.
That's a Dollar Tree. I like that one.
Yeah, stock market pay. I mean, this stock market show. Yeah, it's a trading show.
You know what I was going, if I didn't do this.
You know, we did hot dog. We were the hot dog guy at one point.
I had a plan. If I didn't do the K-pop, whatever, I was going to wear an Eli Manning jersey. And
then go Eli 1, 2, 3.
No. And that's fantasy football. What a great trade that was for me.
Dollar Tree is good.
Oh, and then put some lilies on it and just go Eli Lilly would have been that was my back.
We have a winner.
Who got it?
We have a winner.
Shout him out.
Shout out to YY. He got it. There it is right there. YY got it.
Yeah.
It's a hedge fund. That's right. Well, this is a hedge, so I'm a hedge with funds. The hedge fund. The hedge fund. You know?
You haven't seen the movie.
Wait to see what Joe is. Then you guys are going to go crazy when you see Joe.
We'll make some guesses.
Look at this. Look at this. Look. Anyways, and I got the Palantir hat because, you know, what hedge fund, you know?
Or Adair always
green.
represents, though. She'll represent, too.
Anyways. Oh, shit. Money's falling out of this tree right now. Oh, word. This hedge fund outfit may not last.
Real money.
More than.
It'll be fun.
My wife did this, so I want to say shout out to her, man. It was all her idea, and then she got it. Last night we were putting on. I got to get some more, maybe some clips or something here for the money, but it's coming off right now. She said, "Am I going to get in trouble for printing?"
Don't tear that currency.
She said, "Am I going to get in trouble for printing money?" I said, "We print money every day." No. But anyways, there it is.
Dijon Musters, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Just because the character's name is Abs doesn't mean I'm doing that. If
know any of the characters.
I was Sharif, I could pull it off. You know what? I actually don't. There's Baby and Abs, and then there's the main guy. I don't even know. I couldn't even.
I don't.
I've seen K-pop Demon Hunters probably.
I've never watched
7 or 8 times with my daughter,
Oh,
and I
really?
still couldn't name all of the characters properly.
I think my kids, we got away with watching it once, and I was around, but they're not obsessed.
It's so like though the kids are crazy over that movie. And the funny thing is we can always take it back to stocks. Finally, Netflix. See, there you go.
Yep.
Finally, Netflix decides to split. They do it every like 10 to 12 years, announcing the split. Obviously, nothing fundamental changes, and it's selling right back off. It was up like 3% before. But hey, it'll be a lot easier for everyone to play. So better for retail, better for day traders, all that good stuff. It's going to close under the 200 period. I think if this actually holds under the 200 period in trend further down, I think there's going to be a buy spot in them. But as I said, you do a stock split. It's not really that big of a deal, but I like that it's happening. We'll probably see more trades of Netflix. I think it's in mid-November, I believe. I'd have to double check. Dare probably hasn't memorized, but yeah, I think that's a good story. Meta should be next. I mean, Meta should do it. Sure. Chipotle is an example of when it didn't work, unfortunately. And I actually am not the Debbie Downer in it, but Chipotle feels like it could be around if it tries to fail this 34 again. I have that on my mind. But let's go back up to the desk. A lot to cover this morning and a great day for the markets. Good start. Let's keep those gains.
Yeah. A couple other things to consider here this morning. I was just hearing AWS, they were talking about Amazon here. There was a couple of analyst notes coming through for Amazon still, and another one for Apple still. Jefferies just out with an uptick on Apple. Here's Amazon right now with another pop back to 254, 255. So just be aware if you're watching some of these, some analysts still with opinions coming through. I think we should do a poll, though, on, Neil and Sean.
Oh, yeah. Those are fantastic. Neil took me by surprise
Neil,
there.
Sean, and Joe. Joe has left.
No, but Neil took me by surprise because he had his Jays jersey on, so I didn't see this whole outfit that he had on there. And already got on
the
camera.
last-second wardrobe.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? Shout out to Neil. But this is a look, Brendo, for AWS. It's the fastest time they've grown since back in 2022. They're back to, plus over 20% growth. They grew at 20.2%. And why is AWS so important? It's our highest margin product. Their e-commerce business, we're talking single digits, low double-digit margins, while we're talking about 60 to 70% gross margins for AWS. So the faster this one grows, the better it does. $33 billion in revenue they took on the quarter. The street was only looking for 32.4, so an easy beat there. But their advertising revenue as well, Brendo, another higher margin product, continues to grow nicely, high double digits over here, 21% year over year for advertising. That's almost profit there. So good look, and let's see what they do. Obviously, we talked about the restructuring, the corporate restructuring with 14,000 sadly being laid off. But as I brought on the Midday yesterday, a bit of a different take as to why these individuals are being laid off, sadly. It's really not to do with AI replacing their jobs. It's really about maintaining margins. AWS can't grow fast enough in order to offer their shareholders the same type of growth, so they've got to reduce a fixed cost. Sadly, this is one of those fixed that gets reduced.
It was good to see, though, in defense of that. I mean, it's jobs are jobs, but it was good to see that they were at least offering them first shot at some of other internal positions that were available. So I think it's just going to be more of this going into the end of the year, specifically on the AI side of things, but not necessarily that people are losing their jobs, but shifting to different types of work going forward. So let's bring in Michael Noss to wrap up the week. Michael Noss's costume today is the Eastern Canadian. And I don't know. I tried.
The tired dad who's
tired
kids
dad.
getting
like
a little
that.
too
like
spooked, a little too early. So I slept in a race car bed last night. Probably look like it.
No. You look wonderful as always. It's an interesting point in the market here, Mike, with not only what has happened this week with tech earnings, but I mean, we get the Fed. We're getting to the end of some of these major tech earnings. Obviously, Nvidia is going to come, as it always does, in a couple of weeks to wrap things up entirely. But just give us your thought from a higher perspective here, where the overall market just seems to continue floating higher every day.
Yeah, we're in a weird zone where I think for at least the short term, everything we care about is kind of behind us. And now we're just looking forward for political stuff, which I think is probably the most uncertain. And what I mean by that is, FOMC, we wanted to see what J-Pow said. We all knew what was going to happen there. And then we also have all of the major earnings I think most people care about are out of the way. Nvidia is going to report earnings in a while, but we've already heard from pretty much all of Nvidia's customers. So we kind of can know what they're going to make and that it's going to be good, I guess, at this point. So that's why I think it's up like 2% post-market. But yeah, we're kind of in this phase in which the thing that we're really looking at now is the whole government shutdown thing. And there's nothing that anyone from kind of the Wall Street side can do about that. So we just have to wait to see what damage has taken place. But I brought 3 charts, and these are kind of, in fitting for Halloween. These are what I'm going to just call my spookiest charts. And the reason for it is that most things are looking good. I've got this whole argument that we're not in a bubble, and I'll bring you all that on Monday. I'm going to get a bunch of charts about what the average stock is doing, which is not very much. But if the market is going to struggle here or turn here, these are the sectors that have been looking to me the most weak, and I think they're actually kind of important. So again, I don't think that we're, the top of a bull market or anything like that. But again, fitting for the day, I wanted to bring some charts that look a little bit worrisome to me. I guess we could just kind of call them spooky. So first one is just ticker MOO or MOO, which is hilarious. And this is agriculture stocks. So, you're talking about stocks that grow things, make food, and obviously very important. And not only have been in a bit of underperformance for a number of years, this chart's going back to 2023, but starting to look like a potential kind of rounded top and a potential breakdown here. That not a huge part of the S&P 500, but obviously a big part of the economy overall and what we need kind of as a society. We all need food. So the fact that these guys are not breaking out or making highs, any kind of excitement, that would be kind of one check that I'd say, okay, well, we need this. This next chart I think is a little bit more important, which this is ITB. So this is home builders. And you would think if I just kind of took this chart away and said, okay, we're in a rate cutting cycle, they're lowering rates, unemployment is still pretty good, people have jobs, you would expect this chart to be pointing higher, because if people are able to build more homes and buy homes cheaply, then you would think that the companies that build those homes would be good. And nice little kind of fake out above this 99 area support that we've been in a while here. But looks like for now, if we can't hold that and turn higher, that this could just be a big lower high and kind of complete this head and shoulders style look that you're seeing here on home builders. And with a head and shoulders on home builders and that breaking down, generally just, again, not what you want to see in a healthy economy. You want to see home builders making money because they're building more homes, because there's this huge demand for people to buy homes because they're very wealthy. So this on a breakdown, this is another spooky chart here. And last but not least, and I think probably the most important, is just XLF as a whole, the financial sector. And this is more importantly the big guys, regional banks. I know they're down quite a bit as well, but to be honest, I think the entire market cap of regional banks is less than Nvidia or less than Apple or any of these big companies. I think it's like 1 trillion. I think I read somewhere all of the regional banks put together. So not tiny, but not a huge deal. But these guys. This is your JP Morgan, your Goldman Sachs, your Bank of America, your big names like this, and they're not able to kind of poke near highs that we're seeing the S&P 500 and that we're seeing the Qs at. So with this kind of struggling and on a verge of a potential breakdown of this 52 area, this is spooky as well. So we're talking about banks, we're talking about home builders, and then the people who make and grow our food, all of which not able to catch a bid in this market. So the focus, hopefully so, because the largest component of all of these indexes is large cap tech, and large cap tech is doing fantastic. But under the hood, we're really not seeing that. And this can obviously change, right? We could turn around and rip here. However, it's just not happening yet. So that's what I want to see in order to get this next leg high, because AI can kind of rip all day. If the smaller guys under the hood are struggling, well, then that's going to be kind of the real economy and what makes that go again, especially this XLF chart, because if these guys are under pressure, they're not lending money to new startups, they're not lending money to kind of small mom and pop operations. So these are really important. So if we are going to see some cracks in the system, I think it's probably going to come from one of these three charts.
If you go back to the beginning of the year, Q1 even, at any point, I feel like you and I were sitting here having this very same conversation, talking about the simple fact that it's 10 stocks doing the heavy lifting, dragging the entire market along with it. At the end of the day, here we are at the other end of the calendar, and that narrative hasn't changed, but the market continues to, just float higher. So is it a fact of, it's great to see some of these catching up, but it really hasn't negatively impacted the market overall this year?
Well, and this comes to, I guess, a meta conversation, and I'll bring some charts here on Monday for this, but kind of what is the market without getting too crazy about it. If you look at the RSP, or the large cap index, just shows how much on average people are up. Year to date, it's up like 5%. It's not a huge year for the overall market. Really just at those highs from November 2024. We're still battling those highs before the tariff tantrum. So the average stock hasn't done amazingly this year. It's kind of all in this sector. So it comes down to what is the market. And I think a lot of people are looking at their portfolio, seeing a lot of people make a lot of money in some of these other names. They're like, well, my stocks aren't ripping. And that's going to become a problem for them going forward. And the RSP is going to be a more important indicator to what your average mutual fund institution, these type of names are doing. And what are they going to do to kind of shore up performance? Because right now you're either in the cap weighted index or you're just dramatically underperforming.
And at the end of the day, it's still that performance that is dragging the entire market, on its back along with it up to all-time highs as we go again. Great stuff as always. Michael Noss, have a wonderful weekend. Get some sleep. We'll see you Monday.
I'll talk to you Monday. Have a happy Halloween.
Thanks, Michael.
Sleep. I never sleep because sleep is a cousin of death.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was very, very lucky. Maybe it's because of my wife. I missed 0 hours.
I don't even understand how that's possible.
2 kids. 0 hours.
I don't even understand.
Both of us. It was like they just threw, man. They woke up. They went right. They got fed, and that was that.
Luckiest parents ever.
Honestly, yeah.
I can't even. That is the luck. That is the greatest story ever. I remember one night specifically. My daughter was in a condo. Lucky. And my daughter, she woke up and I guess she was throwing up or whatever. She, is a baby, which happens, and she's making all kinds of mess. And here's the thing: I woke up.
Throwing up is the worst.
No, I woke up in the morning.
Is the worst.
And I go into the kitchen and there's bag, whatever, the cleanup. And I'm like, oh man, it must have been really bad last night. I go to my wife. Oh shoot! I feel so bad that you had to get up in the middle of the night and clean up all of that mess. And she's like, what are you talking about? It was your night. I'm like, I didn't get up in the middle of the night. It's like, well, who cleaned up all that puke? I didn't even remember that I had woken up in the middle of the night and done it. That's how tired I was. It's great. But everyone's it's all different. But it's the best experience in the world, man.
Well, obviously, yeah.
I wouldn't trade it for anything. But you know what? We got a special treat for you.
Yes.
Well, you're used to seeing
Here we go.
Joey options. Maybe talk a little about upgrades and downgrades while I'm upgrading the costumes on the show.
Yes.
Haha, yes. Happy Friday, everyone. The best bar down bandit of all time. Yes, number 10. That, whoa, who's hitting the fail on that? That is crazy. Who hit that? Schneider, that's crazy. Look at these stickers.
That's fantastic.
That's W's here, man. Come on. Come on, let's go. Bar down bandits, baby. All right, guys, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. To top the list, we are looking at Morgan Stanley upgrading Apple with a price target of $105. Amazon by Telsey Advisory Group, another 3 in front of that one, guys, $300. Up substantially on the session, 12.2%. Now, Crocs getting the upgrade as well, too, guys. $100 is going to be that price target. And Twilio by Bank of America, $110, up 10.8% on the day. Downgrades, guys, we have Roblox by Benchmark going from a buy to a hold. And then we have Strategy, yes, Mr. Michael Saylor and Company by BTIG Research, getting that price target lowered to $630, up substantially on the day. Now, Columbia Sportswear by Stifel Research getting it lowered to $60. And then we have National Cinemedia by Barrington Research lowering that price target to $6.50. Now, as for some of the options activity, guys, MSTR yesterday on today's expiration cycle put in 45,700 contracts with 34 still currently open. Now, Coinbase as well, too, guys, relatively light on the volume, but you can see an uptick within the open interest with 23,000 contracts still currently open. Sorry, and then Apple, once again, a lot of these big names, guys, at that 280 strike price, once again expiring on today, Halloween, yes, that's right, with volume 54,900 and 19,300 still currently open, guys.
Yeah, obviously it being end of the month, Friday, big earnings. I'd expect you're gonna see some walls in a few places. So just always got to keep that in mind. Like Palantir 200, I kind of feel like that's going to be a difficult one to break away from. We saw what happened with Tesla at 250 last week. Sorry, 250. 450 last week. But Roblox on the upgrade downgrade list after yesterday, like this is one of those, well, when the candle looks like this, maybe it's going to give you an opportunity to trade lower. Like it was just a huge rejection. It's bouncing now because everything's bouncing. Thank you, Amazon. Thank you, Apple. Thank you, Nvidia. Thank those three. Everyone.
Thank you, South Korea. You know.
Thank you, South Korea.
Yeah, Nvidia didn't do anything.
Oh, Nvidia, that's right. Nvidia was just themselves. And
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But Roblox, I think, is bouncing because of that. We'll see. But big rejection on the daily of prior highs. So today, just if it does any kind of a pop, just look the obvious resistance spots. I don't think it gets to 130, but that's an obvious one, and then 125, 126, and then go into like the late morning high into 122. They just want to be reverting, particularly this name, because of what sets up on the daily. Not because I like Roblox. It's just the setup. It's just that rejection candle. I'll be looking to fade back into this prior support levels. You guys are all chuckling over some of the costumes, but I got a shout out to Anthony Cano in the chat. Had a really good idea. We could have dressed up as construction workers for all of the work that's being done. And I'm mentioning that you guys can't see this. For us, it's a big deal today because like that entire other half of the studio, it's back open. Like the walls are done, the floor is done. I don't know if we have I guess we have a shot for it to be able to show you guys, but there was like the big plastic separating both sides. So pretty soon, I think, we'll be able to move to where we're going to eventually be, and things are really progressing. So we appreciate all the patience.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everybody, thank you, Joe, for the options look there, for the upgrades and downgrades. I was looking at SoFi here today. I'm just completing the sticky note right now, just to get off of tech a little bit. SoFi continues to make a move down off of what was a good earnings report, just coming back in. So I'm going to be looking at 29 here on SoFi. So just another look other than all the big banks. And then we had all the big tech names. We also had, XOM and CVX report, but it doesn't to relative, we'll discuss the numbers, but they're not doing too much here. And then there's CVX on the other side of it as well, up to 156. So one is going down, and one is up 1%. So, we'll talk about these as they come through, but they're the two biggest names reporting here today, market cap wise, and it's already been done in the pre-market. Just look at the volume, nothing. And then you get yesterday's report, obviously from Amazon, almost 5 million shares right here in the pre-market, and looking to take out some local highs as well as we head into the open market. Yeah, it's either, it could be a money tree, which a lot of people have guessed, or it's supposed to be a hedge fund. So I'm the hedge fund over here.
I like Dollar Tree.
Me too. I do like the Dollar Tree. I like the stock-specific costume. Yeah. I think next year we could do. Dollar Tree would be.
You got hundos there though.
That's it. Just throwing them.
You can see the hundos
around. Going to the club afterwards. Going to the club though.
Well, after the Jays win the series, there's probably going to
be some clubbing.
The streets are going to be a club after the Jays win tonight.
I mean,
what happened?
We just lost our.
Is this streamed? Oh, it's just our screen, I think.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you guys can still see us. I think it's just we have you guys know we have a little screen so we can see ourselves and what's on screen. It just died in front of us. Probably just a cable or something.
Yeah, I didn't kick anything that time. Right?
It's just weird because what shot is it on? The solo shot? Is it on the two shot? I have no idea right now.
Okay.
Okay,
we'll get it figured out. Okay, let's go back over to the desk.
We can't see either, so.
Okay, as long as the cameras are working.
What are we going to do? As you were just saying, this renovation can't finish soon enough.
No, Brendo.
It's been a long time. It's been a long year. We're more than, I would say, 80% of the way there, I think, at this point. But we are going to get to a point where it's a little more finalized, I think, over the next couple of weeks. So that's good.
I got to tell you, I'm going to miss the drilling and the noise during the midday. I've come to like it and enjoy it over the past few months. But
all right, well, why don't we just jump right into look at the overall market here and what we're going to look at from the watch list this morning. Absolutely packed.
Yeah, 68.54, Brendo. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. Look at that hole, guys. Double bottoming right into that 50-point area. We don't quite fill the gap. To fill the gap, we had to drop into 25, so we don't. We're moving up now. We've 68.50 behind. We're actually above 6,900 right now. So look, if we hold 6,900 during the day, we're looking at that same area we've been rejecting the last few days, 68.50. That'll be resistance area number one, Brendo. If we fail for whatever reason, we start selling off, we're looking at that 68.50 again as support.
As we continue to march higher, all-time highs. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list, absolutely free. Every single morning comes right to your inbox. Jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you a sign-up page, and then all you need is your email address. I wanted to show this first. Let me know if you can. I can see your Midday monitor from here. So I'll use that.
That's hilarious.
For reference. But if we can show this real quick, everything in red on the left-hand screen here is all analyst moves this morning on Amazon, and they are all very positive. So this move was just pretty impressive after the close yesterday, just straight to the upside, and very much do so.
This was a blowout quarter, Brendo, for Amazon, and much needed because they were the weakest Mag 7 name on the year. Now they're not. EPS, guys, 195, blowing past the 157 expected by analysts on revenue of 180. That easily beats the 170.8. This is the main line, though. AWS, this is their biggest moneymaker, $33 billion in revenue. We're talking about 80-some-odd% gross margins, easily beating the 32.4 and growing over 20% again since 2022, the first time in a while. And as I mentioned earlier, advertising revenue, another high-margin product for them, 17.7 revenue, easily beating the 17 2/3. They're, as we talked about, their AWS, continues to grow, with CEO Andy Jassy saying growing at a pace we haven't seen since 2022, really referring to the robust AI and infrastructure demand the company's been seeing. With respect to guidance here, wow, I can't believe we're seeing this number. Over $200 billion in revenue expected for Q4, Breno. In fact, the range is 206 to 213. Easily beating the midpoint by analysts on operating income of about 21 to 26 billion, and they did raise their capex forecast. So if we're looking for an AI bubble, we're certainly not seeing it from Amazon. We didn't see it from Meta. Yeah. We didn't see it from Google. They continue to spend aggressively.
Wait until there's drones dropping Amazon packages at your doorstep. That'll be even better, I think, for them. But I had to go to a chart just to highlight the simple fact that not only is it all-time highs, but all-time highs and then some, guys. Look great here for Amazon.
Yeah, and then some for sure. Look, Amazon, it's the AWS number. Like, if you think about it, nothing else really mattered, because when everything was good last earnings, it was 18% and everyone was scared about the cloud growth. You saw what happened. Like, it shot all the way down, like, to a double bottom there. And if you really, like, the way I look at it, you go 211 to like 240, and just that move there, I think there's room at some point to get to 270 before getting any kind of like a significant pullback. But today's the day, because I can't, you got to remember yesterday what happened to Alphabet, and that's going to be in the back of the mind. So yes, I like continuation over the high. I mean, the prior high is ridiculous, so you have to look at the aftermarket high and like this pre-market low. So in the 49.50 range for like a dip buy and go. VWAP is in play because I'm thinking long on it. But in the back of my mind, I'm going to remind myself that at the open, Alphabet, Friday chart, that this is what happened. We're dropping into the morning, into the open, and then all of a sudden we had a breakdown on Google. It eventually caught a bid at 280. You just had to wait for an even dollar to show some support. And if that were to happen on Amazon, then I'll go with the same plan. Like my gap fill level, I'm just keeping it simple. 242 is kind of like around that prior high in the daily. If we lose that bid, I just wait for a reversion down to the 42 or the 40 area. But I still want to play the top end. I give it a chance. 250 on a Friday. If it can do that, I think we can go higher. Just a great report from them, but it was always going to be all about AWS growth.
Yeah, we gave that number of 20%, right? And they got 20.2%. Yeah, so that's a win, right? And anyways, yeah, my big nervousness, as just reading over this report, the same thing that Neil said, was they got an increase in their forecast for CapEx, and we saw what they thought about Meta when Meta talked about spending maybe a bit more money than the street thought that they could or should. And they hit them early, so they're not concerned about that with Amazon, or else Amazon would be coming back in. So another monster quarter for another mega cap name that just continues to accelerate. And yeah, I don't see any reason to sell this name. I'm not going to be selling any of this. Like, this is why we just stay long. We're long only, and Amazon just continues to be that one. I mean, everybody down here, again, came right into. We talked about it when it came into the 200 period moving average right there. That was a great opportunity to buy a great company. You know, with obviously earnings expectations being quite high, they beat them and passed. So there it goes to the upside. Now, will it fall back down at some point? Probably. You know, this is a big move. We saw big moves in Oracle and things like that that faded off as well. We saw a big move in Google yesterday that faded. But even if it comes back in, we still really like the story, and I think Amazon is a clear sale now moving forward. They don't even talk about those anymore. Like, the numbers are just what they are. They're going to continue to be huge on the retail side of things. Plus, you got streaming. Plus, you got Thursday Night Football. They've got the Friday game for the NFL. There's just a lot happening in this space, and I really like it. And I apologize if we're looking at the wrong cameras because we don't really know. So let's go back over now to the big desk and talk about, I'm going to assume Apple's next. Again, we cannot see, but
it is Apple.
Let's go back over and discuss Apple.
Sharif and I were just sitting here talking about some of these weekly charts as well. I mean, here's another one. Apple just absolutely gone to all-time highs and then some. 277.50 coming into play. Not much negative to talk about here as far as this earnings report. Demand, the forecast, holiday forecast, manufacturing, everything to the upside.
Well, Tim Cook's saying if they realize what he perceives to be the strongest quarter ever coming up for December, it'll be their best iPhone revenue sales quarter ever. So let's talk about this. So for the current quarter, Q3, which they had headwinds for, by the way, guys, 102.47, beating the 102.26. Gross margins expanded 70 basis points sequentially and 100 basis points year over year, up to 47%, even though they had a $1.1 billion tariff cost. they were able to absorb that. September quarter is a record for revenue, a record for earnings, and a record for operating cash flow. Expect those same records to repeat Q4 next quarter. So iPhone sales, really the biggest driver. It missed estimates of $49.03 billion. Reason is they had supply constraints. They couldn't make enough 16s, Apparently, they've adjusted that. We'll have to wait and see. As I mentioned, the guide for the December quarter for iPhone revenue, Tim Cook calling it the best ever for the company if it materializes. They had decent reports for Mac and iPad. Wearables and home accessories continue to dip. Not sure why that's not moving the needle there. Their services revenue, Brendo, another record, $28.75 billion, and they're bringing over $100 billion a year now from services, and we know those gross margins are in the mid-80s, so it's a huge boost for their EPS.
Some of these numbers from all of these companies are just out of this world at this point. 63% now, April lows, guys, with this move this morning. 63% to the upside.
There's a lot to be impressed with here for Apple. Primarily, though, the thing that gets me the most, outside of the fact that next year they could get to like $500 billion revenue, like full year, possibly by next year, certainly by 2027. But it was the fact that the iPhone revenues was actually the only thing missed as an individual line item. That was supply issues, but at the end of the day, to be up in spite of that, fantastic. And then you throw in services is the big deal anyways, and that was like 15% growth. So they just keep winning. The only if we go dip buy hunting today, like I always like an obvious top here, like it's like 73 something instead of 274, but it's just area between 273 half and 274 that I like for a dip buy. There's always VWAP as well, but if we do dip underneath and the market takes a dive, I kind of feel like I'll be involved in like an Amazon or something if that's the case. So I'd put Apple kind of on the back burner if the market does a bit of a dip. But yeah, all systems go. I think this is one of those, it's a tired saying, but it's a true one. Own it, don't trade it kind of deal. I think it is tradable today. I'm a little skeptical that it's going to provide better opportunities than like Amazon or Nvidia or like Lumen or Palantir. Like those are all going to move a bit more, so I'll probably not end up trading Apple.
I don't know what's up with this. I was just looking at Marvell. I looked at it last night because that I'm watching, and Marvell, we sold some at 88 or 89 a couple days, I guess, ago, right into here. And then it fell back in, and we thought we were pretty cool about it. And now it is just straight fire in the booth, right back up there to the upside again for Marvell, looking to break out. This could be another one here. Look at it enough on the daily to add it to the sticky note, but maybe it should be, man. $93. Where are we? Okay, so we're right at 93 now. I like Marvell today. Wow, that was a good one, man. We put a little cash into that down there after earnings, so that was a good play. I want to just buy good companies when they get hit. That's it. It's that simple. And then I take some shots like in a company like Lulu, and it doesn't work out. Today in Apple, well, Lulu's still pending. Apple 275 long. I think that's pretty simple, man. We got as high as 285 earlier. We did get up. We're going to get up to 300. Joey Options thinks there's going to be a 4 handle on this name possibly by next year. I think that's true, potentially up 33%. Apple can do that, right? But I'm just looking at the 200 period moving average is why I wrote down 275. I mean, we've seen it play on earnings a couple times. We can go back and show you. It wasn't Google yesterday. Maybe it was Microsoft, because Google, came right back in and went through everything. I'm going to be sitting here to see this trade, right? And then just because it's Apple and it's only up 2%, I thought the quarter was fantastic, as Neil said. So I think 2% is not enough. The only thing is look at the run that this name has had, right? It's already like all of these names are hitting near highs and broke out through them in earnings anticipation. So I just wonder how much of that move was sort of already baked in, which we're only up that 2%. But at the end of the day, man, I wrote it down. It's a long-only trade for me. I'm not shorting anything. I know the Nasdaq's making this move here. That only makes my longs look better. So let's give it a breath. Again, yesterday I don't think we started trading until, I don't know, a couple minutes, which is probably not that long, but a couple minutes in. It might have even been the first minute, but I feel like being patient, we wrote yesterday. Today, I don't think we need to be that. I mean, I want to go long. The market's fallen back in here to VWAP. So if Apple gives me the trade, I'm just going to take it and deal with it. So that's what we're going to do for and we've been getting out, like yesterday's trade on Google, for example, and I think Amazon's more set up to Google because Google was up 9% yesterday, right? So here's the move that happened in Google yesterday. It was up huge. We had this trajectory in the AM, and then when the market opened, it cranked. And we got in and out here around 285 and 286, saving the day until this cluster happened, and that's where we loaded the boat up there near I was able to get that $8-9 out of the name. Maximum $8-9. We were getting out on the way up, right? So I feel like that could be, and then look what Google did near the end of the day. So you know what, actually, looking at this here, Neil, the Google could be a good, like it trended all day yesterday. There was really no bumps in this stock all day. And they were like the great look yesterday on the report, and it still did this. So actually, now that I see this, I am taking a little bit of a pause for concern. However, yesterday I was noting to Sharif, yesterday my sticky note had all shorts. Short TQ, short IBIT, short, right? IBIT went down to 106, or Bitcoin, all right, back to 110 now. Feel like there's a little bit better flow in this market than there was yesterday. But after seeing that chart there on Google, I don't know. It is the potential here because we like Google's quarter a lot.
Yeah.
And it still got hit very significantly yesterday. It was down 8%. Remember, it ended the day down 2%. It was up 9 or 10.
It was,
right.
It was really a down 8% move for Alphabet. But you know what? I feel like I'm going to be short, there's a few other names that are worth maybe taking a shot at. Like, I don't know. Like,
Where's HKD? What's that doing?
I was just about to mention this because I saw people in the chat talking about it. So HKD, I believe they reported because that's the only way. Okay, I'm gonna read the number out here. HKD reported a 1,085% year-over-year increase in revenue, but
from 1 to 5?
$73 million.
Right. Okay. I was gonna say what? So you just double 1 times.
I don't know what their market cap is. I'd have to look it up. Yeah. But yeah, you only get a 1,000% increase if you don't have a lot of revenue to begin with. But for HKD, which is a squeeze type name,
it was $2. This was $2,500 at one point.
Whoa! This was
not on our charts.
Oh yeah, this is. I don't know how far I have to go back to be able to see it. You know, this has been an absolute dumpster fire on HKD, but it is in play today on those earnings. Maybe this is one of those runners. Done 8 million shares already pre-market, actually more than that. But you know, just get an idea of what the stock did.
Look
before.
At this. Come over to my chart. Andre's busy right now. But
Epic.
I have it here. There it is. Thanks, Andre. This is when HKD first came to market. This is a monthly chart. This is real. It really went to $2,500. You know, and it might look better on a weekly or something like that. This just goes to show you I don't know. Does that look any better? I don't know. But this is what it looks like on a monthly chart. Looks like, hey, man, if we ever get back to 720, I'm shorting HK, man, right there. 720, great little short opportunity. 500. Oh, but it's $1.69. Obviously, today it's back.
We got some work to do to get back to that price.
Yeah, so nice day there for HKD anyways. But all right, I'm going to guess. I don't see the board, but I'm going to guess Nvidia maybe next. I don't know. Let's go back over to the board and discuss whatever they want to.
Close. Reddit. Back to the upside in a big way here. In an effort to sound like Michael Noss, there's a bullish engulfing candle forming on the daily chart here today for RDDT. Yesterday, really negative going into the earnings report, and then here we are gapping back to the upside, taking out that entire down move and then some. I mean, still top end of the consolidation here, but decent results for Reddit.
It really is, Brendo. They're really benefiting from selling data, of course, for these LLMs. Google, we're talking about OpenAI, all training their models off it. Let's talk about how they did on revenue, though. Fantastic look, as Brendo mentioned, an easy beat. Pennies for EPS. Street was looking for 51, so a blowout there. On revenue of $585 million, the Street was looking for 546, and that's also a 68% year-over-year increase on that top line number with net income, their profitability, $163 million, up sharply from the $30 million they took home last year. The growth, again, as we spoke, driven by advertising, data licensing, as well as a new one here for me, international expansion. They're guiding quite well as well. Q4 revenue, almost $100 million higher. They're guiding 655 to 665 million, easily beating the 638 estimates. Their global average revenue per user, ARPU, $5.04, whooping the 482 expected by the street. And let's talk about their user growth here. Their global daily active uniques, 116 million. Their logged in daily active users, 50.2. Logged out, Brendo, 65.8. And they continue to benefit, from partnership with Google and OpenAI.
Huge reversal, as I said. If you zoom in a little bit, 15-minute chart shows it maybe a little bit better off of the lows from the earnings report. 220, 225 up here if you zoom out. Huge level here, guys.
And they trapped some people on Reddit. I feel like with that little surge, we always talk about how dangerous it is to trade in those earnings after market, because that trap under 220, 200 I should say, really, when it flushed, and then you get a bit of a rip, and now all of that money is punked, unfortunately. Oh, no. So it just needs to hold on to the top end of this range here, like 212 at the open. Like, this is an important one. Like, I mean, we'll probably reference Google a lot because of what happened at the open when it lost a bid, and it was just a hammer candle down. I think it's a similar thing. Like, if you lose this 212, it's a reasonable chance you could be down to 200. Now, there's arguments to be made that, from a valuation perspective, this is the kind of name that if we get kind of a real market correction from these highs, Reddit could get beat up a little bit on that. That's fair. I don't think that's something we're dealing with today, necessarily. Like today, I think it needs to hold on to that 212 off of that open range, and then you can start going. The issue with Reddit is volume isn't always, it's not a lot of volume in the pre-market, so the fact that it's gapped up here doesn't tell you much. You want to be able to see when that volume comes in off the open, and then remember it's a Friday. I'm default to maybe being a little bit more patient right at 9:30 on a Friday especially. I know, like Sean said, like sometimes patience means you're not in until like 9:35 in something, or maybe 9:40 would be really, really late. But I kind of feel that way about a stock like Reddit. Like I would not want to necessarily be in this thing in the first minute. Give it a bit of a heartbeat, make sure the buyers have emerged above 212, and then join. I don't like maybe the buy here in the long term personally, but for the day trade, we can do it as long as it holds that open.
We are, yesterday we got a huge, and I guess Netflix is probably on the board as well, but yesterday we got the big 10-for-1 stock split on Netflix, so that's starting to head back in, but that was a great, Netflix is going to be a hell of a lot more on this show, because I remember I didn't even really trade Nvidia when it was, I was still trading it, but $1,300, $1,500, $2,000 makes it a lot easier to name in the triple digits or double digits rather than 4 digits. So we'll be happy with that with Netflix. Okay, the only metric, well, first of all, where you just heard all the guys talk about it. I was just going to focus on the 17 and 18% short float right here for Reddit. So I think there's something about that we can consider on this move, right? I mean, big short float, for a big name. Like you don't see a lot of the companies that are so talked about like a Reddit as a respectable business that would have that kind of 17, 18, 20% short floater. So it's safe for the Open Doors of the world and things like that, BBAI, but for Reddit to have that much short in it, I just wonder if there is a lot of room now to go to the upside, if these shorts get squeezed, and it's still a big percentage, man. 1 out of every 5 shares, right? 17, 18%. I know that's 20%, but as you continue to go higher here, very good opportunity to buy this name if we ever get in the 200 area. I think they solidified it with this report. We do know that the LLMs are pinging these guys all over the place. There's a lot of money to be made in that space. And I know that they did have some, the OpenAI, I think there was a report a couple weeks ago that they were hitting them less on their queries. But I like Reddit. It's unique information. And I think there's a space for it in your portfolio as more of a risk-on asset, right? I think it's true. It has its ups and downs there, but Reddit was just a miss off IPO. I mean, it was such a great stock. Like a year ago today, this stock was $70. Now it's $240, and we're thinking, or $220, and we're thinking higher. So it's been a great run for Reddit. Anybody that could have dug into what AI and these large language models and some of the effects that they were having, and Reddit was definitely a winner in all of that, right? So let's just continue to see some good strength here in RDDT. I'm surprised that Netflix is Netflix on the board? Maybe it is.
It is. I think it's next.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting one because it's coming back right now. So let's go over to Ross Atkins and David Schneider and get the update on Netflix.
that, actually. I'll take that. I'll take that, definitely. Netflix, next, actually, on the board. We're still flying blind here, guys. Just bear with us. Netflix to the down right now, but a huge move after the close yesterday, as Sean was mentioning. Get set for the ability to trade this thing around 110 bucks, depending on where it ends up going into the split. Going 10 for 1 here for Netflix, trying to steal the spotlight of Apple and Amazon last night.
Clearly, Brendo, because it moved up aggressively on that news as well. Let's talk about it. So they, as Brendo mentioned, 10 for 1 stock split coming up. The purpose, it really is to make it more accessible for the employees who want to, use that stock option friendly plan, as well as retail who don't have access to fractional shares. So it's going to be for shareholders of record on the 10th of November. They're going to receive an additional 9 shares per owned, and the split is going to be effective November 17th. We already know the stock's up 42% year to date, and the last time, Brendo, that they split was 2015 and 2004. So I guess a moment too soon. And there's another headline. There's a potential merger here, or acquisition, I should say, with Warner Brothers. Netflix is actively exploring a bid for Warner Discovery Studio and streaming assets, and guess what? They've been actually granted financial data room so that they can analyze some of their financials, which is part of the due diligence. So we know that the step is moving. It's not just talks, because you don't give somebody access to your financials if they're not serious. The acquisition give Netflix control of major IPs like Harry Potter, DC Comics, and integrate HBO's content. The CEO, Ted Sanderos, he said, look, we want to build, not buy, but they want to strengthen their portfolio where it makes sense.
It was interesting to note that they also went out of their way to mention that it would not be including any of the traditional media assets as well. So just to make that point clear.
They don't want it, Brent.
They don't care about traditional media, clearly, for Netflix. Good reason, guys. But it's going to be, I guess, a week or two here before we get this done. But as you were saying, Sean, 110 bucks-ish to trade Netflix, not bad.
Netflix only needs one thing. They just need to hit this. They just need to hit K-pop Demon Hunters again.
Well, that's the guy you want.
Get another one.
Yeah.
So the guy's name is his name is Abs, and I'm not doing it. So just.
Normally show his abs?
Oh, that's the whole. It's the whole.
Oh, okay.
Thing. Yeah, the whole time. That's all he does. That's even how he does. It's kind of silly. But for everyone that keeps asking, seen it a million times like I have, you actually would know the characters. But I think we're getting progress on that monitor. Maybe? Nope.
Yeah, it looks like
maybe.
it is moving around.
Something's happening.
We want to thank Mark and Rob and Russell. They're all working like crazy.
I'm disappointed with Netflix here. So it gapped up. It's good news, but it's not great. It doesn't fundamentally change anything here. Like, obviously, the ad tier's been going well. Can't really complain about that. But it's been trending down under VWAP all morning, so that's a big disappointment. I think you just have to chill out while it's consolidating the 200-period moving average. Like, let it make a move. And if it decides to make the move up and regain the 200, then that's a spot. Like, I'm always more interested, like, when it regains a moving average or something, and when it's consolidating under, I'll kind of almost hope that it breaks lower to stick in like a dip buy somewhere, whether it's the 1,000 level. Obviously, if it got down to like 850 to 900, I think that's an auto buy. But yeah, for today, I think we sit this one out. Oddly enough, because there's no opportunity to talk about it otherwise, I was just gonna throw out. I know you were looking at Palantir 200.
No, it's not
because it's a Friday. Obviously, options expiration, $200 for me. If it does a failed breakout at this price, I'm just reminded about what happened in Tesla. I believe it was last week.
Is waiting
if I can find that day in Tesla. I don't know if I can find it. Yeah, this is the one. So if you look at last Friday, what happened in Tesla, it failed to 450 right away at the open. Out, went $1, $1.50 or something, and then slammed back down. If I see that in Palantir, I'm going to have that up at 930. If it's a quick fail break that's heavy, I'm going to try and join to the downside. But that's only if it fail breaks. If the thing breaks out and just starts going crazy, I'm not going to just short it to oblivion. I'm only looking for that topping tail candle specifically in Palantir. Just it's a similar.
Short oblivion. It's not going to oblivion. But
No. I mean, like my oblivion. Like if 200 breaks and just keeps going, I'm not trying to short 01, 02, 03. Yes. I'm trying to short. It fails the break, and underneath 200 is the play.
I had that short written down yesterday. Didn't have the balls. There's back. It worked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Rob. Rob.
Now.
All right. Thank you. Now we can see. So, all right, we're back. All right. So, okay, just on, so first of all, on Palantir, same thing. I had it written down short yesterday. Didn't take it, but we'll take the long again today if it does break out. I mean, we nailed it with this Netflix talk. I already think that, you know, the reverse split doesn't solve what we already thought about earnings, right? They got hit. It's on the way back in. They're trying to find support. I think it's false support when you get news like this because that doesn't change anything about the company. So let's let this reverse. This comes November 17th. So when it splits November 17th, this name will be whatever the price is divided by 10. So it'll be down to $110 or whatever, 120, whatever it is at that time. And then we'll look and trade it off of that. Because right now, I just feel like it's still able to make this 1090 based on its merit. You know, like the stock shouldn't trade up based on a split. We've talked about a lot, but as it split yesterday, we had it live on the show. It was really super exciting when we had that news, because I think it does give now another bull case for owning Netflix besides everything else. And, you know, the problem with everything else was it resulted in a pullback of about 15%. So now you get that, you get a little bit of a false bump here today. Let's just holds. This could be a great bottom down there around 1090, but I don't really want to step into anything here until that reverse split happens. So Palantir is a great. Let's go talk a little bit about crypto, as we did have Riot Blockchain and Coinbase and whatnot, and Bitcoin now at 110.
Yeah, let's talk about some of these crypto names to wrap things up here. We had Coinbase, we had Strategy, we had Riot, all out with earnings as well after the close yesterday. A lot of people talking about this comment from CEO Brian Armstrong, opening a live prediction market, going into the earnings call, monitoring what he was going to say on the earnings and getting a lot of credit for that. Great way to highlight a product, obviously, for them.
Clearly.
That being said, I mean, we were up to start things off here for Coin, back to the downside right now.
Yeah, Brendo, look, this was a really good report, and they have more vision. Just being, you know, a crypto exchange. They want to be an everything exchange. That's what he was talking about on the call. What do I mean by that? Well, Coinbase now supports over 40,000 products. The 300 that they had earlier this year, and compare that to the 40,000 they have now, a lot of that obviously in the crypto field. They're looking to be the everything exchange for everybody. They just don't want to be crypto-centric. But let's talk about how they did on earnings. Their Q3 EPS coming in nicely here, $1.50, smashing the expectations by the 110 on net income of $432 million. Compare that to the $75 million they brought in profit last year, a marked increase there. Also beating on the top and below. The top line easily $1.87 billion ahead of the 1.8. Their transaction revenue as well, $1 billion, rising 37% sequentially from Q2, where basically renewed trading crypto activity both with retail and institutional investors, so they're not just seeing it from one or the other. It was also aided, Brendo, by the lighter U.S. regulatory pressure under new President Trump's administration as agencies eased the restrictions on digital asset.
It's worth noting as well, $300 million in Q4 acquisitions of Bitcoin, which was higher than other miners combined. So, and he said on the call as well, they're going to continue buying Bitcoin. So, yeah, I mean, positive for them so far anyways, but here's MSTR real quick. A little bit of an here, guys, but some of these crypto-related earnings moves kind of ho-hum so far today.
Ho-hum is the right word. Like Coinbase actually dropping through 340. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from this one as a long. It had been languishing before, and I don't think it gets to key levels. Just so you know, everybody, there was a 2.5 million sell imbalance on Amazon. It is now completely paired off. So they paired it. I mean, significant sell imbalance, as I said, on Amazon, and it dropped right into the 250 level. So it looks like it's going to test that aftermarket top there, 249, 250 almost right away. I had some eyeballs on IBIT, as usual, as this has been a little bit disappointing of a name the last couple of days. I don't know if it goes back into Thursday's highs, but the key level to me is like 63 and a half. I don't know if it gets up there. Got to drop the countdown for the final time this week. Happy Halloween, everybody. Happy World Series day for the Jays, I certainly hope. Let's ring that bell in 2 and 1. Let's go.
All right, everybody, we're looking for an Nvidia break to the top of 207 and change. We're also waiting for a 205 dip buy on Nvidia. We also have Palantir execute right now, breaking through 200 at some point. Hopefully that goes in once we do break. That just bounced off 200 clean right there, Neil. So watch. Oh, there it goes. Now it goes through. There goes Palantir. I don't know. I got into Palantir there. I don't know how exactly. Right there in on Palantir. But I did. I'm long at $200.19. I don't even see that as a high. But there goes Palantir right now. Let's see if it can continue to climb a little bit here. PLTR. Very, very back and forth again. So we're not going to hold this too far back. If it breaks this 199, we can get out. So far, Palantir is a name that, and we shouldn't have really got in on that break at 200. We should be more patient with those takes there. So okay, here. 198.50. Palantir cranking lower now. Look at the NASDAQ.
Amazon is tanking.
Okay, so there's that play that we talked about, right? With Amazon potentially
trying to be patient because Google did this yesterday, and you really had to wait for it when Google dropped yesterday at the open. So I'm trying to be very, very patient with this. It's through 249. I mean, the gap could be. The gap is gigantic, so I'm going to try to let it settle down a little bit here on Amazon. The other thing I got up there, Bitcoin's doing absolutely. Apple's also pulling back.
They're all heading lower here, man.
All of these are heading lower as we speak. Apple, I was looking 273.5, so it'll be Apple or Amazon.
Okay, we've got.
Can't really tell what it's going to be here.
We've got a money trade on Apple at least. We went long well, now it's not, but we went long 275 and change. Just got it. 276, right? 275.75, sorry, for an out. Let's see if Apple wants to continue to go. There we go. We'll get another out here. Oh, I was just at 75. Wow, the market is very oh, you know what? It's end of the month.
It's end of the month.
Yeah, so we're going to get a lot of different action here.
Yeah.
In these names because of end of month, and I sort of forgot a little bit about that as well. So, all right, let's just be a little more patient then with it, right? So we did average in. A piece out on Palantir. Let's see if it eventually wants to break, and if it does, good for that. Back through 200. Our average price right now is just right here, 199.75. Like after all that up and down, we land right at flat right now for Palantir. Apple pulling back on earnings again, like we thought we liked this report, but maybe the market doesn't. Doesn't matter what I like. But there it comes right back in now, breaking back below 274. Let's not let this break too much lower than where we already are right now. 273. This breaks 270.
It's at prior day high already.
299. Yeah, exactly. Let's get out. I don't really like the way this one's acting, that's for sure. Palantir right now is giving me 2x our day already, as there goes Palantir through 200, man. We buy the dip and we like it a lot there on Palantir. Huge win right now. A Dollar Club member already. There goes PLTR, man. We bought the dip into the 200. Bye-bye, PLTR. Definitely making this Halloween a spooky one for your boy. What's going on with the desk over there? I haven't seen Adara's costume, but apparently she is in one. Let's go over to the desk. She always is.
Yeah.
Here it is, guys. We're going to talk here about the NASDAQ. We have some commentary coming from Kevin Hassett, who is, of course, White House economic advisor. He's also potentially being tapped here for the Fed chair position. He says that we're looking at close to 4% growth for the U.S. economy in Q3. So Kevin Hassett with a very, very ambitious economic growth projection for Q3 for the U.S. Back to you.
So
man, this
I don't have a guess.
I don't have a guess either. Plant, some kind of a plant. It's from a movie. Oh, it's from a movie. Okay, good tip.
Oh, I have seen that movie. It's Midsummer.
I've never seen it. I don't know what that is.
It's actually a pretty messed up movie.
Is it? There goes Palantir. Good, great outfit, Adara. 201.50s. Palantir is absolutely on one right now, but the other one failing pretty good is Apple.
Apple will fill in.
Apple just filled it in all the way down into the downside right now. Apple's about to turn red, by the way. Let's see if it does do that. Holy crap.
I think it holds green.
We are still at our day goal right now with Palantir, although we did give it up pretty nicely on Apple. But Apple maybe finds a bottom in and around here. We can use 272 as that low, but that cranked pretty low there on AAPL.
I tried the prior day high. The next level down is not till 271 for me. So it's in a target range, but we're in and out. Actually had it pretty good, and it is what it is. And I kind of averaged up like an idiot, so it ends up being a hit. I could have maybe eked it out, but let's let it get down to 271. The other thing that's happening is Amazon is falling pretty decently as well. So these are the only two stocks I'm looking at. Was expecting some kind of a potential sell the news event, and you're starting to get into the target areas for Amazon. So just looking for that little bit of a curl. Going to try and read the tape on this one and see if we can grab it. I did have one short idea. It was Lumen, but the problem with It was already down like 15% at the open, so I have to wait for like VWAP or something to calm down and give me a bit of a setup there. So it's going to be Amazon or Apple, no questions asked. These ones still falling downside. Now some buyers coming in off 247
Holy
here
shit, man.
on Amazon. Looks like the buyers are starting to come in. Might grab this 48, give it to that 47.
Nice. So glad that Amazon's trying to get back upside. We tried to go back. We did, not tried. We did go back into Apple there, and it looks like it's not going to be that trade again for us. So, yeah, it's falling back. I thought maybe 272 could hold. We're going to get out of half of our trade if it does break again, and then we'll just wait to see how bad exactly Apple wants to go. I mean, as Neil had mentioned, there are other levels down here that we can play off of. Is a 270 flat type of level there, but I don't know. Right now, we're 4 times our day on Palantir, but we've lost double our day on Apple. So it's not a great trade for me on Apple, but this Palantir trade is now $4 in the money, and we have a lot of shares because we're able to average into it. So there goes Palantir. This is the trade that we were looking for yesterday that we didn't get. We got a great long yesterday down here at 96, but right now Palantir going through the roof. Upside on PLTR. All right, Apple. Nvidia also breaking right now. So see what that's doing. We do have the long here on Nvidia as it's trying to break that day's high of 207.50. Not trying to, it is doing it, but position pending again on this one, whether or not this is going to be a winner or not. Trying to go right now. Let's get something out at 60s, and then we'll see if it wants to mature up. That is, of course, Nvidia. Good trade so far.
Amazon just did.
Amazon, good. Go.
It ended up holding that 48 and then failed 50s almost instantaneously. The second it saw 50 on the offer, you could pretty much forget about it. So rang the register in front of VWAP, and I'm going to try and get back into this one on the dip. Oh, wait, and we got back into Apple as well. So if we get back to this higher low on Amazon, I'm going to look for the reload. But it's Apple that just can't hold the bid.
Apple can't do anything right now.
Can't do anything. Filling all the way in to this 271 gap, or as I like to call it, when you have an Alamo level down here, because if you lose 271, you've got like $4 underneath there before it catches any kind of a bid. So looking pretty nasty there on Apple, unfortunately. That one's gonna stick the L in. I'm just gonna punch out. I'm not holding it all the way to 270.
That's a tough one.
That's silly. Like that one's looking absolutely nasty when really Amazon's the better one. Amazon is actually catching a bid here. So there's a dip, potential higher lows. Until you can start putting in higher lows, forget about it. Nvidia breaking 208 yet?
Yes.
Oh, shoot. I don't have a...
Yeah, well, I'm getting out. I'm long at 207.50 as we've written it down on here. But it's trying to go. So we do have... So basically, it's just an Apple nightmare, that's all, today. As there it goes, we finally... Oh, well, I have a little piece left, but there goes... Again, breaking back down through 270. We should have just left this thing alone, you know? And then maybe we would have been able to be at least a bit more happy with some of our longs right now. Palantir is just like, to have only traded one name today would have been an absolute monster, but we didn't. We traded Apple. We gave everything on Apple as it's not being able to find a bid. I thought this was a great report. We talked about it right there, but no, it looks like Apple short. So congratulations, man. Anybody that read thought there on Apple because... yeah, you know, it's making a move. And even into yesterday, like, maybe it wasn't as celebrated we thought there on AAPL. But, yeah, catching the falling knife
the market's
today,
also dropping.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's
chips are strong.
That's because of Apple, right? I mean,
AMD is doing well.
Yeah, AMD, and Nvidia just pulling back a little bit. But
Netflix.
Yeah, disappointed there with that Apple trade, to be honest with you. Oh, well. Maybe break it 270 again to the back end.
Netflix is back up.
Is it?
Well, you know what? I'm trying to wait for the curl. This looks a little better. See, I'm like, why even try to hold into that gap? It had to go all the way and test that bottom. So if the bottom's closer to that 68, 69, then back up through 270 is gonna have to be a thing. I'm not happy with my. Usually, I'll keep it tight, good. Or I'll wait till it gets to 71. But I got in early on that 71 play, but had to keep the stop. So there's your bottoming tail. Wait for it to get to the next level. If we break underneath the low, I'm out. You make a fresh low on this stock, and that's going to be
here it comes. Any
fresh lows, and I'm jumping out. Amazon looking much, much better. Actually, it's still rejecting VWAP itself, though. But Amazon, to me, it's still looking better. Put on Apple because I'm actually in that one. But Amazon has held the higher low and is trying to break back above 250. So again, just the two names that I'm looking at because Lumen is a disappointment. Actually, that's not true. I shouldn't say that. I wanted Lumen to go down. It's just that it fell in the pre-market, so there was no opportunity for a trade. All right, close this grain, and then we'll look to add, because VWAP gives you a lot of $4 to VWAP. So lots of room for this to go.
Go, Apple. It's your birthday. We gonna party like it's your birthday. We gonna party like
it's your birthday.
All right, so we were able to get out of some Palantir there on the upside. Yeah, Apple, I went the same way, man. We went long through 270 there, but okay, so we're able to get out like as we were singing there, but yeah, not that much. Got half actually on the way back up there, but yeah, look, see there it is, man. Right back down goes Apple. Okay, well, right back up. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait on Apple, man. I don't. I'm gonna wait at should we wait? Like, I still have shares. I don't want to, look the gift horse in the mouth when it does come all the way back up to the upside, because now is failing pretty nicely down to the downside there. Amazon as well doing what it's trying to do. We talked about the danger of a possible pullback. How dare you report a good number? All right, so here goes Palantir. Let's get some more out on Palantir, because again, we've been like bleeding to the downside. The market is all down. I mean, we talked about wanting to buy the TQQs today. That hasn't been something that I've even thought about yet because of what Apple's been doing, what Amazon's been doing. And then yesterday, we did have a downside push in Google, and look what that's doing. We even said today, when Neil and I were looking at the chart, I said, you know what, I think actually Google's probably a short because of what it did yesterday, and there goes Google short as well. So this market is really bleeding all over itself right now into the last day of the month. It's a spooky Halloween out there for longs, it seems like right now. The market's still up 1%, but I guess it's very much stock specific. I haven't even looked at Nvidia, and that's coming back in right now as well. We're able to get out decently at the top there, but we still have half of this trade, so that's not working out for us. Nvidia either. The only real saving grace for me, again, is this Palantir, and that just keeps on ripping. So let's get another piece out there at 15s or 13s and hope that these other ones can somehow turn themselves around, because it's not good right now for the longs that I have.
It's not, and Lumen's at VWAP, so I have a judgment call to make. Apple breaks the low, and I'm jumping out of that one for the fail. And what's interesting, it'll be like a 1-to-1. Well, if it breaks the low, it'll be at a 1-to-1 with Meta. But this was, again, the only short idea I had with Lumen. By the way, Lumen actually beat on earnings. It wasn't actually like it was a bad report. They beat on earnings. But we talked about how the Palantir deal meant more than these earnings. Well, look what it did on the Palantir deal. Look what it's done on earnings despite beating. So I think this is I like the short, but given how far it's fallen, I have to see a very, very setup, like a topping tail, trend reverse, something along those lines. It's getting close to that price, but let me just jump over it, because Amazon's still putting in some higher lows. So it played once from 48 to VWAP, like goes into the prior high and plays to the volume weighted average price. The next step would be, can we break that volume weighted average price? Here's the problem. Problem is, market's dumping, and we just broke the overnight low to the downside. So I don't know if that's the moment that I want to jump into a second. So I'm going to kind of back off that until I see a little bit of pep in the step of the market. And hopefully Apple will do a little something better, because it's just hanging around that low.
Yeah, we're starting to crush now.
Yeah, it was able to just get 70. You just got to 71 for a tick. I have an order in front of 72. I don't know if I want. I'm not going to reload.
I have Apple.
This is the first green candle here, and after a sea of red, and that was all you needed on Google yesterday.
I'm in the 90s. Okay, I just took some out in the 60s because that's where it stopped, but I'm still in the 90s. I'm at 92 for some reason. So hopefully this can get going, man. We're almost green again there today, but it won't be green on Apple, as that's not going to be a green one for me unless this really gets going, which I'm willing to hold on to it for a little while. But again, like I don't. It's not about turning a stock red. It's about just watching out the action on this thing to see exactly what is happening. And right now it's Apple time as that's starting to go back up to the upside. Nvidia's having a hard time with everything. We were able to get out of Palantir more up there at 205.50, but now this is starting to come back just a little bit as well. Let me get something out in the mid 201s. And then just watch out for Apple, because Apple right now is starting to bounce again off of that 271 area. So I'm going to get another piece out, which I just did, and let's let this thing settle down maybe a little bit and try to get back to the upside. The big worry for me here is Nvidia, because it is not moving.
Oh, before we go there for numbers, Tesla actually just curled 450. Same thing it did last week. Broke 450 and on the way back in. Shout out to everyone that made that the #1 list on our stock visual, or #1 stock on our stock visualizer.
Yep,
let's go to Adara.
And I here on the market as we get ready for Chicago PMI in 8 seconds. 42 is the forecast. Previous print here of 40.6. Also be aware, it looks like ExxonMobil could call right now, seeing some comments from them for XOM. Chicago PMI just waiting on this print to see if we get this. Hopefully this populates for us. 43.8, so better than expected Chicago PMI. Again, 43.8 versus 42.3 expected, and the previous print of 40.6. This market making a little bit of an attempt to push higher here, but still very much down from the open, though up on the day for the NASDAQ, guys. Back to you.
Put it up. All right, Apple's starting to go, man. It just went to it just broke 271 and stopped, so it just came right back to us, and yeah, this is what happened. I thought it was starting to go finally. It went to 271.50, and for some reason I didn't get anything out there, so now it's falling back in with the market here. Apple might have just had opportunities, and we took some opportunity there for sure. We're out of more than half of this reload there on Apple as it's trying to fall back in again into this 269 or so. Yeah, I don't even have any more bids down here, but I'm going to stop out if we finally break near that low for Apple. Maybe I'll put another small bid down there as well, just in case. 69, because the way it's floating around now, I mean, you know, maybe we do get picked up somewhere down there. All right, it's Nvidia, man, and look at this. So we were able to get something out. It didn't even come back up into 207.50. You know, that deal was south of the there, but it's still bouncing around here. Where's my stop? Just to make sure, right, we got to break through this 200 period, but we did just take a piece there down low. So let's get a little bit out on Nvidia as it's trying to make another move higher. So we'll take advantage of our latest fill there on Nvidia, and that was 60s. We just got out at 60s, so we just got long at 50s. We got a piece out there at 65s, but not good enough, man. Nvidia have to work upside, or this is a problem. Is AMD also doing something right now? Okay, so that's not great news for us. All right, Apple, I'm going to take advantage of this again.
It just hit 71 again, and the seller is right there the second time. When I say, oh, no, it broke. It just broke. There was a refresher at 271 again. So I took some out. I'm going to reload this time because I didn't last time if we get back down underneath that 260 level, sorry, 270 level. But now it looks a little bit better on Apple as it's held that bid. I'm not happy with I don't mind that. I never like it when I get in front level. If I know I'm giving it to 71, I should never take a breakout at 72 in that case. But we'll see if this can get to the volume weighted average price. Tesla, everybody. Tesla, I don't know if this is going to be the same as last Friday, but that's a pretty decent turn off 450. What I can tell you is when it failed 450 last week, it was much violent. Like the secondary candle was not gentle into the volume weighted average price. It crushed it down in like $4 or $5 almost instantly in a matter of seconds. So it's looking a little bit stronger than last Friday. I'm not thinking short on it. I'm trying to get Lumen short, but I'm reminded it's SAR, which unfortunately means you cannot always hit the bid.
Right.
So when it broke VWAP down, I punched the bid. I didn't get filled because it's short sell restricted, meaning I need an uptick. So it has to go up to pick me up into the short on Lumen. Beat on top and bottom, but unfortunately, stock heading lower. Just for everyone out there, HKD on their earnings, I didn't even see what the EP, let's be honest. I know they beat revenue by like 1,000%. Still going high. The pure squeeze play.
Not bad.
Yeah, pure squeeze play. The revenues were 73 million, so I wouldn't get too excited about that. It's just whatever. It's a lower float name, so you're going to see it go absolutely ham. The high of the day. It's up there on the visualizer as number 2. Number 1 is Tesla. That's why I was bringing it up to you guys. So Tesla, HKD, Meta we haven't looked at. Meta was a great bounce play yesterday. I don't know if it's having the same fate on a weak market. Robinhood, SoFi. Remember, jump in the chat, hit subscribe. Whenever you talk about a symbol, put dollar, just type $sign. So dollar sign, let's just say, I don't know, the first thing that came to mind is PLTR, because I guess you're in it. So I'll hit that, and then you'll see it drop down at some point, and then it'll pop up on the list. This makes it easier for us to all know what is moving, what's interesting, what we want to cover, what we want to talk about. But for now, my eyeballs are on the same 3 places. It's going to be Apple, Amazon.
Apple's a good one now, all of a sudden, Neil.
Just get to VWAP, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Apple all of a sudden starting to work, man. We're really happy. We're back to green now. Again, it's been a battle, man. I mean, Palantir has been the saving grace for me. Nvidia's trying to go. Hopefully it's been getting out on Nvidia. I don't have good feels about this one, guys, today, so I don't want to keep averaging into it. Nvidia has really been the most disappointing to me has been Nvidia, but Apple, because we kept chasing it, that's my bad on that one. We shouldn't have taken it right here. Down into here is fine because we have 270, just like yesterday on Google with 280, but yeah, Meta continues lower as well. Day 2 play. We talked about that yesterday with Sharif and that 650 area. Let's see if that plays again here today. 1.3%. Oh boy, Neil. Here we finally go. Let's go.
Money, 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 money.
Finally,
money,
man.
money,
Nice
money,
move breaking
money.
through. I mean, let's just hope we didn't jinx it. Let's see if it breaks through finally. There we go. We'll get some 95s anyways. All right, we're out 95. Let's see if it breaks through now. O's one more time. The highest we got there was like 270, 205 or something like that. Let's see if it finally breaks it. We just took a 95 out there on Apple, and I have an 06 sitting there right now as well, just in case we get that next little bump through, and then we can wait on Apple earnings, which got flushed real early, man, on that one. All right, Bitcoin not doing anything, but let's check out Coinbase to see if we get an idea here. 350, good mark. Up to 565, 5.65%, sorry. Now for Coinbase, looking at a longer area of about 355, 200 period and VWAP well above that. If the market wants to continue to dip down and you like your Coinbase, I think you can watch out for 340, man. It gave us this base down here between 336 and 338. So yeah, that would be, you know, the first take around 340, the 200 period. You got to make sure that you have enough shares to average in if it does come back into here. But so far, so good on those plays. I'm trying not to look too much at my position so I don't
Meta
get out of them all.
Day 2 SSR and at yesterday's lows.
That's what I was saying. It's back at that 350 area.
What? Whatever. You know what?
Damn it, Apple just dropped $1.
There's no such thing as a good report or bad report. It's whatever the stock market decides to do with it. But come on, this was a good report for Meta.
You thought so?
Look, whatever. Objectively speaking, it was a good quarter for Meta, but obviously it's getting sold off again. The bottom was yesterday. Technically, the bottom was at $650, but I think the higher low here at 655 is going to make a little bit for a trend break. I got one offer in Lumen, but I didn't get the other. So
Lumen, right.
I threw it at 60 because, yeah, whatever. It's obvious. It's right underneath the volume weighted average price, but I had another offer that did not get filled. Apple needs to break 272.
Yes. It just, right.
And if I don't see a hold over
about
272, I'm jumping out.
Oh, okay.
I get nervous when the fan stops because I'm waiting for
the sometimes it means that we're about to get knocked out of this
There's been
position.
a fan going all morning long here while they're doing the construction, and it just turned off. So it's just so quiet in here.
Yeah, and then you all, I just fear that like something like the
breaker
over there. Right, and then all of a sudden it's like, bye-bye.
Because our stations lost power the last time that happened, and you guys listened to us, and we couldn't do anything.
We did buy some Nvidia a little lower than where we are right now, so let's give this one a little look. The thing is we wrote down Nvidia 205, and yet here I am, like buying all these levels to the upside. We did like that break early, right? Like when Nvidia took the top there at 207.50. Yeah, now I can actually even hear myself talk, which is kind of weird. But there's 207.50 up to 208. So we do think that there is some movement here for Nvidia to get back going, especially if these futures continue that upside push. And we're still $3 in the money on Palantir, but having a big problem with 202. So we're light on Palantir now, man. So we're going to get out one more piece upside right around now if we can. We just put a 76 offer there. I think it stopped at 75. So hopefully we can get that as it blasts a little bit up there as it's having a problem. And just Nvidia that's going to go. If this breaks 206, we're out. Like it just, again, we just got some out there in the 50s. I want to leave it in case it goes. Like what is SMH doing right now? We can just have a quick look. I'm assuming it's going to be heading to the downside. We saw AMD.
AMD was down.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe, this could be a holding area right now. I mean, it looks like the whole semis are trying to hold. So if we can get a nice little backup push, we do have board, right? I mean, AMD is another big one. Broadcom, AVGO could. Okay, no, wow, my bad. Look at AMD. AMD is doing Oppo right now, going upside.
Okay.
Made a great base of 258 there. Now, they're just liking Nvidia. They're just liking AMD a hell of a lot more than NVIDIA. So here it goes. There's the breakdown on NVIDIA. We're going to stop out once that breaks. So bye-bye NVIDIA very soon. And that was a bad trade. We will flush our. How come that just didn't? Where am I getting out at here? Okay, right there. So it just finally breaks. So there it goes. We'll have to flush our toilet. We will be red on NVIDIA, which kind of sucks, but it's been a good stock for us. I can't feel bad about that trade, other than the fact that it just kept on pouring in all morning, right? We did good to get out when we did, but at the end of the day, man, it's pouring lower right now, as is the market. Good outs.
We don't have the bounce like yesterday.
Yeah, good outs on Apple, but
yeah, I just took the shot.
Short.
The only short idea I had was Lumen, so once again, I might look at Bitcoin in a quick little second, but we took the shot. I took the shot on Meta there. Is it had a nice bottoming tail forming at the prior low, but my rule is if it breaks the low of the day, I get out. Just trying to catch a bid again. I don't mind staying the same area if it shows strength, but strength will be at least closing Closing this candle above 656 is what I would need to see, and it's not happening yet. So as I said, it might have rinsed me out and give me another chance to get in. This was a clean move when it did this into the volume weighted average price. So there's plenty of potential here. VWAP's actually $8 from here, so it's worth at least a couple of shots, but I need to see a better candle forming. Lumen, I am short, but the other place I was at least considering the short trade is not moving, and that's IBIT. So it's not going to be IBIT. Usually at this time of day, if we're looking relatively weak, okay, what's Intel doing? Like the chips were.
We have a new position.
Chips, it was just AMD. Intel's at the low of the day. I'm not sure the lows of the day here. It feels like that feels like a trap.
Yeah, we have basically a new position, so we'll just siren up right now. It's the TQs. I wrote down. I mean, look at the bottom today is 118. Like, so stupid, man. We lose money on Nvidia, but look at the TQs. 118 longs. Dips only to be bought. 118, right? It's at 118.40, and the low of the day is 118.01. So we missed that opportunity chasing the dream over there with Nvidia. Now, Apple's dream has been fine. It has not been. Oh, it was a nightmare temporarily, but it's been okay. And this is why you flash out when you can. Nvidia went down to 205.25s right there. So we saved ourselves like 75 cents by getting out on that 206 break. We actually got 205.92s or so. So we saved ourselves a little bit there on that breakdown at least there for Nvidia, but still not a great look there for Nvidia. Hopefully it can rally, right? We have the Qs on board, so that should be enough to rally the name higher, the NASDAQ higher if Nvidia goes. Here's Reddit. You can basically forget it today. It's not. You have a big move up there into 230. Now the fall back into 215, 216, and now the bump higher into 220. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Reddit. A good story for that name today as they beat everywhere and 17% short float. RDDT right now. I'm just trying to monitor my own positions a little bit.
I hate you, Meta. So here's the thing. Okay. I follow my rule and stop out at the low, and now the top is in. Well, the break is in on Meta, but I found something else which is breaking trend. If I'm missing that, and I think it's going to be Roblox. So this is Roblox. Look, Roblox also reported into the fundamentals a bit, but this just broke the downward trend. As we're going to go to Adara at the news desk. What do you have for us?
News.
I have some gene editing related news here. I'm seeing this circulate on X that the FDA apparently clearing way for fast personalized gene editing treatments. Keep an eye on CYRX, SGMO, CRSP, and EDIT, as well as potentially DNA. Here is CRSP. Of the ones I saw, this is probably reacting the best to this story. So CRSP pushing higher. Again, apparently we're seeing that the FDA is clearing the way for personalized editing treatments. Back to you.
We were talking about like different types of names that could go, and I was like, oh, I want to look back at some of those like gene editing names and whatever. And I was trying to figure out which one I wanted to get. At one point I had Pat B, and there's and all that kind of stuff.
Science is crazy.
And then obviously I don't actually make a decision and buy any of them, and they're going to run. That's how it works, man. Like sometimes,
of course,
sometimes you have an idea. It's like, well, if you think on the day, one of these might be. I maybe nibble into one of them. But look, I missed the boat on Meta there. No, we lost the thing again.
They got it.
But Roblox, I don't know if my chart's on right now.
It's back.
So there was a trend break, and when I saw the trend break that obviously I mucked up on Meta, I didn't muck it up. It ran the low, so I just kept my stop, and then my stop got red. I didn't get back into it because I'm not going to chase that move up there. If I was in it, look, I'd be taking profit here and I'd be taking profit there, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. Roblox, very similar idea here. It broke trend, pulls back into the pre-market, I guess, bottoms or like this level here into 115, and then look for the volume weighted average price at 115 on Reddit. Sorry, Roblox. Roblox is a day 2 earnings play. I still think this setup means somewhat of a short, but it's not really setting up a short because I thought you'd have to pop back into prior highs or into the 122 range, which clearly did not happen. Apple's still struggling a little bit here. It's holding 270, which is nice, but I averaged up. Like I bought at 70 and then I bought again at 70.50. So if it can't hold on to this 70 level, I'm going to jump out of it underneath 270. If it holds 70 and kind of breaks this little downward trend, I can add back in and still play the game into the volume weighted average price. Yeah, kind of a crazy day this morning. And you know what we haven't talked about, Sean? The biggest earnings name yesterday was Alphabet. And look what they're doing to it again today.
time to buy that name.
Again, it broke 280. It's trying to fill in the whole gap. So 275 would be the level I'm watching here on Alphabet. But this market on a Friday, I don't want to call it a free fall Friday because the market's up 0.8%, the NASDAQ. I can't call it a free fall Friday. But you look at some individual names, and they're not exactly doing well.
No, there's not a lot of hype here today yet. I'm trying to get this. I mean, I'm not getting in anymore. We've already bought our 118s right there, so we're long at 118.01, and we just got out in the 20s. So this one could be a 1-to-1 trade. I mean, if we break too much lower than where we are right now, 119.85, 117.85, then we're going to get out on that most recent. It actually hasn't really broken yet, but it looks like right now with the futures starting to do these kind of moves back in, it will potentially break. Yeah, good. Go grab it. But right now, TQ's trying to make some moves lower. We were getting out of some Apple right here as well. I feel like the market is just going to fade out, man. You got Meta going lower, Google going lower, Apple now heading lower, Nvidia also heading lower as well. Wow, Nvidia's breaking the day's low right now, and AMD also. So, man. Yeah, I know it's not a free fall Friday because we're up 0.8, but we're up 1.5 or so at one point. So we've given a lot back here on the day. We call for Adara? And let's go.
Let's take a look here at this market, which, as Sean and Neil were saying, it is actually up. It's just very much down from where we opened, though. Looks like the SPY did try to make a bit of an attempt at recovery here on the most recent 15-minute candle. Once again, and like we're going to see for the next couple weeks, earnings are really ruling the roost here in terms of what we're looking at. And specifically this week with big tech earnings, we had 5 of the 7 names reporting this week, including Amazon. AMZN right now struggling a little bit, but gapping up here more than 12% at its pre-market highs with a double beat here for AMZN, specifically AWS growth at strongest 2022. Then we had Apple, AAPL, also a double beat, but not quite as rosy as Amazon, which with 2 of the key metrics that we look for Apple, iPhone revenue and China sales, both falling a little bit short of estimates. Last but not least, NFLX doing really well today, announcing a 10-for-1 forward split, which has been long anticipated for this ticker. That split's going to be effective as of November 17th, 2025. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil for more Halloween trading, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. What a roller coaster here. I was actually just telling my wife, thanks for the costume and everything. And I just told her, what a wild day, man. I was down. I was up really good in the beginning, then down, and now flattish here on the day. So, but yeah, wild day. All right, so the TQs continue to go a little bit higher here off bouncing. I mean, just waited and actually took this trade, which we did take, but if this was our only one, ifs and buts, right, then we would be fine. But we did wind up taking different trades in there today. And, on our sticky note, we did have a break of 207.50, so I cannot hate on that. But when you fail the break, point in waiting. We were able to get out a decent amount, then back out some there as the market continues to make new lows right now, actually, as we speak. We're going to tap out of all of these names if and when we finally break. I'm trying to find that stock visualizer. So here it is right here. Let's go over this and figure out what names you guys want us to look at. So, Open Door. Okay, so Open Door is still getting some talk there. HKD up 31 subs, up 82%. That's a good. Robinhood. Oh, you know what name I didn't look at today was SoFi. Lumen down 12%, Coinbase 6. I wrote down, actually, you know what? I wrote down, oh, thank you, Miss. That's good. Yeah, I prefer regular milk. Thank you, Neil. We wrote down 29. So shout out to Abs over there. Sorry, my bad, Jesse Barfield. Oh my God, you will not believe. This is just ridiculous. Again, trying to chase dreams is a great thing to do. That is for sure. But right there, long SoFi 29.
By Apple. Damn it.
That's what we wrote down. That was supposed to be a trade of ours. We just got out of the TQs as the market broke the lows. There's 29. So, yeah, that kind of sucks. We'll see if that comes back in. at some point there. But yeah, the TQs breaks. So I got it at 75% of it on that break just to see if there was an extension, and it looks like there is. So we're going to hold just a little bit to see, because yesterday's closing, we come right into here. I know it's just because we shut it off. I shut it off at 4:30. That's when our charts actually stopped working, or at 4:30. So that's why yesterday when Apple came out, we didn't have the chart, so I had to use a different one. But right into here has been a decent level anyways, is what I was trying to look at. That's 117.17. So hold this last little piece until we get into 117 and possibly average in down into there. We're still up on the TQs, so it was a good trade, but obviously this drip down is not making me very happy. So that's that trade. Palantir, I'm kind of just on it a little bit. I only have now like between 5 and 10% left of this trade, and so many outs up there. Was a good one. Yesterday's IPO, Navin, N-A-V-N, we crushed that on the short 22. That goes to 1975 yesterday. Looks like it goes even lower this morning, down into 19. And there's that 1975 holding. So Navin on day 2 looking much better. There goes the TQs back to the upside again.
Apple's catching a secondary hit here. We'll get to some of the other names, and thank you for the super chat there, Josh. But I'm trying to reload Apple in here. Roblox is still trying to go. So Roblox, it broke the trend. It held the prior bar low, so it's still, I guess, it's still on pattern. I should almost consider a reload. If we close kind of holding this bar on the 3-minute, it's like 113 1/3, then I'll reload that, see if we can't still get that volume weighted average price. But you're getting a nice curl here. Okay. All right. I just said okay because Nvidia, well, pull back close enough to that resistance where I think this is now the curl. It's breaking the trend as we speak. So if trend break is happening on Nvidia, I should be in 20 cents ago, realistically, because it actually broke at 45. So 15 cents ago, but I'm kind of leaving the order in to try and get picked up. Another trend break. VWAP is a little tighter here than Roblox, though. That's the thing. Like there was more room for upside here on Roblox to the volume weighted average price because the market's trending down. Oh, wow. It's when the market's trending down, I'm thinking trend breaks only to VWAP, and there's Roblox. It was holding. Got to leave it on this chart. I'm trying to get in. It was holding. We got that first move. It gave you the dollar, but then it came right back in underneath that 113 level. So slightly up, but that didn't really go through for us there. Like you want that break to get you a little bit closer. I just feel like the market is not seeming like it's strong enough to give you the reversion all the way. Like individual names are bouncing and giving you these clean trend breaks, but the only one that followed through to VWAP was Amazon, and that was a while ago off the open, and it's right back at the lows itself, Amazon. So the new one for me is going to be Nvidia. If I'm thinking long today, about the only thing available that I'm seeing are these trend breaks from the bottom. So I'm just kind of waiting for something to set up. It breaks the trend. I punch in, set my stop, and hopefully it'll fly.
For the best.
Just like the Jays are going to fly.
Yes, exactly. The Jays will be fine. Okay, there goes Palantir. I mean, Palantir is an absolute monster. I mean, I just wish it was the only stock that I traded today, and it would be a much different net day for me. But you can, go back and forth of that. We're going to be up on the TQs. We're going to be down on Nvidia, which is too sad because it just came right in, man, right to 205. Like that was again the level that I wrote down. Like it's just not following plan today and getting a little too excited and thinking the market was going to crank, as far as it did. And we had 205 written down. So that's a mistake for me. So hopefully we can, rectify that at some point and maybe even get some more in. I mean, and this is what, I'm looking at it every day. I look at this note and I think about it like we should be following everything on there. It's the first thing I wrote down was 205 long or, 208.50 break. I took 207.50. That might have been a mistake by me again. So, oh man. But anyways, new South Korea chip deal sparks another rally. SoFi long also, we miss that, and we miss Nvidia long. So we miss all of these things, right? The only thing that we wind up getting is Apple, which breaks well below that 275 area.
Amazon just broke the low.
Yeah, well, it didn't break the low yet on Apple, but we just. Amazon did. Sorry. Yeah, we can have a quick. Do you have it up?
And back. Okay. Wow, they just rinsed the low of the day on Amazon. Well,
yeah, I mean, there's still.
It hasn't held yet. It's still actually trending down, but they just took out the low of the day. I say they. I just mean the market broke the low. I still like Amazon, but I haven't a good spot to get back into it yet. That's not a distinct enough. like there was a bottoming tail last time. That was an obvious setup. When you see that kind of bottoming tail candle, you could have grabbed it on even the open of the next bar. But I'm not seeing it yet on Amazon. So I'm going to, again, just going to stay away as we go back to the desk. Adara, what do you have for us?
Yeah.
But I hear, guys, on Nvidia, Hyundai Motor Group announcing they're going to be using Nvidia Blackwell AI tech to support, quote, a lot of AI-based transport systems. Now, we know that Hyundai and Nvidia, we already kind of heard some mentions here, I believe, from Jensen Huang during the GTC conference that there was some kind of entanglement there. So not brand new information, but either way, keep an eye on this. And there is a move up here for Nvidia, and continuing to see this circulated on ExxonMobil as well. I'm still seeing comments from the CEO, so just be careful and aware if you are trading today. ExxonMobil, back to you.
All right. More on the TQs at 118.30s. It seems like that's going to be the high. So again, we got out of 75% there, which kept us still green, and then we punched some more through 118 there on the long. I am waiting for some more Nvidia down at the low side. We did have Lumen. Some people were asking about that one on the chat as well. Thank you for everybody, man. Hit the likes, hit the subscribe. I mean, we're here in our costumes, trying our best for everybody. Down 13% right now is Lumen as that continues to go lower there. So deal with Palantir, that's nice, but that was days ago. And now with earnings, Lumen falls right back in. I mean, looking for support. I mean, it's funny because I guess we're there now at $8, but that's going to be a good level there, like $7, $8, where we popped up through on Palantir. But nice move down for Lumen. If you like the stock, I mean, this would be not a horrible day to think about starting a position. You know, falling knives can continue. We see that today with Google and Meta and things like that. So just be careful on your positioning in those specific names, especially ones that tend to, you know, have bigger 12, 13, 14% moves daily. Lumen doing it today as well. So they had one on news and then reversed that the way around. So yeah, I'm just still starting to sit here. I'm still looking for some short ideas. I don't know if you found any. It might be Apple might be the best short idea.
Apple is definitely trending downwards. It just broke the low again. So, you know, Apple's going to give it up. Between the shot on Apple, well, it's I hesitate to say shot because I've been 1, 2, 3. So 4, 1 for 4 on Apple, and then we lost on Meta. So that's like 1 for 5 between those two reversion plays. The good news about mean reversion is the one reversion on Meta to VWAP yesterday makes up for 1 for 5. But again, I actually would argue I should be up because one of these was not a good entry point. If I'm more patient, I should never have entries like this. It should only look like that, and I really don't like that one. But it is what it is. You just got to be able to move on to the next. For the small cappers out there, this might be your day. You know, sometimes it's easy. I say this a lot, but when the market, the NASDAQ, it looks like this, and we're just all red. Sometimes the long is pick something that's a runner, or pick something that's like a short name or a small cap, because you have a better chance at the longs in something like that. HKD happens to be it, but I think this thing is.
Yeah, HKD is
look, if it was me, like I would be, you know, somewhat aggressively taking profit on this stock. It tends to not hold up for very long. I'll leave it at that. I'm actually going to pay for locates for lunchtime or like in the afternoon.
Go Apple.
Actually, I should do this. No, we don't have locates. I should never assume, but we don't. I'm going to pay for them at some point. Not now. I think it's too early now.
All right, so we reloaded it. I mean, I thought you were going to say stick with you did stick with runners. And then look at this, man. $5?
Money.
Like, the minute I put this hat on today is when we should have been like, okay, it's Palantir time. And we nailed Palantir yesterday, man. Palantir yesterday was a great trade right off of. And then again, like, you know, let it breathe a little bit in there for Palantir. We like the 200 break. Right? That's what got us in the first time. It faded back out. We played off some of these levels from yesterday, and it wound up holding, which was nice, holding the 200 period, unlike its brethren. Wow, there's lots of stocks that didn't hold that today. I mean, we can go over many tech names.
Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, everything but Palantir, because the real money and the biggest winners in the stock market is Alex Karp. But there it goes, man. Palantir up to 203 and change, up another 4 and a bit percentage points there as well. I'm going to try Nvidia if it does come back into 205, because again, it was a level that we wrote down. We thought we liked it. We're going to give it to that local bottom of 204.75. So if it does break down below that, then we scramming out of that one. But here it is, man, a nice reload on that downside for Apple. And I know I'm talking about the same names, but honestly, like, I'm putting in a lot risk into some of these names, so I can't really just leave them and start to talk about other things. But there are many other names. I mean, we had Intel today as well on a story. I mean, some of the stories today that were important to all of us, right? We had the strong earnings. I'm just going to go over Sharif's note there. Amazon, which was a good one there. Coinbase beats everywhere, so we can have a quick look and see what Coinbase is doing. I always look over here to see what's going on with Bitcoin, but right now I look down, it's 1099.
Roku.
So it's still doing that. Roku was another name that reported.
14%.
Yeah, so that was a good one. And then Reddit also was popping on earnings earlier today as well, as here comes Apple right back down again. Reddit up 17%. So yeah, Roku, Reddit, man. I mean, forget these mega cap names.
Yeah, but at least Roku,
I'm gonna get some more Apple.
At least in the case of Reddit, like Reddit, yeah, I could see it. Roku, my opinion of Roku doesn't really matter. Roku's strong anyway, so it doesn't matter what you think. It's breaking out, and it's got some squeeze potential to it. And you know what? Let's be real. The chart actually looks pretty good. It's a very long range from like 50 into like this high that's finally breaking out. You pretty much go the entirety of the last 2 years between $50 and $100, and now you're getting the breakout. So shout out to everyone that happens to like Roku. I wish I did, but I don't.
Yeah, it's all good. All right.
I don't know anyone that has it. Oh, Apple has a trend line finally.
Yeah, but it's still hitting it and reversing.
Well, that's the thing. But at least there is one. So. But before, I'm just going off of even dollar levels. Now there's something different to work off of here. Like I was just sort of saying, hey, let's go to prior high and 272 instead of 71. I'm shaking my head because I'm an idiot. Should have been 1. And then 270 was okay. Now there is an actual trend line on the 3-minute to give me some kind of a different entry, which will be breaking the trend line. Happens to be at 270 again. So that's what I'm looking at for Apple. But Amazon was the one with the big, we're talking 20% on Azure. Well, Azure. AWS, come on, Neil. AWS growth, which is exactly what everyone was looking for. And it tanked a little bit, filled in a bit of the gap, but it's trying to break its trend as well. So those are the two things I'm looking for. It looks like Amazon's going to do it first. I might nibble in. This is very close to closing above the trend line.
What the hell just happened?
We just have like,
Nvidia.
I don't know, like a minute or two, 1 minute before this actually gets a close above the trend line.
Up. It's our moment. We're together. We're gold.
How do you know the words?
We're golden. Cause my wife just messaged me them because she's watching it, and she's like, Neil is definitely the guy from.
The beanie's supposed to be yellow.
That's the problem.
But it's Blue Jays Day. I'm like, I'm not buying a. Well, actually, I would have.
Neil is gold. Okay,
I would have bought a yellow one, but I'm like, I have to wear something Blue Jays while I'm on air today.
Yeah, man, of course. Represent those Blue Jays. Today, the Blue Jays face everyone's Los Angeles Dodgers, who will hopefully
on the planet right now
not have our number again today. The great Yoshi Yamamoto.
He's so good.
But you know what? Hey, that's the thing. It makes it more special. Like if we
100%.
can beat their number one guy to raise the trophy.
I love watching greatness. I'm one of those I'm not going to be in a good mood tonight.
Well,
but like I can always like when we lost him in game 2. Like I could look back the day after and was appreciative of the fact that I saw a guy who was just absolutely unbelievable, even though it kind of crushed us. This
hedge fund keeps getting stuck up in here.
Yeah,
hedge fund. Fabian.
Where's
Wagwan?
I expect Fabian. I have to admit, I kind of thought you would dress up.
He had the best. He had the best outfit. He had the roaring.
Represented
the kitty of Roar.
Roaring kitty.
He had,
which was perfect. And then it just.
Hey, how about Vladdy first inning home run?
Maybe. How about I'll be happy with an RBI single. Let's
bet you $100.
Done.
Okay.
If it's one of those bills, yeah, for sure.
Imagine what the odds are of first inning home run. I mean, Schneider and Vladdy.
Against this guy, he doesn't give up bombs.
Yeah, no, that would be happening. We do have a super chat there, Andre. If you can grab that for us.
Out of the yard.
All right, Palantir now back up to the highs. The TQs are finally going, so we're going to get some more outs here on the TQQs. Was there one, Andre? Or did I miss it? Oh, we have a lot of them. Okay. Things are starting to settle down. I don't want to miss super chats. That's the one thing that Neil and I, obviously, as I said, I'm trading with hundreds of shares every time as we're all busy trading is what I'm getting at. So part of the problem is that we missed some of the super chats, and I do apologize. And I think that's why the midday gets to them really quickly as well. So we want to do that. So Andre, I don't know the best way of doing it, but we can start firing them off. One that you see.
Can put them on screen.
Yeah, then we can do it.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. So thank you so much. Happy Halloween from Can't Get Right. There's a lot of volume coming to BQ. Okay, BQ was a name from yesterday. MSAI. So BQ yesterday was halted back and forth and up and down. Wow, we are in nice 4 nice
It's
positions.
a Chinese stock, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's halting again right now. MSAI, infrared company, popping up as well here today. So that was a good one. Day 2 play, right? MSAI yesterday was a nice little runner, breaking that dollar up to $2. I think we had Luis on about this show talking about getting volume, breaking above $1. Okay, Neil. We are on one right now. There goes Nvidia. Let's go. So it's not up that huge, that's for sure, but it's definitely helping your boys net. We are almost back to green again right here on the day, but good couple holds there on Nvidia. We are getting some out at 205. It's starting to break a little bit higher, but this stock to me looks pretty broken, honestly. I don't understand why Nvidia is doing this. It just hit all-time highs a couple days ago at 212. Now trying to fade back out. His brother AMD is doing okay. Broadcom I thought was doing better today. No, so I'm wrong on that one. Broadcom not doing well. Not a healthy name there either. So far so good though with the futures. We're up on it and it's dancing around. I mean, I'd like to see it go the other way. Here come the futures downside right now. So let's go back over. We just did good to get out of Nvidia. Some at the top there, but look at Nvidia cranking lower now as well. All right, did I hear a call for Adara? All right, let's go back over to Adara.
Let's talk here about this small cap recap. We'll start here with LUMN, Lumen Technologies. They are, I believe, still red on the day, but really nice push up here after open. And the earnings report from them, which is the reason they're on watch today, was not particularly bad either. They actually had a smaller than expected loss per share and better than expected sales, so double beat for LUMN. Next up, the aforementioned MSAI. Sean was just talking about this one. No new catalyst for this, but it ran yesterday. And its most recent news story that I could find was actually from Friday with a $14 million private placement. Last but not least, a fan favorite, not necessarily the market cap, but Open Door on watch, OPEN. No news on them. They do report after the bell on Thursday, so stay tuned for that market recap. I'm guessing that will be Sean and myself on November 6th to give you those. OPEN, though, making a move to the upside. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading or risking your own money, or never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing. Trade the Pool is trying to traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, which Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters. Discipline, consistency, growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, which is powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to you.
All right. Nvidia, thank you, Adara. Nvidia needs more space. Okay. I'm just going to say because I feel like there's enough story here that it wants to try to go up. We are trying to bounce right now off the 50-period moving average. We're trying to bounce off of the 200-period here on the chart as well. We're coming right into a nice little level here of 204.50. So I'm going to give it to 204.50. We just bought a little bit more there on the downside of Nvidia. So let's just wait to see. We did get taken out once it broke 205 the first time, but it just bounced off of that 50 area. I'm going to give it to that right now on Nvidia. I'm going to take a piece out because we do have a nice little reload there as well. But so far so good there on the reload. And I just told Marissa, like, this has been a wild net day for me, and she said it's because I'm sitting beside a Saja boy. So I'm getting the vibes over here. Like, this guy's a wild man over here beside me. So this guy's a, and I got to make sure that I'm watching my P's and Q's over here. But Apple, again, we're going to wait to see if we can be a little more patient with all of this. There it is. Generational costume there from Willis Anderson. So for you, Neil.
Well, you know, to be honest, like this one was, it's for my daughter. I was, usually I'll do something a little bit, better is not the right word, like bigger is what I like to.
Well, you didn't use that one year.
Yeah, it was Frozone.
Frozone, sorry, yeah.
But look, we've done like Star Wars as a family. We did the Halloween, Tim Burton Halloween is a family. Like, we always do a family theme. My daughter gets to pick it, and I'm not going trick-or-treating tonight because I'm going to be at the Jays game. So I'm missing a big day in our family, which meant she'd be able to watch the show, and I'm in the family costume. So I'm a Saja boy today, despite the fact that I'm not going to show you the abs. It's absolutely not happening. Have them. Ain't got them, son. The other super chat, let's go. Still in Google, 285 puts from 288 resistance. Willis Addison, congratulations. I wish this wasn't happening to Alphabet, but it is. Alphabet went red.
He hit the short? Oh, yeah.
And look at it not even try to hold that 280 level.
Nice
That's
job,
what's bad. It couldn't even hold on to that 280. But I think it made a little bit of a, see that trend break in the bottom? But that's what I'm hunting for in all of these names. Just looking for that clean entry. Like Nvidia, the trend break, it couldn't get to VWAP. Now it's got another one, the all-day trend. Stop talking, get in. The all-day trend just broke. You get an actual top, so there's your heavy trend line break, but then when it tops out here, you get another point to the actual high of the day, which is, again, another setup. A little bit different because the bottoming tail's too deep. Got to give it to this bar here because that's the best you can do. That's like 204. For anyone watching, that's like 204.85 or so. So Nvidia's trying to break trend. The Nasdaq's trying to break trend. Pretty much everything. I did finally find something that was like a half decent short setup, and that was Intel, which is down, and then kind of did this. Broke underneath VWAP, which I always like when something breaks under VWAP, but also breaking a very slight downward trend. And I'm like, well, can't find too much that I like to the short side, and Intel has room. So room to the low and a decent setup underneath the volume weighted average price. So I'd call this one like a B setup because it's really early for a VWAP trade, but if the market were to trend down, I feel like it would be a good one. But I'd much rather Nvidia get to VWAP, Apple get to VWAP. That's much more interesting to me if the market can do the bounce. Took a lot longer to find these bottoms today, I think. And thank you, Josh.
Oh, Hims.
Okay, I don't know the other symbol, so just I don't know CONL, but we can definitely look at it. HIMZ. Wait a minute. Oh shoot, that's a 2x on Hims. I didn't even know that. Sometimes we don't look at these. Hims obviously having a good day. I'm guessing it's going to be a 5% because this is up 10%. Nice Hims. This is working off the bottom. I usually like looking at the actual. Sorry, it's just for myself because I usually look at the normal chart. So I'm just going to go back and do that. It's the same thing, right? Double bottom, almost triple. Oh, no trend break yet on Hims, though. So this could be nice. A close above the period moving average is almost like a swing long at the end of the day here. If it closes above the 200 period moving average, then you got lots of them.
Demonetize us.
What? You can demonetize all you want.
And that's exactly what we're doing. All right, there it is, man. All right, so Soda Pop, as hopefully the market keeps going up now. So good little play here. We're going to figure this all out now. But Apple, we're getting a little piece out on the top side of that. And I don't know. Everything else is doing fine, man. We've got 4 longs right now on board, and they're all major mega cap names, baby. We've got Apple now, $1.30 in the money, as we hope that it can continue to.
The whole idea is that you can't help but do the shoulder thing.
All right. I don't know any of the dances. I just do it.
It's not even a dance.
Oh, okay.
Yes, technically it is a dance, but thank you, Sam. Good morning. Yesterday, I super chat you about Lulu. Is it a good time to buy Lulu since monthly candles close like you said? Okay, well, I mean, yes, no. It's the 31st, so you're halfway right about that. But my condition for Lululemon was, and I'm just going to pull up the chart I was referencing, because I say this like 2 weeks ago. If the entry point for something is holding on the monthly, obviously the odds that this somehow drops $10 in the next few hours, I'd say pretty unlikely. But technically speaking, the month hasn't ended yet. And what difference does, to me, if I'm looking at something on a monthly chart and look at all the room it has, it could double and get to the 50 period here for Lululemon. So who cares to me if I buy it on like today or wait till actually the candle closes. At any point, if it looks like it's going to close above next month on a green candle, I can just buy it next month. My whole plan was to buy it next month. maybe I like to nibble in next
Someone
Monday.
asked about Lulu?
Yeah, I might nibble
God.
in on Monday, but to me, I'm not getting a full position in this thing. You get the next month. So I might buy a little bit in November and then wait till December for a little more confirmation. Just look at the time frame large and the room to go is so big that as long as I get a price underneath $200, I'm not going to care about that. So yeah, I get it. It's just not there yet for me to be loading in. Certainly next week I might pick up a little bit, maybe 20%, and then wait till closer to the end of the month to get another maybe like 30%, and then buy the other half at some point in December to look for a big move up. Like it took us 6 months to get down here, so I don't need to rush in the day that it happens to be holding. End of the month. Look, it's the right level. This is the chart that I was working off of, but it's not necessarily
there it is.
An entry yet. To me, if I'm using a monthly chart for technicals, then I should use the monthly chart to respect my entries. Like I can't be using, I'm not getting in on a day trade, right? Like it's a longer time frame trade.
Yeah,
right,
thank
come
you
on.
for all those super chats. Yeah, I'm down. I just checked. I'm down 9.2% on Lulu.
But if you look at that level, technically it's got room to like $320 on that monthly chart.
I don't have a problem with holding
a couple
it.
of beats. That stock by mid next year, I think, could be at least 250.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Another one. That's the short at EDH. Prior day high.
Ooh.
You know what's funny? Like
good one.
I feel like we should have got that way faster.
I was thinking about it because it's a year-to-date high, stuff like that. Okay, so yes, I mean, all right, so.
Yeah, but Tesla's so strong relative to the market right now. I don't know if that's.
Say the big thing is kind of looking at what the market's doing right now. We're trying to break a little bit higher on the market, which has been really great. I mean, we have the trade on the TQ, so we're long the futures, we're long Palantir. Like we're $7 in the money in total right now, but still trying to absorb some of those hits that we had early. So you want to know about yesterday's high, past day's prior day high, rated to there. Where? I mean, we're already extending through all of those levels right now. So yeah, I mean, I like Tesla here. We've always liked the name. It's but look at how good that was right into there on that low break right now. I would say, yeah, Tesla has room to 460 here. Futures get going, and I would say watch out for that 461 and change. But here's the prior day high right into here. So that's why I had to zoom in. So yeah, we just broke like right into here of 930. So yeah, great level pick up there at 453. I think if you have that, hold it down to the 200 moving average is 450. I think you can get a good little run here in Tesla, especially if this market does try to climb back up to day's high. Look, $1.50 now in the money on Apple. We have now $1 in the money on Nvidia off of the low there. So that was a good take for us. Palantir's $4 in the money now, and the TQs are finally starting to go. I got to get out some of this one as well. Let's get out some more upside out here because I don't have anything out. So there's an out into the 50s. Yes, sir, man. Today is a good day. That is for sure. So we're hoping that the market, and this is relatively undramatic right now, but we do hope that the market does have a little bit of a soda pop in it right now, Neil. So let's go over to Adara.
Be aware here. Vale, V-A-L-E, CFO of the company saying they're likely to announce extra dividends in the next coming months. So again, VALE on watch. Also keep an eye here in this ALGM, Banyan Hill, which is, I guess, a finance-related publication, saying this could be a long idea, calling it part of the, quote, robotic revolution. So ALGM with this long call, and then VALE, CFO saying they're very likely to announce extra dividends over the next few months. Back to you.
That's not our... very much there. Oh, there's a SPAC IPO that I want to look at today, but I don't think we have it in the system. Viking is the SPAC. Yeah, so if you're looking, it's not a traditional IPO. This is a SPAC today called Viking Acquisition, and it's got whatever. Like you're pretty much always going to open around $10. That's how they work, and they don't move a ton. If one of these goes from like 10 to 1030, that's actually a good move, and a 1.2 million buy and balance. But that's not a traditional IPO. It's a SPAC IPO, different from what we would normally look at on the IPOs. I've been wanting to just grab one if I can get tight to that $10 level and just try to scalp it if I could, but we don't have access to it today, unfortunately.
All right, new position alert. Let's go. Finally got our SoFi, man. All we're doing is trying to follow our plan of action. You can go. I'll put this in the sticky note. chat right now for those of you that are joining, man. It's where I write down all the trade ideas that I have for the day early, right? It doesn't mean that, like Palantir, for example, we have on here. We had it on there yesterday, but always on our mind. Neil covered it off the open there. But there's SoFi 29. We missed it the first time. It went 29.50. We got it again. Nvidia 205 long. We have that. Apple was a disaster. We've talked about that. I mean, we're in Apple now. We're up $1.25 on it, but that took a while. That did not came in, and we did not think that. And then the TQ's 118 long is now 65 cents in the money on that trade. So was it 65 cents? What did we do? I can't believe I'm in 5 positions right now. It's absolutely nuts. But there's the SoFi trade. We just got 10s, so that's so far so good. It does break below, and we just gave it a sort of a heartbeat there, and it was down for a couple of minutes, and then it started to go back up, and I actually didn't notice until it broke through 29. So I probably should have had it during that break, but I'm not stopping out there anyways. I put 75 as my stop, but now that the market is, and this is starting to go upside. Let's get some more out here. I'm waiting at 13s, and then we'll see if we can get a 23. That would be great. And there we go. There's 13s right now. Bang. All right. So that's working out for us. Nvidia is now finally into the club that we are very familiar with. That is the dollar club. So there it goes right there for Nvidia. Just faded though off of 206. Let's get another out in and around 206 because my best out is only 83s. So there I'm at. I thought, is that my NASDAQ? Did we just get printed there? No, what am I offering? Oh, there it is. We just got out there. Okay, so O's. So there's a couple outs there on Nvidia at this side right now, but this is what we have, man. We have the TQ's long. That's a monster right now. It's 50 cents. SoFi's trying to go. That's a nice one. Palantir right now. Bam! Palantir, man. I mean, this stock, not only are we wearing the damn hat, but we like the stock. We love Palantir. This has been my #1 stock in my portfolio for the last 5 years, so we're pretty happy with that one. And then that's that. Nvidia we have, that's $1 plus, and then Apple is $1.30. So right now we're sitting in 5 on Palantir, 1 on Nvidia, 6, $1.50 on Apple, that's $7.50, plus another $1 with SoFi, so about $8 or so. In the money now, off the bottom, not having the most productive day despite having these in, because early was a disaster basically to the downside. But I heard we have
there was another super chat there. Can you please talk about Alibaba from Tola?
Ooh, I love Alibaba.
Just one, before I get to that, got to mention, trend in. If we fail VWAP on Nvidia, then I'm jumping out. These have been the only setups at this particular point, so if this fails VWAP, I'm going to get out of it. I do have that up, so if you see it jump out, that's the reason why. The weird thing about Alibaba the last couple of days, get China deal, move down. Saw it with this, KWeb, JD, all of them trending back in, kind of a sell the news event when they were able to strike a deal. Good news would be, respect to the 50 period since the August low, look at the jump on from the 50. So if you get back into, it's like 161, I guess, technically, but the support's down at 57, so anywhere in that range, I think it's got room to maybe fall back in. Unfortunately, sometimes you get a bit of a sell the news event. In this particular case, progress on talks and the pushback of some of those tariffs ends up causing a bit of a sell-off. But I like Baba more than I like, say, I don't know, like a Pinduoduo or like a JD. So it's a stock I like. It just probably has a couple more dollars to go. Thank you, Ben Weiss.
I really like
AMC at 250. You know what the sad thing is? I haven't looked at AMC in so long that I don't even know if that's good or bad.
I think it's $4.
Is that good or bad? That seems like that's bad. Yeah, that sucks. Oh my goodness, AMC is about to flat bottom break its 52-week low. Yikes.
Yeah.
The squeeze name is Open Door now, by the way.
Yeah. Open Door, BBAI, I think has a really great chance
Why
of
do people still
squeezing
look at it?
as well.
Why do people still look at that stock?
I don't know. There goes AMC. I think people are just probably stuck in it, but there it goes, man. There goes SoFi. So there it is. So finally, right back up into the 50-period moving average. I'm actually out of 65% right now of SoFi. Hit our target. You know, I mean, when targets are hit, sometimes you gotta you gotta take those outs. Look what's hitting right now. Is it VWAP right there? So ring the cash. Hedge fund. Damn it! This is supposed to be a hedge. These are funds. Hedge fund. Okay, so that's go. We are now really starting to explode now, Neil, with Apple, as that's back up to 271. So we'll take some more outs right there. Money Bush, yeah, whatever you want to talk. right there. Dollar Tree, people were saying.
I like Dollar Tree.
I like Dollar. I really like Dollar Tree. Yeah, nice move higher here. SoFi, I'm going to get out one more piece. Even though I'm going to get down, just get out a piece here. Okay, well, I'm wound up punching out. Oh, well, or did I? No, we got 20s there. So out there at 20, off of a long 99. So far, so good on that one. And, you know, we're flat on the day, you know, which kind of sucks because, like, you know, having all these big winners, but we were down a couple days right there when that started to happen, taking a couple days back now, but that's why we're flat. And I mean, same thing on Nvidia, right? I wrote down 208.50, like I have no idea why I punched 207.50 there, but I mean, at least it's the pre-market high, but I'm not sure why we did that. That was a mistake by me, and then we tried to support the 200 period, which we really like, and that didn't work, and then the flush happened, and then we finally went back to roots, which is the note of sticky. Doesn't sound good. The sticky note, which gave us that 205 long, which we've just been hitting since then, and we did get stopped out a little bit, but then we bought it back. So now we just continue with this run up in the market back to VWAP, which is why we out there on TQQs. So I'm going to take another out now at 73. We'll sit there and offer. There it goes. It runs us through, and there's the out on the TQs. So let's just see if we can go from here. But I feel really happy. Yeah, chlorophyll. Yeah, we need a fill. Yeah, chlorophyll. That's another good one. But this was stock market based, theme based. Thank you to my wife for putting this together for me over the last couple of days. And it's a good one. It's a nice, quick, easy one. So I want to thank her for that. One more out on Nvidia, and then we will throw over to because I still do have a bunch of shares over in Nvidia. Nvidia is my largest position right now. Out of all 5 I have, it's Nvidia with the largest amount of shares. So yeah, there it is. Yo, thank you so much to Trav, man. Also, get that. I hope to do the very, very same thing that we've been doing. I don't even see it in the chat on our thing here, but I'll just pull it down. There it is. So thank you, Trav. There it is. Yeah, thank you. He got it. Andre got it there. Yeah, watching you know, us destroy and since their split has been greatly inspired to me. That's the whole point, right? It's like once Nvidia got into that $100 level, when we split 20 or 30 to 1, whatever it was, I think it was 2,000. Yeah, I think it was 20 to 1. Was it? That just made Nvidia just so much more attractive for me to trade, and I do hope the same thing can happen. And thank you so much, Trav, man. I mean, hopefully real sees real. You can see some of these trades that we're putting on. We should actually go over and look to see, like, year to date, what are the #1 stocks traded here at Trader TV Live. I mean, most of them, I mean, we really nailed some of the IPOs, but other than that, some of these stocks, look at Netflix on that split, right?
Well, the thing is, one-offs skew that so much.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
so I wouldn't even include those.
That's the thing, because well, also Liberation Day skews some things as well. Like Liberation Day, there was some like weird stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's some bottoms you got on Liberation Day that were like ridiculous.
Appreciate you, Trav, man. All right, man. There goes Netflix up 3.5. Should have bought that one, man. On the new QQ's now $1 as well. So there you go for everybody trading it. We're now $12 in the money or something on all these positions. The market is really rallying. So yes, sir. Saved once again. All right, Adara, what you got for us?
What I have, guys, is some sector watch. Let's take a look here at these sectors. And as you can see, there's an awful lot of green, and the extent of the green is even outweighing some of these sectors that are a bit weak. And we'll start with tech services, which I think really exemplifies that. We've got ServiceNow down 3%, IBM down 2%. All 3 of these Mag 7s in this sector down in the vicinity of 1%. But then these moves up in Oracle, Netflix, and Palantir, all offsetting that weak. Nvidia and AMD to the upside in electronic technology. Finance are mixed. Retail trade here being buoyed by an impressive move to the upside here from Amazon on earnings day 1. Health tech a little bit mixed as well, with AbbVie weighing down a bit on earnings day 1. Producer manufacturing green, consumer durables pretty green here, again led by Tesla, transportation green, and energy minerals. Interesting look here with earnings, CVX green, but XOM actually red. So energy minerals could be a sector to watch today, guys. All in all, a little bit of a mixed sector board, but the names that are strong are very much outperforming or outweighing the names that are struggling a bit. Back to you.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good way to put it. And when you talk about relative strength and weakness, another thing to look at is as we're breaking through, I'll get to Nvidia in a quick second, but as we're breaking through the volume weighted in the futures, you're kind of breaking this upward trend that we were in here in Apple, and you're not getting to VWAP. So for me, I'm going to jump to the exit. Maybe wait for, it could like double bottom or triple bottom, but all my entries, I'm looking for the trend breaks because really like the support levels did not work today and only the trend breaks did. Like that's the truth with Apple. Like support level, no good. Trend break, good. Support, no good. Runs. Actually didn't break the low there. It's kind of weird. I might have misplaced my stop. It actually never broke the low of the day and I got out. But I jumped back in. Yeah, I didn't even realize that I misplaced that stop because I was looking at another for a trend break in the moment, but actually I probably should not have jumped out of that long. But it doesn't really matter because it did. And then it broke the trend. It was a little bit better. It was the same thing with Nvidia. Like Nvidia played a trend break. That one didn't work. This one did. I jumped out when it lost VWAP. Always jump in if we're going to hold on to the volume weighted average price. That's a big if. And Amazon is still, it's trying to do its best. Unfortunately, I can draw my trend line and like it. But if the entry is this little break here at 246.5, don't get that fill, I'm not chasing it all the way up here. It completely skews the trade because if I'm in here, there's only two places to stop. It's either tight stop or deep stop, and that risk to reward is no good if I take it up at that top. So Amazon's still looking not as strong as the rest. That said, if you're looking, we haven't really talked too much about it. There's still not much happening in Bitcoin.
No.
But what I like about, well, there's not a lot to like about it, but what I like about it from a trading aspect, if you look at yesterday, like it just went sideways, 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 and it gave you this sort of obvious, like it was downtrend, and it just held resistance, and then when it finally broke down, it was kind of worth it taking the breakdown underneath VWAP. And what's it doing today? Like I know it's gapped up, but can't break out the high, kind of going sideways, market's going ham, and it's not going ham, so I might look for a trend break downside on IBIT just to have something that I like to downside. So looking for that reload in Apple. If it gets back down to, it's like 270-ish or underneath 270.
Yeah,
and then a similar thing with Amazon. It broke that trend line, but I needed to dip back in so I can get picked up.
Apple has been fantastic late. Was not great early. Adara, I have to shout you now immediately because Marvell is up 10%. MRVL. I looked it up on our Benzinga Pro platform, and I don't see anything on Marvell. So you guys tell me, but this is a big stock that I've been reading about. Yes?
I want to mention another one that's strong here too, Robinhood. They got a price target increase to 155 from KeyBank. That's it that I'm seeing. But Marvell, I will go to social media.
It's not the same space.
Okay, so nothing on Marvell in the major news, but like we had bought Marvell before earnings, you know, $75 or 74 and change. We were already in Marvell from before. But we bought it into earnings thinking it was going to be a good earnings call. It was not. It was a bad earnings, just like Google, just like, well, not like Google, sorry. Everything but Google pretty much yesterday. And then we bought again on day 3 because we did it. And now all of a sudden, pop goes the weasel. We did get out of 20% or so. The first time when it popped into here, not the first time, but when it was coming back in, I was like, we're going to have to watch out for that. But right now, Marvell, rate upside, and Adara has found something.
So it looks like this could be Amazon sympathy. Let me explain why. So I went on social media, I looked this up. Apparently, it's being attributed to that Amazon spotlighted increased demand for their in-house Trainium processor, custom AI chips. Those are apparently designed and manufactured by Marvell, so that's why here. Again, the Trainium surge, which is tangentially related to Marvell. That's why MRVL is up as far as people are speculating here on social media. I've not seen anything else, but that seems to make sense, at least for now. Back to you.
Okay, perfect. I mean, we always talked about the picks and shovels and the fact that, you know, silicon and all these things that need to be in place. We talked about the server racks, you got SMCI, Dell plays, things like that, the big data center plays, power names and all that for the AI revolution. And I am a big, big fan of Marvell. We've talked about that numerous times, so it is nice to see it. And before I throw to Neil, just real quick, I just want to see Marvell reports. That's all, because this is going to be, they're always late, I feel like, later than the rest of them. That's sure. So let's go into the calendar here. Ahead of earnings, Marvell, confirmed dates, did they, 12? No, that's not right. August was their last day. Yeah, so, wow, they're not going
Usually
December 2nd.
They're after Nvidia often, I think.
They are. I mean, I knew it was late, but
Yeah.
December 2nd?
Sure.
I'm not sure. No,
I
but
just saw somewhere. I saw somewhere else say the 26th of November. I'm going to check a third
26th
source.
of November, maybe.
No. Then I also see a third source says December 2nd. So 2 out of 3.
Yeah,
say
I mean, the
December 2nd.
Benzinga hasn't.
December sounds about right
Yeah,
for Marvell.
NASDAQ.com
I would say it's
has
not going to be earlier.
December 2nd. Yeah.
Okay, so we're confirming that with Adara. We're confirming it with Neil on NASDAQ.com, and it's right here on. So you can see, look at the explosive growth in revenue, right? 6%, 27, 63, 57. So they're starting to get going here, Marvell. I really like them, man. EPS growth, 4%, 30%, 61, 61, 20. So that's what got dumped down last quarter, was they did miss from the previous quarter the numbers. I guess probably the guide, not great either, but we're going to wait to see what happens with Marvell. And it's not going to be an earnings name, right? Because we are so far away. So if you are really excited about what's been happening with Marvell, then maybe trim a little bit. I probably go in there and do that. I'm going to double check with my account and see what's going on right there for Marvell. But for right now, things are starting to drip down a little bit. So just before we go to Adair, we got some out there as we broke below. Now we're at the 50-period moving average. We can get out some TQQs as well. SoFi has been like the man. We wrote down SoFi $29 on this sticky note. It's at 33, so there we go. We'll offer 35s and get it right there. SoFi right back up to the highs. This is another good one for us there. VWAP, someone talking about Roblox. I know Neil was in that one, but for now,
the only name I'm looking at right now is actually HKD. Like, now that I'm out of both of the longs, I'm eyeballing this. I had to pay for locates on this. Took a while to get them, but it's lower high and a trend line. I wanted it to set up, so you've already made a top and then putting in a lower high, so a little more confirmation if it breaks down. That way I'm shorting it to the high of the day. I don't like shorting these to the high of the day. So if it breaks trend, I can give it to 5 instead of giving it to like 540. That's what I'm looking at. Since it broke 4, there's your trend. If it breaks it, I'm going to try to jump into this one. Here, I think we're going to Adara, I believe.
Yes.
The US dollar really wants to break that 100 level. The last time we've been above 100 was Friday, August 1st. Now, basically 3 months later, it looks like we're trying to press into that level again. High of day right now for the DXY around 99.8. And as you can see here, still getting those higher highs, higher lows from that Fed decision. Higher than back in September anyway. So month ago, continuing in this uptrend. So with regards to economic data, again, we haven't had very much just due to the fact that we have this government shutdown. We do have some Fed speak and watch later today at 12 p.m. We're expected to get a couple Fed speak, namely Hammock and Bostic. But I also want to mention we did get CPI, Chicago PMI coming through, my bad, there's Chicago PMI coming in a little bit higher than expected at 945. And I do want to talk about, speaking of rate decisions, what our expectations are for December, because this chance of another basis point rate cut keeps going down. Yesterday, it was around 72, almost 73. Now it's roughly 63. So since Fed Chair Powell said, don't expect a December cut, these markets seem to be expecting one less and less by the day. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe on this Halloween trading day.
Yeah, and despite that, we said that like if cuts were going to happen, that would be good for a stock like Opendoor. Well, it's rallying without the prospect of, I mean, we're still projecting a cut in December, but not the same odds, let's put it that way. Because Opendoor is one of your runners du jour. What's this gap fill? 770 into like $8. So a little bit of room to go to $8. Of course, this is the moment that HKD is trying to break the trend as well. So I have my eyeballs on HKD. But I think this, as long as it holds the lunchtime session over 770, let me zoom it in for you, over 770, this could have some continuation to $8. Kind of thought this would be a better play if the Fed had been, if Powell had been a little bit more supportive of that December cut, but it seems to be working anyways. So nice little area to hold. I didn't see the super chat. Thank you very much, Sarah, for putting back up there, Andre. Can't get right. I love that. What show or movie is the character can't get right from? I know the show or movie. I just cannot figure it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Thoughts on CRDO? Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you.
Yes.
As well. Credo. Load. Rocket. Ooh. Okay, so when you have a blue sky setup, I'm not the best when it comes to blue sky setups because like the technicals about there. I like support and resistance and trends. So ultimately, like tell you is, in your long knees, you hold on to them till it breaks the trend. And then I tend to think of it as, okay, well, from the high at 175, the move down was to 130-ish, so call that $45 or so. So the breakout, give it $45, and then that's my target. So I would put like 220 on it for room. So I'd be like, I'm holding for 220 or a break of the trend, because that's the only way I evaluate blue sky setups. I don't use Fibonacci's, and certainly like there's probably charter market technicians that have ideas other than that. So yeah, good breakout if you're already long. I just always look at the move from the high previously, so the big support, and kind of extrapolate that higher and then draw a trend line on it and say if it breaks trend line, I'm out. Otherwise, I'm holding till it gets to that 220 level. So there's how I would look at this stock at least.
All right, we're getting ready to get out of here. So I'm putting in my stop orders 118.39 or so, which will be a decent move down in the futures. But we've just gotten out. So I have like about 5 to 10% left of all of these positions. It's not a huge level for me to worry about right now, because we've cashed it out, man. We cashed out on the 200 on the VWAP, cashed out on the 200 there, cashed out on the highs of, which is not great, but 118.30s, which is where we're trying to stop out. It does about 40s right there. So that's my stop there. To stop on Apple as well. I'm going to give this one. We got pretty much everything of Apple. Apple is my #1 losing stock on the day today. All right. So we lost on Apple what we made on Palantir. So that's why we're flat on the day. So that kind of sucks. But hey, man, we got to be everybody. There's SoFi. I don't need to tell you if we won or lost on that one. Obviously, that's a big one. I have an offer here in the 60s. Hopefully that gets filled, and then we'll be out of SoFi, and that is a monster. So that's a good one. And then the TQQs, we'll be up on them, but not as much as we should because of that stop out rate there. And then we reloaded it, but we never reload. Like, it's tough because you catch these this is not even really a falling knife, but you catch this move and you don't know if it's going to continue. So breaking 118 back to the upside, a little bit of risk, especially when I was giving it to this low of 117.50. I did not want to put on a big amount of shares because we were down on the day when that had happened. Now we're flat, so it's all good. And that's just some of the stop levels that I have. So right there, 118. I should probably put it to 50. I put it to 30. Palantir, my stop is a break of 201.50. That's going to be VWAP. Nvidia, my stop is 205.50. So that's about to come in right now as well. So there's a lot of these names starting to come in, but at least we can see what's for lunch. Okay, we do have Obi filling in today for Sharif, so that should be fun. So we say hopefully Sharif has a great afternoon, as there goes Obi walking around back. Looks like he's going to be dressed up. Today we had for breakfast pancakes.
Hold on, Obi. Disappointing.
I'm a hedge fund, by the way.
No protein.
Robin mentioned that I'm losing.
No protein at breakfast today.
No.
Which?
No proteins.
It doesn't work.
Right there. What's up, Obi? This is a hedge fund. But Money Tree is also
everybody
a good one.
Keeps saying Money Tree.
Money Tree's good. Or Dollar Tree.
I like Dollar.
Dollar Tree, the stock.
And the package.
Okay, wait till... Obi, you're not on yet. Okay?
Save it for the review.
Calm down, Obi. All right, we're happy with Obi. Obi
Better be getting add to cart.
maybe removed from cart. We'll wait to see. I don't know how expensive he is. I know he's expensive. I'm waiting for Prime Day. You
gotta wait for a discount.
I'm waiting for a discount.
I'm always
right,
waiting
I want
for
to get
a
a discount. You're going to see what Obi is in a second.
What do you know about camel? What do you know about camel?
Nothing. What do we know about camo? I don't... much.
I have no idea what that
all right, let's get back on track here. What's for lunch? Okay. Right now, we are going to have a great time with Obi and Joe on the midday. Both these gentlemen are dressed up, so get ready for that one. All right, it's not bad today, Neil. It's Cajun, which this will be bad for Adara because it's going to be a little spicy. It's Cajun roasted chicken.
Already a win. Once you said Cajun,
yeah,
you win. That's a win.
They do. I mean, the tilapia is black tilapia, which is Cajun.
Yeah, but the time they put that seasoning on it was actually the only time the tilapia was any good.
To me, I'm liking this next piece, corn stash with couscous as well.
Yeah, that'll.
So that'll play for sure. And then Neil and I, of course, will be having our salad, which on top of it will be the Cajun crusted chicken, and then hopefully with the side of this corn succotash. So you wabbit.
Succotash.
Nvidia making a move back higher now. I'm just going to hold, man. I mean, we're going to wait to see where we go into this. I'm going to hit the gym up during the midday. I don't believe it's raining out. It was a nice day coming in. It was a little bit of rain.
No, it was supposed to stop already.
Okay, yeah. So hopefully it stops. And we say a happy Halloween to everybody out there as well. And I'm fighting a sneeze.
Coffee Care team is just like, skip the Jays game and go trick-or-treating with the fam. Not going to happen. It's the World Series.
Yeah.
It's the World Series. I can't.
I mean, will the World Series happen next year?
Look, if it happens, it happens.
Maybe.
But
will Halloween happen next year?
it will. And my daughter's still at the age where, like, next year she'll still want to go trick-or-treating. It's
sure.
so I probably have a few more years at least.
On Nvidia, I'm
like
getting
that.
some out.
Look, we have a couple of people are asking what our costumes are. Here, so before we get out of here, for anyone that doesn't know, maybe you don't have kids, maybe you don't like Netflix. I'm a Saja boy. Why? Because my daughter absolutely loves K-pop Demon Hunters, and I was supposed to go out literally dressed full gear with her. She's going to be Rumi, and my wife is one of the other. I don't know which one my wife is going to be dressed as. But because I'm going to the game, I can't go out, so I have to participate. And I had to do something Blue Jays. So I don't have the yellow beanie. I had to do something Blue Jays today because we're going to win the World Series tonight. So, and I'm going to be losing my mind on the streets of hopefully tonight.
Yeah, you're a little soda pop.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and I was a hedge fund, but I'm losing money. Here.
It keeps falling off.
It's coming up. Well, because it keeps getting stuck over here. And
these hundos are just all over the place.
The hundos are just getting thrown around here like they were earlier on Apple, but they were just going. They're going. On Apple, just going into the paper shredder. There, but I want to thank my wife for building this together. Obi, I could have been Dollar Tree. I could have been a money tree. And that. It's 11 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, Saja Boy.
So we get to see
I always thought it was Soja Boy, but now I see it's S-A-J-A. Right there. Soja Boy up in these. Yeah, all right. That's a Soja Boy that I know right now, man. Superman, these.
Oh, man.
All right. Thank you so much. That apparently is all of us as well in the back, but sans Obi. We need to have an Obi on there.
Yeah, there should be an Obi.
You know.
Yeah.
Ramin must hate Obi, I guess. Is that what we're coming up to?
Allegedly.
I thought you were
Tyrone Biggums?
Right
now,
you don't know about me, Joe Rogan? I smoke rocks.
Yeah, a good one of those.
Yo, Tyrone.
You potentially were him.
To be perfectly honest, I should have done Tyrone Biggums for Halloween. I love Chappelle Show.
Congratulations to the Dave. Sorry, go on.
How have I not done a Chappelle Show character for
That's
Halloween?
what I'm saying. You just did Biggums perfectly there. Congratulations to the Baltimore Ravens there that made fools.
Oh, come on.
When is Mike McDaniel
Congratulations for beating them.
when is that guy finally going to lose his job
tomorrow
in Miami? Like, what
this
a joke.
week.
All right.
They can't get rid of Tua. The dude's cap hit.
Yeah.
The dude's cap hit is like 50, then 60, then 70. They can't cut him.
I don't know if it's Tua's. I don't know if the game plan.
No,
is
they
right
got
over there. I don't know what.
You got to get rid of first, and then see if Tua gets any better.
Tyreek being hurt. I mean, there's always excuses. Every team has hurt players.
Miami's a problem.
Like the Giants are playing better with Malik Neighbors. I don't even know how that's possible. Okay, so now they lost Scadaboo too. So the Giants
I like that.
Are a little bit in problems there.
Scadaboo's one of the most entertaining guys to watch.
I have a feeling that he's going to have a lot of injuries because the way he plays.
The way he plays.
Yeah, he plays so strong right
But
there.
you got to love him.
There's only one team that's ranked first in the NFL, though, everybody. So. Maybe. I still think Green Bay will be ranked number one, but I hope that's going to be a great game Sunday afternoon, man, 4:25. Hopefully we're still celebrating the Jays win from Friday night. From Saturday, we're celebrating tonight's win with your Toronto Blue Jays. So go Jays, go. That's Neil. I'm Sean. We're going to throw to Obi and Joe. Thanks, everybody.
Yo.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the Midday. This is your boy Joe, the best beer league player of all time. Check the stat records. Next to me is my guy Obi and Emzon.
What's going on, guys?
Emzon.
If you guys, I want you guys to take a guess as to what the costume is. Last minute costume, last minute
The
costume.
full package, man.
I couldn't find the Jedi hood. Okay.
Are you possibly Amazon?
Close, might be Amazon, but here's the thing. It's related to Amazon. I want to see what you guys throw up in the chat. I want all the wrong answers. Wrong answers only in the chat, right here.
You know what this is, Obi?
I bring the package. I am the package.
You know what that is?
What is?
Boyfriend material, man.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my God.
I'll never do that again. I promise.
Yeah.
I promise. Listen, guys, I usually number 16. But this year,
number 10.
I decided to take number 10. Yeah.
So what's special about number 10?
Number 10, October.
Okay.
The 10th month of the year.
Yes.
So yeah. So that's what we rock there. The 10th
Also known
month
as
of-
Uptober.
Well, I wouldn't know anything
these
about that there
markets.
too, Ob. Yeah,
Some of
these markets.
These markets.
There's no
People called it
questioning.
Uptober in crypto, but I think they were looking in the wrong place.
Yeah. So I was definitely looking in the wrong place. Aside from that, guys, I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Smile. Don't start that stuff. Nobody knows what it means. How do you even know what it means? You're ancient, brother. Don't start that. All right? No. In all seriousness, guys, I hope you had a fantastic day. We had some monster reports yesterday with the likes of Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, MicroStrategy, and a bunch of others reporting, and some good numbers coming across the board. Now, enough of that. Let's do some roll call because I forgot to do that. Who is it? We got Brad, Glazier, Jordana, One Short, Andrew, Tudor, Yummy, Thai Foods, Daniel, Yokachev, TC, Erie, X, Life's Interpretations, Rin, Grey Worm, shout out to Game of Thrones, Save Man, Woman Peace, Yummy Thai Foods once again, Pack Rick, Hunter Harvey, my guy Big Sparkle saying 6'7", no one knows what that means. Brooke, 78. Who do we got? Mimo, a couple more. Mike P, the writer, and I don't know where the gang. Goreb, there you are, my friend. Looking for you, brother. I hope everyone's had a fantastic morning. Obi, how was the start of the day for you?
Not too bad here. I'm
Nice.
just getting into a position right here.
Nice.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. Amazon. We're talking about Amazon. Talking about delivery. I was looking for deliveries. I came, I showed up, and Amazon did deliver. We gapped up nicely. We gapped up over about 10% on Amazon in the pre-market off of a beautiful earnings report. But guess what? Bit of an all-time high push. I was kind of saying this on its way to all-time highs. Amazon's on its way to all-time highs. Kind of been reiterating that for the past few months or so, just looking at that action build up and the laggardness of Amazon kind of catching up to the rest of its peers in the Mag 7, right? So this is a pretty intense move. Nice consolidation sideways here since about January, since the beginning of the year. Amazon was at 240, dropped all the way down to 160s, all the way in April. That bid came in, bringing us all the way back.
I'm trying to check out those charts over here.
Yeah, so
check the charts
no,
out.
these.
Oh, hey, I want to say something.
Yes, what's up, Sean?
I just got a look at lunch. It is very good.
Okay.
It's looking good. Yeah, got the couscous, got the salad, got the chicken there. I'm going to take a picture of it on Twitter for everybody. All right, see ya.
Stick always on the ice, brother.
Thank you
Stick
very
always on the ice, Miraculous. Stick always on the ice. Gloves on, man. We don't tilly anymore, Katina, man. No tilly
Gloves
here,
off?
boy.
Gloves on?
No, I don't fight anymore, man.
You don't fight no more?
No, I don't fight anymore. Yeah, those days are over.
Yeah.
I'm 33
I'm
now.
trying not to fight these charts.
Ooh,
That's what I'm
well,
doing.
it usually
Try not to
never.
fight these charts.
When you fight the charts, yeah, Drew. Well, because half of them are fake, my friend. My teeth are too nice. These are all fake. This is fake here. Like
Actually?
Yeah. These bottom three are fake.
Oh,
yeah. This one's fake there. Yeah.
I was gonna say those teeth be shining a little too much.
Yeah,
Like, how do you keep them so clean?
Oh, brother, listen. I've learned from experience. Up until I think I was my late 20s, I was that guy who would literally just go with no face shield.
Yeah.
Then in the league, they made it a rule where you had to wear a visor. So I'm wearing a visor. Everybody else wore cages.
You gotta wear some protection.
I took a high stick and half of my back tooth is gone. And I'm like, all right, that's the last time. That's the last tooth I'm losing to hockey, and I'm sick of going to the dentist. I'm sick of all that stuff. So yeah, these are implants, and that one's just
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Some battle scars.
Battle scars,
for
left,
sure.
right, and center.
It's
man.
crazy, man. It's crazy. I remember the last fight, the last fist fight I got into. I can't even remember. It was like 5-6 years ago for sure.
Oh, Brooke,
over, something stupid. But no, we don't.
100%. I'm not lying. I wear a cage now. I told you I don't not wear a cage anymore. I took it off. Here's the old cage ski. We took it off. But yeah, I told you I ain't losing my teeth anymore. Anyways, enough of these markets. Obi, you want to go? You want to go over your trades here?
Let's go over
your headphones.
Some of the
right
trades
here.
in Amazon today. So I traded a little bit of Google. Google not great because I did have the reversion. I had that 77 halves when it did come down a little bit. I wouldn't call it capitulation here at the 77. lows, but I was looking at this 280 as a bit of an interesting level. Prior day low as well. We know that this is Google earnings day 2, and coming in pretty nicely. Continuation with that sell of the open. 285s all the way down to 277s. I was like, all right, cool. I'm looking for that reversion. The short was absolutely solid, but I'm looking for a potential reversion. Caught that low, but didn't really re-engage or stay with it for that reversion back into VWAP as of right now. So just kind of chilling on that one, waiting to see what it does with that 280. But this 250 was really interesting here on Amazon. Amazon coming in with that solid gap up all the way up to 253s, fresh all-time highs we have not seen as of yet. And the market as well, coming in really strong in the off of its pre-market session, taking back a lot of yesterday's sell-off. Coming into this morning, I was like, okay, well, let's see if we do anything distinctly different. Google sold off. A lot of these earnings names kind of gapped up and sold off, and Amazon starting to do a little bit of that same thing. I was looking for that 250 to be a key over-under. It was a bit of an under, and it's staying under right now. So sellers off of the open, sellers at VWAP again in and around 10 o'clock. Nice. Seems like sellers are stepping down a little bit lower here as well. We actually got 245s here, almost 245s on Amazon. So pretty solid moves. It was kind of chopping around, so I was just like, I don't want to mess with this too much as of right now. But this was a move here on Amazon in the morning session. Just took a quick scalp off of the opening ranges, but nothing too crazy, man. How about you? How was your morning? How's everything?
I mean, we just turned things around, man. We were nicely red on the day, but then we caught a big time breakout. So we're happy about that. Back to green. So we're happy. Yeah, I'm looking at Meta right now. Gorev, some nice prints off lows, and it's holding that 657 level. So that's looking pretty good. Hopefully you took that. Sizing, just be cautious. It's expensive. I'm not going to be just due to it being $650, but I hope you obviously smash it. That goes without any question. Now, let's go over my trades of the day. All right, so we're starting with GTI. Why are we looking at the quantum space? Well, you know, with yesterday's session, this sector was going oppo. It was significantly stronger than the overall market. So what do? We look for relative, and we want to head back to the names that are strong. Well, anyways, it was extremely choppy out of the gates. So I took a couple break evens, and I'm like, you know what? Regardless of what happened here, let's get out of this and focus on something else. What did that lead me to? All right, I'm thinking, wow, Amazon puts in a monster session, great numbers, post-market on the earnings, great numbers. I'm like, all right, let's see if we can catch some of this here. And get the continuation to the long. We're still positive 10.5%, so that's beautiful. But here it is. We take our first entry at the volume weighted average. It rejects. I take it at a better price, and then I noticed that we had a 249.50 seller who kept smashing aggressively. So you know what? Let's take some profits off here and look for something else. Let it cool down, let it sell off, because if there's going to be no continuation in the uptrend, I don't want any part of that. So, like, patience. I then come to the decision, hey, I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. Let's go over to what we destroy the most. And that is going to be Bitcoin. All right, so I mean, we were almost struck out at the plate. We go 0 for 1, we go 0 for 2, and then I'm like, you know what? I need to double my size compared to what I had on my previous entries, just in case this pitcher decides to throw a changeup. To be prepared for it and get in at the lower end of the range. And sure enough, we did, and we held through this chop. I'm like, you know what? I have to Deontay Wilder, diamond hands, and hold on to this position until it proves me wrong otherwise. And it held VWAP to a T, 62.35. There was a seller at 62.45, and I'm like, if this guy breaks, I like our chances. Why? Let me break it down to you here momentarily. We're going to unlock this so we can get that rocking. We're starting to come in aggressively right now, but again, I was red. Now we're back to green off of this one trade. Okay, so we took 2 break evens on our GTI. We take one loss on Amazon. We go 1 for 2 there, 50%. And then now we're shooting a 33% accuracy on IBIT and vastly green. All right, I shouldn't say vastly, but we're green. But why did I decide to take this? Well, look at this volume print and correlated with some of the indecision candles. I'm like, as soon as I seen that print and the volume supporting it, I had to take that trade. So I get in, I double the size. Was there an additional ad opportunity? Absolutely. No, we're going to note this down and make sure for next time that when we see that hold aggressively and then you have the volume step back in and you break with momentum, you have to add into those positions. So there it is, guys. Still sitting on a little bit of IT, but that breakout was absolutely phenomenal from 62.37 to the peak of around 63. That was my primary target, and I'm currently sitting on around 20% of my full position and my original position, Obi.
Nice, nice, good stuff there off of. And I was also watching Apple, another one of the Mag 7 that had earnings off of I guess after hours off of the open there, coming in with a strong sell. That pre-market high and low was very, very interesting. Kind of a sideways consolidation if you just look at it in the pre-market. Strong relative volume, of course. Earnings day one in the pre-market. About 3 times relative volume. So for a large cap, that's pretty decent, I would say. If a large cap in the Mag 7 is doing anywhere above like 1.4, 1.3 relative volume, it's definitely something significant, something might be going on, whether it's catalyst related or not. So that's kind of perking my interest as well. But in the after hours, you can see the strength that comes in off of the report. We get a high just shy of 285 here, 284.99s. Pulling back pretty decently. The reversion was there in the after hours, and that reversion continued in the morning session, the opening session right there, retracing a decent chunk, over 50%, maybe even 60% roughly of that action, and then now just consolidating sideways. So sell off of the open. We were seeing this kind of over and over again in this market, where you have the strong run-ups on some of these large caps, and then just sell off of the open on their gap up. No real gap up continuation, no kind of gap give and go, is gap and crap almost in a sense there. But yeah, some profit taking, right? Some of these names have been running for months. For example, look, just going back to like Amazon, say on like a daily, right?
Yeah.
On like a daily, like look at that gap up. We're gapping up way above all-time highs.
Can I tell you something?
Prior highs was 242s.
Can I tell you something?
What's up?
I bought Amazon at 213 on this pivot candle low. Yeah,
right
213.40 was my average. One contract, 50 shares. Was looking to build into 300.
Yep.
I sell it all at 222. Last night when I seen that gap up, my heart skipped multiple beats. And I'm like, you doorknob, Joseph. You had an amazing, like an extremely strong sector, AWS in vogue. And I'm like, you know what? No, let's get up Amazon and then go pedal to the floor on some IBIT contracts, which I'm happy today. I have put in a solid rebound, and I had to write some. But again, it was a bad play and a drop ball. I that bag on my behalf, man. Sorry to interrupt you. I just thought I had to get that.
Sometimes that happens
all the time.
Like there's so many times when you're in a good trade, the probability of you leaving a good chunk of the table is pretty high, right? Because you're like,
you're $30.
Yeah, that's
even more.
That's a lot. But it's just like, yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta hold on, man. But next trade, right? Next trade. We got a super chat. From Patrick Deval, OB, oh boy, we missed you, bro. Miss you guys as well. Thank you for this. I think we had another super chat here as well. Let me just go back to it. Yeah, there you go. Nicholas Pham. Almost sounds like Nicholas Flamel. Obi, we didn't agree on Elon and Trump customer? Question mark?
I'm assuming that's meant to be costume.
Oh, costume. Okay, yeah. Was there? Did I miss the memo? Was there supposed to be like an Elon and Musk?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we agreed on it. There was talks about it.
Bezos sent me. I don't know if you can tell.
Well, yeah. So
Bezos sent me. I am the package.
I'm going with Jeffrey.
The question is, are you hitting add to cart? That's the question I asked.
Ooh.
Are you hitting add to cart?
Yeah.
Can we get a poll in the chat saying add to cart or add to cart? Because I would like to know what you're doing.
OB to cart.
Yes. Add to cart or return sender. Return to sender or add to cart.
Yeah, are you
that would be funny.
Shreve
but
is not here, Ozan.
Here we go. So Control-Alt-Escape with a super chat. Thank you. Looking at some contracts for a swing.
Okay.
So this one's for you.
Yep.
They're looking at Meta 665 December 5th. Don't think a time tax hit stops Meta.
At one time.
A one-time tax hit stops Meta.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think,
Yeah,
Joe?
no, I totally agree, man. Let's pull Meta here and take a look at what's going on. I think it's a great buy. Who was? I know who it was. You had those. Oh, Travman, you had those Meta contracts yesterday. Love seeing that, my friend. So yeah, let's pull up some Meta here. We have it at the lows. Gorev along off of these signals here. We love that. Algo won't pick that one up. I don't see anything that's up today. Maybe a couple, but I don't think so. But let's zoom out and take a look at this from a daily. I talked about waiting for things to cool down, Amazon with his dark weights. Okay, so this is an absolute beautiful print, right? This is exactly what we want to see, especially within a strong name. You have this massive gap down, and then you have an isolated volume print and an indecision candle. This is really, really good. We like this. I don't know what this guy.
That's hilarious.
What?
Adam James in the chat. Shout out. That's hilarious.
Oh,
so I was like, wrong answers only. Obi, when you order a trader, Timo, that's perfect. Amazon, that's perfect right there. Timu Trader right here. Boom.
Hey, shots fired. Adam, man. Adam.
Give me more. I want more.
He wants more,
I want
man.
all the best answers in the chat.
Wrong answers only.
Let's go.
Are you getting Obi to your cart? All right, anyways, aside from that, guys, back into what we're talking about. I think if you're patient a little bit here on Meta, you're going to get a good opportunity to get involved. There's also going to be a solid entry, I believe, at 681, which is going to be the breach of this gap. That's a trade in itself. I'm going to show you guys something that I planned for a significant period of time, and I never took advantage of it. And that's going to be the gap from February of 2022. Yes, I'm absolutely dating myself, but that is fine. For years, I had my one trading buddy, and I'm like, hey, I've been working on this thesis, and I've read it in multiple TA books, everything, especially within strong companies, the majority of the gaps get filled. And that's a strategy in itself. I plan on an algo for that. That's one of my secondary algos that I'm going to construct. From a daily perspective, it's going to take significantly more time, but also there's something else. But aside from what I'm mentioning, let's get back to this point. So you see this gap on Meta in February of 2022, and it takes a while to breach it, right? You literally wait over a year at that point. But you go from 248 all the way to that hard gap fill of 362. That's a big time move. I will take that all day, every day. Now, who's to say any downside gap won't be filled again? Gap ups, different story. Gap downs, we like, especially within strong names. And now we're experiencing a relatively large gap down on Meta. So be patient, wait for those indecision prints to come in, and then I believe you're going to be able to catch a monster move on Meta, considering it is now off that previous all-time high, Obi.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. So everybody's talking about contracts. I think this is going to be really important to note. Let me pull it up here. Usually the IV isn't too bad. You want to buy contracts, I forget who it Control-Alt-Escape. Give yourself more time. I understand that they're not cheap, right? Like you're paying $3,600 in options terms, $36 for those at the money, $45 for those at the money. You can go slightly out the money if you want. I wouldn't go too far considering if you're giving yourself less time on that specific contract, but I think it's going to be worth it. Will I be going the contract route on this? I haven't decided yet, but I will most definitely start that gap fill with shares, and then this weekend I'm going to construct that algo for the gap fill theory.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just watching this Google here, reading the chat as well. Jameson in the chat. Okay, so first of all, annual view, Obi, I missed it. What are you supposed to be? I think the chat has all the answers. The chat is guessing right now, wrong answers only. So I want you guys to check, guess what that is. Jameson in the chat saying, can you take a look at ARM, please? Sure. We can take a look at ARM. SPS saying you should have dressed like Obi Kenobi. Hey man, I dressed like Obi-Wan 2 Halloweens ago. I could not find a Jedi robe last night, so I was going to be an Amazon Jedi, and now I'm just an Amazon package. So you know, whether you like your delivery or not, just let me know. You can return to sender if you'd like. But let's take a quick look at ARM here, what that's doing. Again, the chip sector kind of going a little bit sideways here, especially yesterday. After some chop, not really doing anything too crazy. So let's take a look at ARM because that has been doing some decent moves over the past couple of weeks. I remember on Monday, some nice strong push, but since Monday, man, we've been selling off. You can see Monday, nice push to 183s and then pull back, consolidating above 165s as of right now. So yesterday was a little bit of a sideways day. Let's go to the daily chart here to take a look at that. Nice little kind of consolidation there. Okay, so yesterday was a bit of a red day here, but it looks like consolidation on the chart. But you can see bigger picture. We're stepping up here, 185s from this week specifically. So on the weekly, we are looking pretty nice here. It's a slow, steady grind, but we're attempting to contest some all-time highs on ARM 188s. So it wasn't very long ago. Wow, it's already been a couple of years. Eh? I remember when this video came out on ARM. I remember this little push there. Things were going wild. I remember some of the P&L swings I was having off of this after the first earnings report on ARM. That was absolutely solid there as well. But yeah, that's the look on ARM. Bigger picture, it's trying to contest those highs, but you can also see, one could argue that stuck in this range from 185s all the way down to 80s. So $100 range roughly on ARM, and it's been doing that for about a year or so since its IPO, since that first earnings report came in. So that's the look on ARM here. Yeah, some more funny guesses in the chat here. Yeah, okay, so it looks like Jeff Bezos came out of 7-Eleven. That's jokes. When you order something from Amazon, you get robbed by... Nice, good stuff. I want to see more of those answers. What do you got going on iBit?
More answers. So what I'm looking at here, guys, is just keeping an eye on this volume profile here. You can see that Bitcoin's starting to sell aggressively, but you can see the substantial buyers stepping in. We're down. What does that tell me? Hey, we might have an opportunity if this pullback doesn't continue on its current trajectory. That if it doesn't snap the volume weighted average price, I'll probably be out by then, considering that's where my entry price is. But also, any form of indecision might give us a solid add opportunity. I mean, it's Friday. Why not, right? So shout out to why not? And I mean, we were patient enough. We were sitting in that consolidation for an extended period of time, and to catch that big time breakout with volume supporting, we like that. So closes as a hammer, closes like this, see buyers stepping right back in here. A little vote of confidence. We like that. We're gonna add to this for that high of the break. 63 was amazing. So shout out to those calls. I have, again, strike price 65, 6 of those bad boys. And then also I'm short 69 calls, 6 of those bad boys as well. All right, now let's go over some of those super chats. Adam James. Oh my days, this guy's the ultimate troll. All right, Timu Trader and Timmy from South Park, Obi and Joe. All right, man. All right, yeah, this guy. Anyways, Little Mama.
Y'all got jokes. I know you got.
Yeah, he's got jokes for days. I'll tell you that for sure. Yeah, that's it. Adam James, a guy I would like to meet in person. Obviously, would love to meet more of you in person, but Adam James, Mike, Big Spy, we love all you guys, man. Especially Jag. Obviously, want to meet them. Los Polios, my guy Trav, man, and Lemon's family, everyone. It would be absolutely phenomenal. But in all seriousness, guys, let's see if this print is going to close how it is. We have a little bit more buying pressure, and as long as this volume profile still is relatively cool to the downside, I like our chances. Little Mama, you didn't put anything in the super chat, but thank you for that $1. It's a dollar club. I don't have the dollar club, so we'll just hit this instead.
Hey-o. Nice. The IBIT?
No, it's Stone Cold, man.
No, I said dollar on IBIT.
Oh, no. I'm just saying they donated $1, and I don't have the money. I have the money, but I don't have the dollar club one. So I did something equally as cool, and that's going to be the Stone Cold Steve Austin. No, but yeah, guys, so this is it. We're basing out here 62.60. I think there's going to be an additional liquidity grab as the market is starting to come in slightly aggressive. Amazon is bouncing off those lows, so not too bad of a low. They're 245.63, now heading back towards the volume-weighted average price. What we want to see is the buyers right back in aggressively here on IBIT, and then we'll look for that Meta coming in as well too, guys. So just cautious. There was some solid prints across the board. They weren't isolated or anything along those lines. So that's why I was a little bit cautious on what was going on. These prints here, you can see that there's a lot of candles overlapping in the exact same thing with the SPY. But sure enough, you get off of those levels, and now you're starting to come back in. So just be cautious and weary of that, all right? So yeah, Nvidia potential bounce as well too on at this 205 level, roughly 204.75. Watch for buying pressure to step in once again. And that's it. Papacito. $6 or 6 nickels there. 1 trade, 2 trade, 3 trade, profit. We like that. Don't ever. I'm not going to try to do anything. I should stop myself while I'm ahead. All right, so 1 trade, 2 trade, 3 trade, profit. I'm glad that we're in the same boat there, Papacito.
Yeah, so I think I just got I got a message here. I think I got a package delivered. Oh, and it's from Amazon. There it is, Amazon coming right into VWAP, delivering us the reversion from 282s all the way to 281. So that delivery came in a little bit before expected, so you could call it prime. But a little bit of reversion happening there on Amazon, coming in pretty nicely. Where's the next trade? That's where I'm looking for, guys. And it's funny, I was reading this. There's a lot of people doing these these YouTube videos on Jesse Livermore and stuff that he's saying, and from his perspective and everything. And we can kind of talk about that in a little bit. But yeah, I'm really liking some of those videos. And he talks a lot about like patience and waiting, and there's a lot of good lessons. Obviously, it's Jesse Livermore, man. But, we'll talk more about that right after we get back from the crypto recap. There.
Oh, mama.
For this crypto segment, I think it's only appropriate to talk about one specific aspect of crypto, earnings. We could talk about MSTR earnings or Riot Platform earnings, but I want to talk about Coinbase earnings because there's a couple reasons. There's one specific anecdote I want to share here at the end, but we'll start here with the actual numbers. We were expecting, I posted this on X and TTV Research ahead of yesterday's report. So we did beat both the revenue and the EPS estimate here. Now, nice year-over-year increases too for some of these measures. Revenue tied to transactions up 37% year-over-year. Consumer trading activity on the platform also up 37% year-over-year. Though the company did struggle a little bit when it came to the volumes here. That was actually below, coming in around 295 billion versus estimates of 310 billion. Now, here's the real thing I want to bring up from this report, and I do have to shout out Wall Street Engine on X for pointing this out. So apparently, during the call for the earnings with Brian Armstrong, pictured here, CEO of Coinbase, he paused mid-call to check prediction markets and then specifically looked at what everybody said he was going to say and then said every single thing. So Brian Armstrong kind of helping out people in the prediction markets during that Coinbase earnings call. Interesting anecdote there. Let's go look here at this daily chart for BTC. Bitcoin, as you can see, forming a little bit of a base here around that 106,000 level. We have not retested that area just below 104,000 since 2 Fridays ago. So interesting look, pretty rangy here for BTC, but some of these individual names that reported earnings like Coinbase, MSTR, and Riot Platforms, perhaps providing some opportunities. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Federa.
Thank you.
Amazon coming back above VWAP here. You know what? I made a mistake. I thought it was Amazon that I was shorting earlier. It was Google. Doesn't matter. It's just a chart. I'm just trying to trade the charts. And another thing that, going back to the whole Jesse Livermore thing, he even talks about, like, it doesn't matter. You can take away the time frame. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? It's the chart that you're trading at the end of the day. It's the volume that you're trading at the end of the day. You can take away this price. You can take away even the time here at the bottom, right? At the end of the day, it's the chart and the price that really kind of dictates a lot of things there.
Everything.
Here comes Amazon a little bit. Sorry, not Amazon. Google coming in. 80 right here. Amazon came all the way to VWAP 249s. I'm waiting for that 250 because off of the open, the only only bounce that we got a bounce from 247s. The only bounce that we got up to 250 flat. And then we pulled back into 247s. I was like, this should go. I like the short. I was in the short at 250, but when that bid comes in at 247s, distinctly different, I just punch out of everything. I'm just like, all right, well, this does not look any like it's going to follow through. This does not look any good. And it did come back up into 250, but lo and behold, 250, still supply, still sellers, and those sellers step down even harder. So that was the trade there, 250 all the way down to 245s, and then now we're stepping right back up. VWAP was where sellers were before, 250s were where sellers were before. I'm questioning, are we done all the selling that we're going to do for the day? The futures kind of bounced back up, 50% retracement. Actually, is at the open all well over 50% retracement easily if you're looking at the opening prices. But if you're looking at this downtrend from, I guess, to 26,060s from the session here, we retraced about 50%, and we're taking a little bit of a breather here on the NASDAQ. Same with the ES as well. So I liked the Google short even because of that, because I'm like, all right, 50% retracement. Do we see the dominant participant or the party back in, or have things changed? And it seems like dominant is stepping back in with that little bit of selling coming in here on the market. 280 is going to be interesting. 250 is going to be interesting. That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm watching for. But yeah, middle of the day, 11:35. Let me know what you guys are trading. I'm more than willing to take a look at some of those names as well. In terms of a morning watch list, guys, I didn't have two on the docket. I had some Amazon, of course. Amazon was my top idea. And then I had some Apple earnings, of course. And then XOM. XOM was another name, which I didn't really take a look at after the open. So let's take a quick look at that one and see what that one's been up to. Yeah, chop. I did not want to get lost in the sauce here in this chop as it just consolidates and churns underneath 15 here on XOM. But if you were looking at that 115, then maybe a short against it worked out all right. Taking inventory into that 115 area, but I don't know. Sideways chop, not really my thing. Don't really want to get involved in that as of right now. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. Alan Blumenauer saying BBAI. All right, let's see if there's anything big about this action here on the day today. Nothing crazy, man. Sure, a little bit of relative volume in the pre-market session, but that fizzles off and dies off as the regular session gets less than regular relative volume. That's coming in at half relative volume. So that's half of what it normally does usually. Let's take a look at this on the weekly. I know a lot of people are looking at this name on a bigger picture. And yeah, it's a little bit of a pullback from those prior highs from just a couple of weeks ago. I thought this was going to get to 10 and getting slammed down. This whole year, man, 10s have had supply on Big Bear AI, but we have been finding higher lows. So maybe there's a bigger picture happening here that I know nothing about. But Big Bear AI looking pretty decent, so good call on that one. Okay, well, I'll do one more as well. Drop System saying Microsoft. Let's take a look at Softy. That was weak in the morning. Wow, take a look at that. This is a weekly. That looks like a little bit of a double top here. 554.54 was that prior high, and then 553.72. Hey. So just within $1 each other on a $500 stock. That's pretty significant to me, and some strong volume. We saw what happened on this one. I don't know if you remember. This was that blow off top capitulation of a move on Softy, and we got a pretty decent pullback off of those prior bar breaks. We got all the way from 520s, which I remember that was a little bit of a significant breakdown. We went all the way to 500, pretty decent, $20 pull. Came all the way back, and supply coming right back in here on this one. So I want to take a look at the hourly and see if there's anything significant. And this looks like a little bit of a double top. So unless and until Softy can get above 561, we may have some turbulence. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. And wow, Astera Labs. I've had eyes on this one for a decent chunk of the morning, and this is a beautiful reversion, man. This is a reversion I did not take, and this was pretty decent. Didn't check all of the boxes, but it was pretty good.
Excuse me.
Reversion back to view.
You know what? Yeah, you got it. You're choking on yourself. Guys, I tried the reload here on IBIT, wasn't having it, so we did get stopped out. I did add, so 33%. We did give a bunch of unrealized back, but that's okay. We're still slightly green. the session, looking for the continuation and the breach of this high. You might get an additional print around the volume weighted average price, but I don't like how weak the overall market is here. You have to take that into consideration. You have Nvidia starting to break some support level lows. Just watch for them to crack and that floor to break. So yeah, keep an eye out there. I mean, you know what I have a strong feeling is going to happen here is that Bitcoin coming right back to VWAP. Hopefully those buyers step right back in. I mean, you're down 50 cents off the highs. We literally almost top ticked that there. I had 25% and then I added another 10 or so for that reload and that moved back into 63, but we didn't get that. It wasn't the case whatsoever. And then here comes the overall market back in. So keep an eye out on that. Invesco. Obviously the Qs as you head a little bit lower, all right? Now, as for all the other names, Meta's still holding up relatively well. We can't complain. And there it is. There's the indecision print. I think you will get that bounce off of VWAP here. I don't know why. Just one day, platform just stopped deciding to show the volume weighted average price on the 1-minute charts. I don't know what's up with that. But anyways, here it is, guys. This wick isn't genuine. These are always false prints. A lot of these are false prints, like dark pools here and there. So yeah, you got to use something else to look at in order to determine the actual genuity within the prints. So Palantir starting to put in some indecision prints. My issue here is I think that the sellers are in control of today's session. So finding these bottoms are going to be a little bit more difficult than a typical day where buyers are a little bit more. I just don't think that's going to be the case. Obviously, anything can happen at any given moment. You get a truth from Donald Trump or something along those lines. So just be patient. I don't know if I'm going to take any more attempts there on IBIT. We are green on the day, but nothing substantial. And there, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's it, man. I was free rolling here as well, too, just to essentially get in what I'm getting at, why I stopped out here and not here. My average was right at 62.52s roughly with this ad. And with that being said, what I'm using essentially is my unrealized gains to add. Yeah, it is big time, KT, for the win. It's extremely disappointing. So essentially what I'm using is unrealized gains to add more into the position. And essentially what you do is you just risk your unrealized. As soon as that goes flat, you have to get out of that trade, all right? So yeah, that's just a free rolled method that I typically used to run significantly back in the day. And I do time to time. It's good, especially with strong names. And we know that Bitcoin isn't that strong right now, considering we had that pop up into 63. It's going to be an inside day of yesterday's session. IBIT's up 3.5%, which you can't really complain about. Like the more that Meta holds up here at 657s, I like it, but it's just too expensive for my liking. What is the 2x on that, Obi? Is it METU? Yeah, okay, so 33 bucks. That's a good. I really like this. Do we have access to this? Let's take a look. And the liquidity is there. It's typically not. No, I don't want the hourly. I want the 1 minute. Yeah, there is a little bit. You can see the gaps within that price action. Also note that you have this steady trend still fully intact as well too. So Neo probably wouldn't be playing this until you're on the backside of that trend, and you want to see a little bit, a slight uptick in the volume profile as well too, guys. So keep an eye out on that. Here it is, 62.55 on IBIT. Let's get that out of there and take a look at METU. Yeah, I don't even think we have it, do we? No, we don't even have METU. Is there any other? Let me know if there's any other Meta leverage derivatives. METZ, no.
METU?
Yeah, we don't. METL, we don't have METU. Let's see.
FBL.
Yeah, METL is not too bad.
FBL.
FBL? Okay, yeah, there's not very much liquidity.
Some of those
there.
are still called FBL.
Yeah. FBL, what's the liquidity looking like on that one? Why is it still Facebook? That's insane. Oh, okay, all right, this one's not so bad, right? So if you're gonna get involved, 33.75 is what that's looking at, but once again, downtrend still fully intact. If you're gonna breach that, you wanna see the volume profile pick up there, Obi.
Yeah, that's for sure. You definitely have to keep an eye on that volume price analysis here. So got out of that Google as it's just chopping around on top of 280. Again, 280 a little bit of a significance, I think. And if it's going to hold and consolidate here, I want to be done with it here. It gave me 282s, 280s. thank you. Come again. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for here. And yeah, just keep looking at the Astera Labs, because I was watching this with quite some interest in the morning session. But yeah, when I get up off my desk, that's when this thing starts to actually sell off and revert right at 11 o'clock on the dot there, from 200 all the way to 192. So a beautiful, beautiful reversion down at VWAP coming in. Was doing decent relative volume as well. I don't know if this one had a catalyst in the morning, and honestly, with the way moving, I didn't really care, because I was like, whenever this buying is done, I just want to be a part of the book there and watch it as well. That 200 confluence came in real nice, but that's a missed trade. That one's down for the journal for later today. That's cracking even harder now. 50% reversion of the day's action on Astera Labs. So shout out to anybody who was involved in this one. Doing decent relative volume, so I know a few of you were definitely involved in this one. What are people saying now? Nvidia bouncing now? Okay, let's take a quick look at Nvidia here before we move on to some of these other stocks that are doing some decent volume here. But you can see the market pulling right back in. So that I was talking about this earlier. Who was dominant in the morning? Sellers. Who was dominant a little bit off of the open? Sellers. When if you were looking at the Mag 7, they were definitely seller dominated. And then we got a 50% pullback of that down leg here on the NASDAQ and the ES, and now that supply is stepping right back in, taking us to those lows again on both the NASDAQ and the ES. So the Nvidia, maybe a little bit of a bounce. We got all the way to day lows, and yes, this is where demand kind of came in earlier twice here. First time, nothing too crazy, into the opening range lows. Second time was strong enough to take us all the way back to VWAP, but VWAP doesn't really give us anything much. Pulls all the way back in. Let's see if the demand is stepping up right again. But here, I see a little bit of a sandwich, right? Demand at 204s, maybe 205, 204s and some change, and then supply coming 206 halves, right? So a little bit of a sandwich coming in, $2 sandwich on Nvidia, as it just consolidates within its, I wouldn't say opening, but if you call it like the first half an hour, that opening range, then yeah, it's within that opening range first half hour candle for sure. If you just look at a 30-minute chart, that'll tell you everything that you need to know. We're in a sideways chop, right? Sideways chop, 30-minute range on Nvidia. Let's take a look at Microsoft as well. That one was sold off pretty aggressively off of the open. And yes, finding some bid at reference lows from the earnings report. So yesterday we got straight chop, sideways chop on Microsoft on earnings day one. Strong selling coming in on day two, but still holding some of those reference lows. Those are just shy of 514s, 513.27s specifically are those lows. We got some breaking news with Adara.
Apparently making some comments right now. I checked his schedule, and he should be traveling right now from the White House to Palm Springs. So perhaps he's speaking on Air Force One, though I haven't seen any link to that, so it's unclear. But either way, apparently he's saying with regards to China that he would, quote, love to get rid of the extra 10% tariff on fentanyl. I have no other context for this. He's also saying the meeting with China was incredible. If I see a link, I'll let you know, but I'm not seeing any actual stream or footage or link to him speaking. All I'm seeing are comments, and these comments, as I mentioned, on China. Be careful, guys. Keep an eye on this market as Trump's comments are coming through. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Adair, did you have anything to finish over there, Obi?
No,
or
I'm
are you
good.
good?
Just looking at Softy here, but yeah, you can take it away if you want.
All right, cool, man. There goes Nvidia to the downside, guys. Be cautious as the market looks like it wants to head that way. You had that volatility spike. I wouldn't be surprised if it absorbed some liquidity, stopped out a bunch of the longs, and then maybe you get that continued downward movement. I mean, it's so hard to go against some of these names here right now. That's Nvidia, Palantir, Amazon kind of going oppo. You get that curl over. So you can see with the overall market, let's just do a little comparison. Is that, okay, yeah, you have these continuous down moves, you have the double bottom, but you have that double top over here. Adair, what do you got?
More news here. Keep an eye perhaps on oil. We now have Trump saying there are not going to be any strikes on Venezuela. Earlier today, there were reports that there would, in fact, be strikes on Venezuela. And now Trump coming out and saying that's actually going to be the case. Keep an eye here, again, mostly probably on oil here. Oil does tend to react to geopolitical headlines. Back to you.
My good old earpiece in there.
All right, so some more breaking
yeah,
news
some more
here.
breaking news there. And yeah, you can see that the volume's really starting to pick up there, guys, across the board as support levels are starting to be breached. So those floors are starting to crack. Keep an eye out on that. If the momentum continues to pick up, then you might get a little bit more downwards price action. Let's take a look at what we got going on from our chart and what we're watching here. So we got the Qs, the SPY. This is the support levels I'm talking about at 630. See, there it is, momentum and the volume substantially picking up here, guys. So be cautious on those longs. I mentioned today, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult to grab that falling knife, considering I'm not calling it a free fall Friday or anything. We're far from that, but just again, be cautious on what's going on. These signals may necessarily not be coming into play today, considering you have multiple here. You get pressure stepping in on Nvidia, you get to the volume weighted average price, and then you reject, and you're now breaking through that 204 level. Same thing here. If that pre-market lows start to break on some of these names, I'm going to be looking short, especially on the Qs. You crack 631, bang. I think there's going to be a good opportunity. Essentially, what you want to do is follow the volume, and where is the volume going? Downside. Adara, talk to us.
I have more Trump commentary. Trump saying right now he's not going to be restarting renegotiations with Canada. We know he had some issues with some tariff-related ads, specifically coming out of this province, Ontario. Those ads were actually pulled after Trump said that they would be cutting negotiations with Canada as a result. But Trump saying that he's still not going to be restarting with Canada. Potentially keep an eye on GM or Ford with this in mind. We know that the car manufacturing has been a bit of an issue here with the two countries. But yeah, either way, Trump's still talking. Be careful. This market can and will and is currently moving.
All right. Go ahead, OB.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of scanning the market here. So this is what I was going to do after we looked at some of the Mag 7s here, just taking a look at what some of the largest volume gainers here. We'll just sort by percentage, right? We'll just sort by percentage. It's not even letting me do that. That's okay. HKD. I don't know if you remember this name here, but this name went absolutely bonkers when we first, when I first joined the floor here. This was in and around that time. It was over $1,000 overnight, and I was like, yeah, what a squeeze on that. And yeah, coming in once again on HKD today, some strong relative volume in the pre-market. You know, this thing is pretty much dead most of the days. It hasn't seen this kind of volume in a pretty long time, and today we're getting a little bit of that oomph to the upside. $2 in the pre-market session. I have a low of 165 maybe from yesterday that came in. Yeah, 167 from yesterday. You can see the high of day today, 547. So definitely something happening on HKD here on the day. Beautiful reversion as well when that buying kind of steps off. So lots of opportunity. Let me know in the chat if you guys were involved in HKD at all. And the MSAI, multi-sensor AI, these guys have an AI in their name. That's definitely going to give you maybe a couple points of relative volume as well when volume does come in. So a nice grind up on this one. Don't know what's happening here either. Wow, GETY. I think these guys actually I actually remember the news on these guys this morning. They have a deal with Perplexity, and if I'm not mistaken, that was the catalyst. And look at that, nice reversion as well. If you go back and look at this name, you can see that more often than not, this is a behavior that this name exhibits quite repeatedly. So you can see here, we'll just go up to, let's just go weekly. You can see top wicks. Look at those. Boom, boom, boom. Every time, these are weekly charts, so there's probably only 1 or 2 days at most that this thing is spiking on the week, and then the week closes with that bid kind of getting slammed into. We're going to see more of the same happening this week, as today's the last day of the week, and we get slammed for all of the action that we had. It went to $5 in the pre-market session. You can see that. Those were some prior highs. So a lot of these stocks very much in play, but they give you the move in the pre-market session. By the time the open session comes, sure, it's still very much in play, but you're getting everybody that's trying to chase the move, and it might be a better backside play than anything else. We'll be right back from Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on this market still. Trump now saying that the deal with China is, quote, long-lasting. And again, I want to mention here, oil apparently on the move a bit here as Trump says there are not going to be any strikes on Venezuela. That does indeed contradict some reports we heard earlier today suggesting that there would be Venezuela strikes. Back to you.
All right, good stuff there, Adara, as always. Thank you very much. Yeah, Canadian GDP, man. I mean, yeah, it's tough. Trust me, we have extremely high. Actually, let's pull that up right now. extremely high unemployment. We'll have a little fun with this. You can poke fun at us all you would like. At the end of the day, you got to take into consideration, make fun of it all you want, but it's people's jobs at stake. So don't make too much light of it, guys. It's not easy for some people. The struggle isn't easy, that's for sure. And what do you get from it? Like, at the end of the day, does it make you a little bit better to understand that people are struggling? Like, come on, show a little heart, have a little decency, and show some human affection. All right, news flow, portfolio, option, macro maps. We're gonna have a little fun with it. GDP. This thing is, oh my days, this is not good. 10 years, so supercharts. No, let's go unemployment rate. We're gonna have a little bit more fun with this here. We're gonna head over to Canada, see if we can get this to pop up. Why isn't it coming up? Show me. No. All right. Anyways, well that was a little lackluster. Anyways, we're at like 7.1% now, probably 7.1% there. GDP. What are we at? 4 trillion, not too good of a look. So if you're in Canada, hater, you may leave. Thanks. Yeah, exactly. Anytime, man. Feel free. If you don't like it, then you're more than welcome to pack your stuff and leave. So yeah, just remember, guys. People
don't hold the bag.
If you don't like it,
if you don't like a position that you're in, there's
plenty of other countries where you can go and live and for significant labor. But you may not have the same opportunities. Just remember.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of traders. They move to Bali, right?
Bali,
where your dollar is actually worth something.
Thailand.
What was that?
You can go there. What was
that?
A
little bit of Sean there.
What was that?
I don't know what that was.
Do it again. I didn't see it. I missed.
A little bit of a flash on the screen. We're just tripping. Ramin's saying we're just.
Today, she's ready to go, man. Yeah. She's locked and loaded, so watch out for Ramin. No, but in all seriousness, guys, again, here it goes. There's that 631 break potentially here on the overall market, Obi. Yeah. Once that support snaps, watch out. That volume is most definitely supporting it. And same thing, Palantir tanking. I was like, do we take a long on that? No, and then sure enough. So I think right now it's just look for continuation strength. The 204 on Nvidia broke as well too. So there that goes. In the meantime, let's take a look at the top performing sectors here on the session and see what we got going on, where the relative strength is, if there is any. Consumer discretionary, not doing too bad, obviously being led by the likes of Amazon here. Comm services, up almost 3%. Communications, 0.5%. Energy sector, a third there. Consumer staples, a quarter. Materials, same thing. Double that almost. 0.43, and then utilities down 0.6, closer to 6.5. So yeah, there it is on the top performing. Nothing the bell, guys. It is Friday, unless you're trying to hide your horrible earnings report. That's the only time where I've seen companies report on Fridays. Now, are we bottom picking? I don't know, Obi. Let's see. We are slightly extended from the volume weighted average price, and I have the confidence this market that you can get a bounce at any given moment. It only takes a couple of truths, and then sure enough, you're rocking and rolling. But see, here it is. That's why I'm not long FB just yet. Downtrend still fully intact, breaking through some support levels. Watch out for that. Then let's go through our scanner as well too. We can take a look at some options activity momentarily. I'm not in anything. I'm just looking for something right now. Yeah, that's what I got going on. As for our volume, Amazon with 103 million shares traded on the session. That's pretty good there. Big time gap up. And I mean, you got to take into consideration from this previous pivot high. Let's get you can do it. You can do it. Come on. No, stop embarrassing me, Obi.
What's up?
All right, I'm trying to get the percentage metric on it, but it doesn't want to cooperate, so that's okay. I mean, you're not too far, right? So there it is. Bang, bang. Yeah. 5%, right? So, okay. I mean,
off the highs.
Yeah, off this previous pivot high,
off
right?
the all-time high.
Yeah, off the previous all-time high there. Yeah. I think that if you come back and retest anywhere in the 240s, I'm a buyer of this name 100%. We'll go through Nvidia with 70.9 million shares traded on the session, market cap just under 5 trillion. TSLA, QuantumScape, what has that been up to? Batteries. Ooh. See, there it goes, going up. Oh, there. That's a nice signal right there, Obi, for a move.
Yeah, for a potential reversion, right?
Yeah, I thought this is battery packs, though, apparently.
Quantum Yeah, no, I understand that, but I think that sometimes it just, funny enough, moves along with the sector.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
Just because it has quantum
like
in the name.
myself, I thought for a while that it was. So there it is, RGTI, yesterday's session, phenomenal, right? So you just get that steady grind higher. Boom, you go from 30, what was the low, 37.64, all the way up to approximately 44 on today's session. And then sure enough, you're starting to sell a little bit there. Ford, what have you been up to? Apple, 38 million shares traded on the session, moving to the downside, putting a potential bottom around 269. Neil's ready. If I see Neil downtown, watch out, man.
That sounds so threatening. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, watch. This guy's going to be going hard if the Jays win. He's probably been waiting quite some time for this. So. And then he's all right. So it's turned up, and then as soon as the done, it's all over. Hopefully you're just staying down. Yeah. I mean, good.
Game 6 today.
These guys win tonight. Watch out, man. You're not getting out of the city, that's for sure. All right, guys.
A lot of people saying that maybe we'll talk about it later. But something about Game 7. But
Well, you gotta get through Game 6 first to get there.
No, I know. But we're taking it to Game 7.
Let's see. Yeah. No jinx. All right, guys. No jinxes. We're going to Adara with happening now in the Neil's lesson of the day.
Yeah, don't talk about Game 7, I guess, but do talk about this market, which is dropping. Donald Trump is making comments. U.S. President Donald Trump, as I suspected, is in fact on an Air Force One. Sometimes these calls are recorded. This one does not appear to be. And he is talking right now about Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, saying that he likes Mark Carney, but he's not happy with that tariff commercial that I mentioned earlier. And as I mentioned earlier, too, he said the trade negotiations from Canada are still on. I also want to mention, with regards to nuclear, Trump said, quote, we're going to do some testing, which kind of implies there could be some new nuclear development plans. Keep an eye on names like SMR, OKLO, etc. One of the biggest catalysts going in today was earnings, specifically from two Mag 7 leaders. Here is one of them, Apple, AAPL. Of the two Mag 7 reports, this one was a little bit weaker. Now, of course, they did have a double beat, much like the name we're going to mention in a second, but they had weaker than expected iPhone sales and China sales, two of the, I would say, the most core components of Apple's revenue makeup. Then we also had Amazon here, AMZN. It's too zoomed in there of Jeff Bezos' bald head, but keep it on AMZN. They did have a double revenue beat, and AWS growth was its best since 2022. So great look here for Amazon. Okay look for Apple, but Apple's red right now, and Amazon, even after falling a bit from that gap up, is still up more than 10%. Before we send you back to the deal and his lesson of the day, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Neil, hit it out of the park for your lesson of the day.
You've got a diamond. You've got 9 men. You got a hat and a bat, and that's not all. You got the bleachers, you got them from spring till fall, you got a dog and a beer, and the umpires call. What do you want? Let's play ball. Why? Because okay, Blue Jays, that's what's happening tonight, and I had to say it at least once. Enough of the Saja boys. We're ready for Game 6 tonight, but we still have a lesson today to do. We still have the market, which is absolutely tanking. So what I want to say to you is, you've got to understand the game that you're playing. Maybe you're going up against a, fireballer where you got to select your pitch. He's going to be wild. Make sure he gets it over the hard zone, so you're adjusting for that. And then another at-bat, you're going to go up against some soft tosser he's in the zone. He's not going to walk anybody, so you got to be geared up, ready to swing because he's not going to walk you. You're not going to walk yourself off the ice. In trading, it's kind of the same thing. And in that vein, I just want to, you had 2 days in a row. Look at Apple off of the open. Pick any of the earnings stocks, right? Look at Apple off of the open. You've got to understand that whatever your regular trading is for Apple, when you're trying to catch these falling knives, you've got to be able to compare apples to apples. So when I'm looking at, I'm in Chipotle, I'm in HKD, I'm in Intel, just a couple of normal setups, doing those relative to Apple, completely irrelevant. What I have to do is say, okay, fine, Apple at the open is going to have much more volatility. If I do this, it's going to be bigger winner or loser than all the other stuff that I'm doing. So make sure I'm not trying to compare this or trying to go over and take an Intel trade from later in the day like this and say, oh, I'm going to get a reverse in Intel and it's going to be as big as what I make or lose on Apple. No, because it's a different setup. And the volatility is not going to be the same. So even if I have a great trade there, it's probably not going to make up for red on Apple. But what I can compare that to is something like yesterday. So when I'm down on Apple this morning, I have to ask myself, on that reversion in Google, did I make more on the reversion in Google than I lost in Apple? Answer, yes. So that's okay. And then with Meta, on that reversion, I didn't get this one, I got that one. On that reversion on Meta, the smaller one, did I make more than I lost on Apple, which is my worst loss today? Answer, yes. That's how you have to grade it. I can't say compared to the stuff that I was doing today, which is not going to be as volatile. On a Friday in post earnings, when you get these crazy drops in, if you happen to catch the bottom, you understand it's going to be your biggest trade. And it's going to pale in comparison to what you were able to do in the rest of the day. Like yesterday, I knew there was nothing else I was going to trade that could put a dent in the morning based on some of those rallies you get. It's just going to be unique. And when you're evaluating your day, you have to keep that in mind. But more importantly, as you're trading throughout the rest of the day, you can't be sitting there, like I can't, like for myself, I can't be forcing, like I'm in Chipotle off of VWAP. I'm not gonna all of a sudden change my strategy or sizing so that Chipotle moving 1% from here to the bottom will suddenly make me, make up for the Apple trade this morning, because it's just different opportunity when you're trading at the open. So yeah, if I'd happened to grab Chipotle somehow magically off the top, which I wouldn't have done for no reason, then maybe that makes up for the Apple trade because you have that expanded volatility and that expanded opportunity. So make sure you're comparing apples to apples. That way, you're not going to sit there revenge trading, trying to make back a loss on something where there isn't the opportunity on that volatility. You won't be trying to turn B pluses in, B setups into A setups or that kind of a thing. Know the environment you're in, be able to switch those gears and be happy with what you can get. When those 8:30 or when those 9:30 trades reversions work, they can make a day or a week. But if you don't have anything like that for the rest of the day, you can't force the action on. Then the next opportunity for that might be Monday morning on a 9:30 trade, or Tuesday morning on a breakout, or something along those lines. And that's how you get consistent, by understanding each is in its own environment or own style, and you've got to grade them against each other. So hopefully that lesson helps. I know sometimes it helps me to remind myself, hey, don't FOMO or don't YOLO into something in the middle of the day that's a B setup just because an A setup lost this morning. That's not how it works. You got to stay who you are. You can't just turn into a home run hitter if you're Ichiro, and vice versa. And you can't go chasing balls out of the zone when you're facing Yamamoto tonight, because that dude is going to live in the strike zone. He doesn't walk people. You got to be ready to hit because he's going to be in that zone. So make sure you're sticking to your plan of action. And you know what I'm going to say. Let's go Blue Jays. Peace.
That's it.
Oh, thank you very much, Neil.
We love it, Neil.
Some great points there, man. Yeah, stock selection, staying in your lane, knowing what you're good at, and waiting patiently for that moment. And I think one definitely hits home for me is not taking a C or a B and trying to force it into an A. That's something that I myself doing every now and then. And it's not the way to do it for sure. And that's a great reminder of that. Thank you very much, Neil, for solid lesson of the day. It's always tough, man. Sometimes you get so convicted of an idea, and you're just like, oh, this is going for me, yep. And then you try to force into it with like A plus or A sizing, when the trade really is probably like a C plus or a B at most, right? And if you're sizing effectively and appropriately, the difference between C sizing and A sizing is exponential, right? If for example, if you're taking 10 shares for a C trade, you better be looking at taking at least a 100 to maybe even 400 or 500 on the A plus trades, right? In that level of scaling. So yeah, it can get very aggressive if you turn a C into an A when it really isn't. And those are the days where things can get a little troublesome. We'll be right back from Midday.
Keep an eye on the market. In addition to comments from Donald Trump, which I can't tell if he's still talking, but I haven't seen anything in a couple of minutes, I do want to let you guys know we have a couple other things to be aware of. One, Scott Bessent, interview with Financial Cannot tell if this is recorded or live or written and published, but either way, seeing some comments here specifically with China. He's saying China made a, quote, real mistake when it came to their rare earths decision. And now we have Feds Bostic and Hammock, and I want to tell you guys, both of them are being very hawkish. In fact, both indicated they were not even 100% on board for a rate cut at this meeting. Feds Bostic said that he supported a cut because he still thinks that they're in restrictive territory, but he said that he basically eventually got to the point where he agreed with the cut. You get the idea that he certainly wasn't interested in it right away. And then Fed's Hammock saying that she would have preferred to hold rates steady this week. So we know we did have one dissenting vote in holding rates. That was from Fed Schmid. But now two Feds that didn't dissent are expressing interest that, hey, maybe they could, or at least they very much considered it. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think you have to. Oh, thank you. All right. So there's a lot of prints across the board that we would typically like. But considering that the market is moving downward aggressively, I think that a lot of them are going to get blown past. So you have to take that into consideration. Here we have FBL. I'm looking at META. That's a print that I want to get involved with. And there it goes, a nice pop here, guys. So we'll be patient. Maybe we'll get an additional pullback. But when you gap up like that after a strong print, it's hard to. And I'm not going to chase it all the way up here. Why? Because we have to start defining risk as well too. So 33.53 is where we're currently trading at, and I have to give it 30 cents to those lows. Well, if I'm going to hit it 2 to 1, I need 60 cents essentially, right? So 50, got to go to 34.10s. That's a substantial move, and that's going to hand us towards the volume weighted average price. So I don't know if we're going to get that with the market moving a little bit lower. Now, as for the Qs, there it is. I would have liked to take a long, but as I mentioned earlier, once this floor snapped at 631, watch out for some more downward price action, and you're a couple points lower than that. That's extremely important to note. Nvidia holding up relatively well. Let's head back towards our scanner. We're going to go over to Adara here momentarily. All right, let's send it over.
Yeah, we have a lot more hawkishness coming from both Bostic and Hammock, who are speaking simultaneously, starting pretty promptly, like at 12 p.m. Feds Bostic saying that he liked Fed Chair Powell's fog analogy that he made during the press conference, saying that it makes sense to go more slower if you're a bit uncertain as to where things are going to go with regards to policy and rates and inflation. And then we also have Fed's Hammock saying that they actually need to maintain some restriction to bring down inflation, saying that the Fed's policy is barely restrictive, if at all. So again, things are getting really hawkish over here with regards to these Fed comments, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, no problem. Do you have anything going on, Obi? I don't have anything.
I'm watching the market's selling off, right? So I kind of spoke on it before. Who was dominant in the morning session in the pre-market? Sellers coming into the opening session. Who was dominant kind of coming in after roughly 30 to 40 minutes of the opening session? Sellers. Who's dominant right now as we break through day lows on both futures? Sellers. There you go. So I think it's very, very obvious what's kind of happening here going into the end of the week. We get that reversion at the end of the day where buyers actually step in. But guess what? We're seller dominant. Look at Google. Google can't get past that 180 with sort of distinction. Maybe we chop around, but VWAP can't get through. VWAP sellers there off of the open. VWAP sellers there once again in the midday session. Same thing with Amazon. VWAP sellers in the morning. 250 can't really break through. 250 was a little bit of a pivot point for me for what's the word I'm looking for? Inflection. Right? Above or below. If it's below 250 and it's showing me the right stuff, I want to look short. If it's above 250 and it's showing me the right stuff, I want to look long. And I saw sellers coming in off the 250, so I was like, all right, well, let's take a look short. And that idea has been working pretty well if you stayed involved every time sellers showed up. I think last time I was here, Sean was like, oh, you know, we're not going to talk about Obi's edge. But I was just like, yeah, sometimes I just like to keep it simple. They're like, what is the edge? You want to sell with sellers and buy with buyers. It's very rare where, okay, sometimes when you're doing mean reversion, maybe you're selling to some buyers. That's okay. I mean, in a certain type of scenario. But overall, if you're trying to be on that right side of the move, you have to be with the participants that are coming in. So a great example right here, I like the buying that came in off of the strong selling on Google. I got involved with the first distinctly buying that I saw. Didn't really hold it to fruition, gave it to 279s from 277s, but it went to 282s. And then I was like, okay, where's the next trade? And okay, this is what I was going to say. Going back to what Jesse Livermore kind of speaks of. He says that if you watch a chart and you know your price action, that one chart is going to give you lots of opportunity, right? And that you just have to sit there and be patient. You got to be able to sit on your hands, and especially if it's in play. Stock like Google, like Amazon, we're in earnings seasons. Google earnings day 2, Amazon earnings day 1, and does that make the futures in play as well? I think, to me, it does.
Absolutely.
Right? And it's just like, if you stick with a stock, a lot of people ask, oh, Obi, why are you only trading 1 or 2 stocks? I don't need to go anywhere else.
Yep.
There's no reason. Sure, maybe a setup sets up even better somewhere else, than if it catches my, I'll take it. For example, what was it yesterday? I think I ended up doing something stupid on it later, but that initial reaction on Moderna yesterday, it was running up pretty crazy on some sort of a catalyst. The whole sector was running. It was brought to my attention, and those are the kind of the trades that I talk about when I say, well, you got to wait for things to fall into your lap. And the best trade on Moderna I had yesterday was a quick reversion, even though it was an all-day runner. I did kind of fight the trend going into the end of the day. That was a mistake on my part, but this just micro pullback on the bigger scheme of things, I saw this initial move, and I was like, all right, where does this stop? It kind of comes in, sell in. It was only buyer, so I sell with the sellers at 26.80s and take it right into VWAP. Right here on 26 is a quick little scalp. Sure, it only gives you like 50, 60 pennies, but is a very, in my opinion, very high probability scalp back down into VWAP. But then it kind of grinds up for the rest of the day. So it did give you multiple opportunities, even on the short, even on the long. And at the end of the day, the short did come in, but the long was definitely a very, very trade. Same thing with, I guess, what was this morning on, I guess Amazon was pretty choppy. Apple was the one that had the earnings report overnight. And off of the open, look at the clean selling that does come in. You're already sitting with a little bit of a short bias. You're looking for sellers, right? Or you're looking for the lack of buyers, or you're looking for buyers to fail to follow through, one or the other. You're looking for something that's going to push you into that trade if you already are coming in with a short bias. Again, looking at a lot of these megs and large caps that have been selling off of the strong gap ups that they've been having off earnings. Apple kind of doing a very similar move off of the open. So if you're sitting there waiting for that, you see sellers right off of the, you can definitely participate in that tape scalp, that momentum scalp, where you're just like, this should go and not look back through those pre-market lows. And yeah, we definitely got solid directional moves there off of the open. So where is the next trade? That's where I'm asking. Exactly. Control Escape is always, where's the next trade with Obi? Never how is the next trade? But here's the thing, man. I was sitting here.
Yeah,
I took the Google. How was the Google? Google was pretty nice. That's still working out pretty well. I'm waiting for one, and VWAP was the place to be, man. After you've already identified that sellers are in charge on the day, maybe the ideal thing to do is wait, be patient, sit on your hands, and wait for sellers to step in. I'm here with you guys, man. I'm learning along the way. I'm catching this alongside you guys at the same pace, right? So that's why I keep asking, where's the next trade? I don't want to chase into trades that have already happened. If I'm looking for a sell and I'm like, okay, the market is selling off, I need to be short, that's already too late. We already broke opening range. We already broke a lot of these levels. Maybe we're looking for a breakdown here on Amazon through 245 finally, or maybe 277s finally on Google, right? But I don't want to chase in the middle of a move. What do you got going on?
We're going to try, man. We asked about it. We don't necessarily, again, we want to get involved in a little bit of something here with NVDL. Possible bottom on NVDA, Obi. But if the market continues to bleed, it's just like one attempt, a couple attempts at this, and if it doesn't work out, don't try to beat a dead horse or essentially milk a stone, as I like to say, because it is pretty aggressive. So once this snaps, I only have to risk approximately, 50 cents or so to know where I'm wrong. So let's see if this is going to hold up. The downtrend is still fully intact, so I'm looking for it to snap. But yes, Assassino, give me one moment. Maybe we'll send it over to Adara. What do you got for us?
Yeah, we have more commentary coming from Fed's Bostic in particular, saying that some of the labor market changes are cyclical, but slower doesn't always mean the same as weak. So again, both Bostic and Hammock really trying to make it clear that they don't think that rates need to be cut aggressively right now. I mean, Fed's dynamics comments even suggested that she's not even 100% comfortable with the fact that they cut back in September. She said the only reason they did was because there was a drop in payrolls. So this is pretty significant here, guys. I think this is a pretty interesting look. And Fed's Hammock saying time until December meeting, we'll have more data to come. And again, whether or not data will come is another big point of contention, because we know the U.S. government has been shut down since October 1st. It is currently the second longest shutdown in U.S. government history. We have not had most data during this privately released data, and certain regional data has still been released. So either way, the fact that they're waiting for data is going to be significant. As I'm talking, I see an alert here on a firm, AFRM, getting a short report. Forbes stock is still not worth $1. Mind a firm's gap, it only misleads. AFM with a fun short report from Forbes. Back to you.
Thank you, Adira. I'm ready anytime. I said, all right, brother, let's go. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees 65 basis points. Until December 31st, 2025, plus the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca, 3x daily to learn. And there it goes. There goes the market. I'm going to get out prematurely because I just feel that it's going to snap, and there's no reason for me to hold this. I think it's go with the trend now. That's enough trying to grab the falling knife. Apple looks like it wants to start selling aggressively. So you got that indecision print at the volume weighted average price. Keep an eye out on that. But that's all that's my only attempt on trying to catch these bottoms. Other than that, did not FF. Other than that, I think it's wait for the pullback and then look for the continuation in the trend. There goes Gaurav. He's short Apple as well too, as I mentioned it. Amazon heading towards some key support levels. I think it's just going to be one of those sessions where it's going to hard to find the bottom here, so go with the flow, wait for those pullbacks, and then look to engage on that front. Again, it's a little bit, it's 12:20, so if you haven't started the participation, I mean, we were talking about this earlier. I said, watch out for this floor crack, right? That was at 6:30. We're now trading at 6:28. So it's the same thing across the board. You have that base formed here on Palantir, 200. Watch for that to snap. Look, now you have the continuation to the downside. The exact thing, I know I'm not involved. I was in some IBIT looking for that to hold up, which is holding up a little bit better than the overall market. And then there it is, 488, snaps to the downside. And now it's going to be the exact same thing here with Amazon and company. So if Amazon breaks 244, look for more of that gap to be filled. So yeah, be cautious, be cautious, be cautious. And what am I referring to here as potential signal on Apple is look at this here. So you can see that buyers push price to VWAP, and then they have the ability to push it right back down. But if this signal gets blown out, watch out, because essentially what happens here with Apple, I remember in my earlier days of trading, so I just run the most basic scan possible. It's volume-based. Show me who's displaying the most volume in the pre-market, and obviously names like Apple and Nvidia are going to be on the top of that. But what I came to the conclusion is that Apple is not your everyday intraday day trader, in my opinion, right? The float is extremely large, and it takes a lot of money to move this name, and there's a lot of fake outs. So you have all these overlapping candles, and if things start to turn around, you have to be cautious on what's going on. Now, see, look how micro these pullbacks are in the overall market. That's something you want to keep an eye out on, and that can just display the weakness within. All right, so let's see what everybody else is in the chat. If there's anything specific you guys want to go over, whether it's options related or just day-to-day market movements like we're experiencing here today, just feel free to tag me. I know someone was tagging me the same question. IonQ long. See, there it goes, Jameson. I like that you brought this up. Why? Because it was a significantly stronger space. Yeah. But today it's just following the overall market. What's RGTI up to? We can take a look at that name. I think there's a good opportunity to get involved with a little Apple short, but you also have to take into consideration that the fact that the market has sold off and participated, all right? Why hasn't Bitcoin breaking down? I mean, you have to think about it too, is that over the past session, it's like down 3%, down 5%, et cetera, et cetera. So it's holding up. That's just showing somewhat of a sign of strength, all right? So, I mean, there it is, the bounce right back to my entry price. I have no issues with getting out of that one. Why? Because if it continued to bleed, why am I going to take a larger hit than what I need? All right, so IonQ long, again, it's with the overall market, so just be cautious. Obviously, stick to those risk measures. Amazon got those crazy candles, says Mo. Why hasn't Bitcoin tanked? We went over that. There might be a little bit of relative strength there. Skunkworks, you should switch to trading 0 DDEs to spice the. We don't trade options on the show, my friend. Check out the super chat, says Patrick. All right, yeah. If we missed something, please just let me know. I didn't see yours there. Hit me up with some TA on RCAT, says Patrick DeVille. Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. I like this name, right? Adara brought us the news. I think, was it the government that was grabbing a bunch of small drone orders on RCAT, Adara? Pardon me?
Apparently, yeah.
A, it was just a report. It was confirmed.
Oh.
B, it was, it's interesting too, because it was actually Doge working with Pentagon. So that's why it's interesting as well. There is a Department of Government Efficiency apparently trying to find specific budget drones is what the story said, which again makes sense because they are the Department of Government Efficiency. They're not going to want super expensive drones, but it sounds like they're going to get a lot of them for as cheap as they can, was the vibe I got.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think RCAT's still in play as long as this trend holds. Once it snaps, just because there could be some potential downside. It's the most basic TA that you can possibly do, and it works a lot of the times.
Yeah, I have to let you guys know, Fed's boss getting a little bit upset here, it sounds like, about people trying to assume there's a December rate cut, saying, quote, every meeting is live. Don't get ahead of us. Now we've had Hammock, Bostic, and of course Fed Chair Powell on Wednesday during the press conference, all saying basically, hey, don't tell us there's going to be a December cut. We have to wait and see. And again, lots of hawkishness happening still from these speakers. Yeah, Fed's Bostic, again, don't get ahead of us. Bostic, back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, somebody, I forget who it was in the chat that you were just reading off, those crazy wicks on Amazon. Yes, for sure. Look at this wick that just happened. We just broke down day low at 245s. We broke down day lows at 245s. We actually get a test below 245s. 244.82 is the current day low. And then a wipe, a straight slap up of the book, a shake it all the way up to 247s, and then slams back down into 245s and change. So this is the kind of nastiness that I'm talking about when it comes to some of these names like Amazon through, like, if you're taking a breakdown trade and you're like, oh, this should go right away because we've been consolidating all day long and this should go right away and not look back. Does it look back? $2 back from 245s to 247. So that's a little bit nasty, and it comes in way as well. So nice little balance there. Market's catching a little bit of a bid here, so I would stay wary. I was looking for a potential bounce here as well because I'm looking for just the continued action sideways. After that shake and bake, I want to keep my hands off a little bit here and really kind of be patient for a potential move to come in here. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Amazon, I'm staring it down. Apple, I'm staring it down, and then Microsoft as well. Maybe we get a Qs trade at the end of the day here as well. Don't forget, it's the end of the month as well, so maybe we get some interesting stuff happening going into the close there, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I was just reading one of my friends. I told you he has this CSE stock, and he's closing in on almost $250,000 of unrealized, which is insane. So shout out to him, man. He's been sitting in that for 5 years. Really, really proud of him. There it is, guys. So there's additional fake out on Nvidia. Got out a little bit earlier, and then sure enough, you kind of have to bite that bullet there. So yeah, you don't bet the rent. I mean, yeah, if you're gambling, man, you do. But then sure enough, you don't have anywhere to live. Can we get an options play? Tina Man's IONT. I believe he is long. I don't even know what IOT is, to be honest with you. Is that even a ticker? Oh, Samsara. Okay. I didn't see. That's the thing. You're having liquidity issues on the intraday chart, so I think you're going to have the exact same thing with options, right? If you're not going to be liquid in the equity itself, there's probably going to be very many options played on that. But let's take a look just to have a little bit of fun. Yeah, Samsara, I seen that there. Options, go to covered call land, man. I'm happy that I wrote those. I had that game plan, and we were talking about it for some time. What was that ticker name again? IoT. We were talking about it some time, just the fact that seeing the, and then look, there's hundreds of shares. So this is the thing that you have to be extremely cautious about, is that there's no liquidity here and you don't want to get stuck in this name and then not have the ability to get out when you want to get out, okay? So yeah, essentially what I was going on earlier about this IBIT trade and just essentially hedging against your own position. So we'll go over to where I'm positioned at right now, and obviously you guys know I has a lot of my trades. So we'll go over to the May 15th expiration cycle. That's 196 days from now, and I'm in on these 65s. My average is $10.40 on these, right? 6 contracts. Do the math, it's that simple. A couple $1,000s down. But what that gives us the ability to do is head over to the nearer term, which is going to be November 14th. And I bought these or I sold these, I should say, for around $56, $57. So those are slowly starting to decay. So essentially, you have to take into consideration what's going on. Am I fully hedged against my position? Yes, but in a way, what we have is a call calendar spread, where I have an offsetting in short options compared to my long options. What is the offsetting? The date of expiration. All right, so my date of expiration on my short calls, which I was thinking about this morning. I want to break it down for those who aren't familiar with net credits and debits. All right, so 69, we collected $57, but I also paid $5. The market value of my 65 strike price 6 contracts is roughly around $6,000. Now, for those who aren't familiar with credit spread trading or credit trading within options altogether, let's break it down. So you buy some stock, it costs you money, right? You have to pay that debit in order to buy it. You can't just pick it up for free. Well, the credit is different. It's the complete opposite. It's almost identical to shorting shares, except for the contract expiration is extremely important. So we collect all of the money. Essentially what happens is the opposite party gives it to you. They lend it to you. And the intention of you to give it back to them, for them, obviously, at a higher price. But for us, as options writers, we want it to come back to a lower price. So I've now received that $350 net credit with the intention of giving back those contracts in which I sold at a lesser price. So essentially what happens is day by day, as each trading session goes by, as the weekends pass by, theta is slowly diminishing the value of those contracts, which works in my favor, not the actual opposite side of that party. So before November 14th, if say you have a $350 net credit and next week, November 7th, that Friday, you've collected $300, you might as well just give those back, buy them back to that previous seller who lent you those contracts at a lesser price, close them, and then the next step that you can take where you can roll those contracts over. If your thesis isn't still working, you can continuously sell more contracts until your trade and your contracts start to get closer to at the money or they start trading in the money. All right? Absolutely.
All right, guys. So for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while the Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters. That's discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no bear, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation.
Perfect. And yeah, also, guys, I like what FF said in the chat. You don't want to be writing calls against overly long names. That's my opinion. You can write strike prices significantly higher, but when we construct our spreads, you always have to take into consideration your risk to reward ratio. And it's when you're shorting calls that you're essentially short. So the actual underlying asset can continue to appreciate, and then that's when you take those outsized losses. So let's go over an example. We're going to head over to our 69 short calls here. Put on our we don't want that. We're going to put on our strategy builder, and then we're going to look at the probability of profit, which is extremely important. So now let's take a look at the profile. Now, also using our delta metric as well too. So that's going to put us around that 0.1 delta when your probability of profit is around 89 to be exact. But you can see your max return. There's only so much you can make. Your net credit is your net credit. You can never make anything more than that. It's that simple. What you collect is the max amount you can keep. All right, so $33 is that max credit, but your max loss is infinite. It can continuously go up, 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 and up. And if you don't get out in time, then you're gonna get assigned. So if your short calls expire in the money, you may get assigned. So that's why with options contracts, it's always best to close them before the expiration so you don't have the risk of assignment. Now, do you want to be short 100 shares of IBIT at what was our strike price here? Where is this thing here? Our strike price, where is it? The 69. Do you want to be short IBIT at 69? Absolutely not. And it's the same thing with Tesla. We went over the examples before, all right? I got squeezed in the summertime on Tesla and on the Qs. It's not a good time, and I can promise you. So you have to be really cautious on what you're doing when you are writing. There's ways that you can mitigate the downside risk by buying protection, and what does that do? That constructs a net credit still, but it gives you that topside risk and essentially caps your losses. Yes, your probability of profit is still going to be skewed, but you have that downside protection. All right, so FBL, yeah, let's take a look at Mara. I mean, we were talking about this name yesterday, right? It's tough. Riot, I think, is performing a little bit better, but you have that breakout. You break out from that September 9th, September 16th, sorry. The volume is supporting the move. You do get a retest of that zone, but sure enough, you're off to the races. Look what it does immediately after. If Bitcoin's going to be weak, I'm going to suspect that Mara is going to be equally as weak, if not more. But one thing that is holding up is Riot. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say holding up. Performing significantly better than Mara is Riot. So you come from those April lows where you have some steady appreciation, 262%. That's not bad whatsoever. We'll step back and we'll take a look at Mara one more time to see exactly what it's been like, and it's nowhere even close, right? 130%, so half of that value. Do you calls 4 months far out of the money? No, I don't. So my strategy is, again, so we can get really in depth into this option stuff. Ramin, shout out to you too. You see the options video? I think it had like 6,900 views. Yeah. What? Did you see it on YouTube? Bang. Well, I mean, I thought you didn't. That's all right. Aside from that, no, guys, in all seriousness, far out of the money, you have to understand the difference, what intrinsic and extrinsic value is at the end of the day. So when you're buying something out of the money, it only has extrinsic value. Extrinsic value is time value. Intrinsic value is the moneyness of the contract. Well, I mean, sorry, the in the money of the contract. So if you have a strike price at $70 and it's trading at 75, it holds $5 of intrinsic value. Now, as for the extrinsic value, what you're looking to gain when you are trading out of the money contracts is the gain of the intrinsic and the extrinsic. But if you don't, you're only holding a contract that has time value, and you can lose that relatively quick if your thesis isn't going as planned. All right? So I need your advice, brother. Bought Meta at 760 call before earnings expiring January 16, 2026. And my cook down 3.8K. That's not fun now, is it? Smooth. Let's take a look. And I also talk about this all the time. You have to be cautious when you're buying contracts because the options will price in the implied volatility leading into the earnings reports, all right? So let's pull this up, META. I almost typed in your name there, Smooth. I think you said 760 by January. I mean, you have a couple months. I wouldn't completely write it off just yet, but you're going to probably lose some value just due to the implied volatility alone. We'll take a look at that momentarily. So where do you essentially need to trade at? Boom. So did you buy these before? Okay, yeah, so you bought them before the earnings and then it dumped? Yeah, that's tough. You have calls. So this is what we can do. This is the exact same situation that I'm in right now. So what can we do to kind of mitigate that loss? And if it doesn't start to work immediately, then, if it doesn't start to work immediately, then this is what we can do. So let's head over to Meta, and then we're just gonna kind of hedge our own position. So you have those 760 calls. These are way, way out of the money. So what you can do right now, that's your expiration, 77 days from now. You can come somewhere nearer dated. Let's go to the exact same expiration cycle in which I wrote my calls. All right? So you can collect a substantial amount of premium on some of these. You can write the exact same strike price and collect $200. So if I would put my money on that all day, that Meta is not going to trade up to $760 by November 14th. That's really key. So that's $200 that you can take off your loss right now. I'm sorry now, but again, we're getting a little bit more complex within the options world, but it's good because there's a lot of people asking these questions. So let's get involved. So this you can write. You can collect $200 right now by November 14th. If Meta is not trading at $760, you get to keep that. Congratulations. If it's still trading south of that, you can even go to a lower strike price. Do you think that Meta is going to trade up to $725 by November 14th? Anything can happen, but I would like our delta is 0.133. You can collect $355. That's almost 10% of your loss right there on a contract expiration. That is a fifth of the time. So that's what I would look to do. Obi, I was rambling on. No. So lots of options talk. What do you? I think
that's great value, man. I'm not trading as much options as I was before I started on the floor here, but it's always good to kind of hear that from you, and a nice refresher as well. Okay, John with a super chat here saying Palantir 200 strike expiring 2/20/26.
Yeah, we like that. That's good time. Like again, when you guys super chat and you guys tell me like, hey, I have these contracts that are expiring months from now. That's good. You're headed in the right direction. It's like, okay, hey, yeah, I'm drastically out the money, but my contracts expire next week. There's not much we can do with that, really. So that's why I always talk about when you're leveraging your system already via options, you may as well spend a little bit more cash at a time.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's what one of my early mentors would tell me as well. He was always trading SPY options as well. He's like, yeah, buying time is definitely a little bit of a luxury, but if you it helps you in the long run for sure.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Buying time is a little bit of a luxury, but if you can do it, it definitely helps your position and your
for sure, 100%, 100%.
Because it's just like we see this in like trading as well, right? It's like you can be right on the idea, but your timing can be very off, and that happens a lot. That happens often, right? For example, you can be like, I want to get short on Amazon today. But you could be timing it down here at 48s. You could be like, 245s, and you're getting just chopped up in a sense. If you're like, okay, I like to short on Amazon, and maybe you get the put that's expiring maybe a few weeks from now just to play the earnings. Maybe that could be something as well, right? You have to hold it into the end there, but yeah, definitely a good look there for sure. I don't know if do you ever hold options into earnings or buy them for the earnings? Do you ever take that gamble?
Yeah, I had every intention to do so with Amazon, but
that wasn't the trade though. The trade wasn't to take it into earnings, or was that?
It was my initial plan, but then I got a little antsy with just the amount of I had. Well, I mean, it's not even. I had 150, one contract, 50 shares, and I'm like, because I just wanted to add on to the year substantially, and I kind of just was like, I'm willing to take it. So I'm accepting the result, but leading into it. Again, it's a coin flip. Anything can happen. You don't know what it is. Yeah. So there's obviously a risk to holding in option contracts into earnings report.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, I know. Because I have a couple of buddies who, they play that game every now and then. I'm just like, yeah, don't. So it's like you don't know. It's straight up gamble, right? You don't know what the report's going to be like, or how the market's going to digest it. But at the end of the day, if you truly believe that price action is king, maybe you see it coming. But I don't know. I'm not anywhere. I'm not anywhere. But Google coming into that 280, I'm watching it. I'm participating a little bit here. That 280 was a little bit difficult in the morning to midday-ish session as we kind of held above it, held below it as well. So kind of a chop in this area. So we're going to continue watching that as the market continues to look a little bit weak here. What's up, Adara?
You take a look here at CRCL Circle. You could also maybe look at Coinbase with this in mind. We have more commentary specifically about stablecoins from Fed's Hammock, saying that stablecoins are exciting technology, but time will tell with regards to its use cases. CRCL certainly a little bit today. Coinbase relatively strong with earnings. Either way, keep an eye. Probably more on Circle, but maybe on on Coinbase as well. As Fed's Hammock says that Bitcoins are exciting technology, but use cases, maybe a little time will tell. Back to you.
I mean, I think there's going to be specific use cases. Obviously, the moving of currency will be substantially cheaper, peer-to-peer, essentially, less transaction fees. I think that's where it's going to come into play. We'll look at that in use cases. I know Coinbase is starting to hold them more, and I'm pretty sure that I think it was USDC started to outpace USDT now, which is pretty cool. So yeah, other than that, Obi, I'm not in any right now. I'm waiting for this falling knife to cool off, but it doesn't look like it just yet.
No, for sure. I think the market's kind of chopping sideways at lows here. We talk about that that seller dominance and that 26,000 coming in here as of right now. We know that 25 was a little interesting over the past couple of weeks here, but with a lot of names kind of gapping up on their that's a bit of a look there. Got to respect some of this dominance that we've been seeing here on the market. A lot of names that I'm watching in terms of the Mag 7s kind of chopping around. In terms of weakness, the weakest one is Nvidia right now. That is pulling up nicely to its day lows. What else do we have? Apple, a bit of a curl, Alpha a little sideways, Amazon a bit sideways as well. Tesla's actually holding VWAP, and it actually was able break above its VWAP with some strength in the morning session. So that one's good right here. So we can take a look at that. So that's coming in, chopping up VWAP as of right now. What else do we have? Yeah, let's take a quick look at Meta, because I know that was on people's watch after a strong earnings reaction yesterday, and we are getting no continuation today. So that day low came in at 650. We got to 650 flat. Yesterday's day low was 650.17. Today's day low currently is 650 flat here on Meta platforms. Looking like that 650 might be creating a little bit of a platform by itself here as of right now. Weekly double bottom going into the end of the week. So interesting stuff. Coming into some higher time frame levels as well. I think people were looking at higher time frame moving averages on this one yesterday with the kind of quadunking action it got off of its earnings and holding support a little bit there as well as of right now. So I'm going to continue to have that one on watch. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching. Nvidia magnet saying save men, women, peace. Yeah, maybe that's what it's looking for here. 203s currently on Nvidia. So let's take a quick look at that one. NVDA. What is that chart
Bro,
right there?
This is what my buddy owns, man. He's up like 25K today. He's gonna hit a quarter million soon. Yeah.
You know a name that I own that's been kind of going crazy, and I've been getting alerts for it. Okay, so it's getting a little choppy here, but WiseKey International was one of my speculative plays. I've been holding it for, I would say, a couple of years now, and in terms of like, that's what I like to do in terms of swings. Some stuff that's like beaten down, doesn't really have any crazy sort of volume, but looking for that volume injection to potentially come in as well. So the weekly on this one has been crazy. I don't know if you've been watching this WiseKey, but take a look at that weekly chart. Nice consolidation, failure to follow through, hold, and another wipe up. Now this thing sits pretty decent on its short float, I think, but the call has been pretty aggressive. We're starting to get a little parabolic, and I started to get alerts on this one here. Don't know how far it's going to get going, but you can see every time it does get going, the backside is absolutely beautiful as well. But this time around, I figured I'm gonna kind of get involved in this low, it's dead, no volume, no real news gets it really anywhere, and all of a sudden some volume injections start marketing a chart for you. So I like that look there. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here in this market. We get some comments here from Bostic and Hammock. We know one of the concerns here with banks came a couple weeks ago, people saying that there could be a sign of systemic bank issues due to some bad loans mentioned by Western Alliance and Zion Bancorp. Now we actually have both Hammock and Bostic saying that that doesn't really seem to be the case. Bostic saying he's not hearing about any bad loans or issues, and that and we also that if there are any issues, there don't seem to be systemic. Hammock saying that the banking system is broadly in very good shape. So keep an eye maybe on Zion Bancorp, ZION, or Western Alliance here as we get both Feds, Hammock and Bostic, saying that there doesn't even really seem to be any issues with loans. Hammock actually just the banking system could withstand somewhat of a default cycle, though she doesn't even believe that's what's going to happen. Back to you.
All right,
Great.
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is it right here. This is the intraday chart. There's no resistance on this whatsoever. It's just doing the opposite of whatever is happening in the overall market. CSE name. Telling Tina about this not too long ago. Head over to the daily on this. Like, oh my God. I have to give him credit because he's been sitting in this thing for like 5 years, to be honest with you. He's been bashing his head about it. If you go back in time.
Some of those trades, you got to sit that long, man.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Depends on what you're looking for. Right?
It was under something else, right? Like it done reverse splits, but he was out way before then. He just, who it was, he just sent me an article not too long ago on somebody giving it like an $82 price target. His average price is like $1 or something like that. So it's an amount of money that this guy's been bringing in. So I mean, he's literally, he doesn't own anything else. This is all he owns, and he's put everything over the years. He's our age. He's our age, Obi. Pardon me?
He's a believer.
Yeah, he's a big time believer, man. He's a big time believer. So yeah, there it is. All right, guys, $10 super chat. Calvings, happy Halloween. Can you guys check out Meta's RSI? I'm seeing it on my chart, but I'm thinking that too low, daily, weekly, really, and oversold. I know you. Do you have the RSI up, Obi? I know you.
I don't necessarily use the RSI, but sure, I can pull it up here on a chart. I gotta just give me 1 second. I'll do that for you. What stock did they ask for?
Meta.
Meta? Yeah, I can pull up an RSI here. Actually, we'll do it on this one. Meta. Just give me a couple of minutes, and then we can pull that up as well, because I'd have to get rid of a couple of indicators here. So we can get rid of this relative volume, and then we can just go to RSI here. So relative strength index. Now, here's the thing: what time frame are you looking at it on? I think that's important, right? What time frame? Daily? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So daily, yeah. So daily, I have that coming in at 27.96. So my RSI limits are set at where is it? Top and low 70, 30. So upper band is at 70, lower band is at 30. Everyone's depends on like to use it. RSI, I think I'm looking at RSI more on like a weekly or a monthly.
Hold on there. Sorry to interrupt you, brother.
Yeah.
There goes Bitcoin. Just absolutely. We thought it was holding up strong, breaking through that support. Once it breaches this level here, watch out for this gap to be filled all the way down to 61.40. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries. So that's what I have on the daily RSI here. Again, not something that I really use. The RSI is just, there's a lot of false positives, there's a lot of mess, and I think higher time frames is where it's best kind of kept. But to each their own. Maybe you have a banger RSI intraday 5-minute chart playbook that you milk off of, right? I have no idea. There's so many different kinds of traders, and they use all different sorts of things. So I'm not gonna anything down too crazy. But there's one. It's funny enough. A trader that I follow and respect also released a video on this more recently, and I do maybe have an issue. And I was like, finally, if he says it now, hopefully everyone kind of listens. And I was just like, fibs are absolutely BS. Fibs are straight up.
Someone
BS.
said that. Someone told you this?
I've always said this, and then recently there's a well-known trader in the trading community who came out with a video, kind of confirmation bias. I'm like, okay, at least someone that I look up to is finally admitting this to the public. But yeah, no, RSI's interesting stuff, maybe for higher time frame things. But I love reversions, don't get me wrong, but fibs is not something that I would touch with a 10-foot pole. Just more hocus pocus in my opinion. But it is Halloween, so if you like the magic, then that's up to you. So that's what I got going on there. But yeah, fibbing about fibs. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? I think that's a big point there. You throw up fibs on any chart, I'm sure you're going to find places that it respected and places that it didn't, right? Like you got to be able to backtest that stuff with some sort of certainty, right? Dr. Shuttle. And what's the whole name here? Dr. Shuttle. And we got a super chat, so that's what I'm reading. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Shuttle and Dr. Shuttle. Happy scroll days from us and a fun song we made, Pattern Moves. Okay.
Okay.
Nice. Pattern Moves. Is that on Spotify? Is that on Spotify? Because I would like to know. I'd love to know if that's a song as well. Remember when Wayne made an AI song?
Yeah, that was
about
sick.
me. That was
Yeah,
that was an actual banger.
That was sick.
That was an actual banger. I got shut down on.
Was that the Apple song?
Yeah. This is a
classic.
Yeah, exactly. This is a classic. This is a classic song from back on the floor when the floor was still a thing. And shout out to Wayne. He came up with this AI song because I held the bag on Apple, and basically the song is like, why oh why did you let something? But it was good. It was
put together really well. Surprising.
Straight bangers.
Bangers.
Some of these AI songs are straight bangers. I sent one to Neil earlier today about Darth Maul. That one was a banger as well. But some of these music, I guess, productions coming out of AI. AI knows what humans like to listen to and what the math and stuff are behind harmonics and melody. So they come out with things that sound pretty pleasant to us more often than not. So.
Yeah, I'm sure they got that done. They know what's going on over there, Obi. Now I'm just looking at something here, guys. Honestly, like here it is, the market continuing to head towards some key support levels. Do you get involved in the here? You have to be cautious of any form of a rip. So that's what it is. We did take an attempt along on IBIT off a specific print. It didn't work out. Maybe this is going to be a liquidity grab here on Bitcoin. I like what we're seeing right now. If this can close as a complete hammer, get a little bit more buying pressure up into this resistance. It closes complete. We have the volume supporting it as well too, but it might just be in complete control here on today's session. Once again, I mentioned if you do head a little bit lower, you might get this day gap fill. I thought that was going to be the case today, so this was maybe just more of a liquidity grab, and then now it's starting to head a little bit lower there. IonQ putting in some prints. There goes Nvidia. So let's hop out of that name as it's starting to take another dive to the south side. It's short. It's the short game today, guys. So you want to just follow where the price action is going, wait for those pullbacks and get involved. I know I've done AAPL of that. We had a really good trade on IBIT, which engulfed essentially everything. I did take a couple losses on IBIT and NVDL after that, so that will put us back to red, which is okay. We're not down very much at all. It's just one solid trade, and then we're back in the game completely. And anything can happen leading into the imbalances. I think that's going to be a solid time to get on some solid positioning and see if you can find something there. No, anything else? Joe Werner, Sports and Stonks. Who's that?
Sports and Stonks.
Yeah, I don't know. That is what Sports and Stonks is doing. So, Warner, touch grass, my guy. Well, yeah. What do you want me to do? Just get up and stand up, and I can't just leave right now, my friend. MVTS.
What are you talking about? Where are you trying to go? Where are you going?
Yeah, you told me to go. You said, Joe, you got to touch grass. Why? I'm doing just fine, man.
I'm out of that Google. Google's chopping around that 280 a little too much. I like the short. It's coming in now. Okay, so I a little bit of antsy on some of that tape chop.
He's in the chat. Oh, Joe Werner back. Okay, I thought you were talking to me. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, he's just saying somebody else. Oh, okay, yeah, I appreciate that.
Different Joe.
Different Joe. Okay, yeah, no worries. But yeah, sorry, continue there, Obi.
No, man, I'm just watching this Google here come in. So that 281, again, we talk about VWAP sellers. So the VWAP sellers coming in once again. The hold on 280 was a little bit much for me. I'm not paying 100% attention to this tape in this book either, as you guys might understand. So it is what it is. The sellers came in at VWAP. Let's see if more than come in. NASDAQ and the ES fresh lows. So maybe, just maybe, there might be more sellers than buyers.
Yeah.
Over and over again. And this is it sound like a broken record here, but seller dominance definitely showing itself here on the day going into the end of the week. Some strong earnings reports this week. A few of the Mag 7s reported. They did absolutely well. They were running up into their earnings, and some of them gapped up pretty nicely. So what's the likelihood of profit taking? And if it does come in, which side should we be on? Should we be leaning and fighting against some of those profit takers? Or do we say that, no, the uptrend is huge, and I want to maybe position in with some people that are taking profits at the highs? I don't know. No idea, but decent moves nonetheless. I think some of the selling off of the open was pretty distinct and good on both Apple, Amazon, Google. What say you? The market is in play as well. If you're taking a look at all of the earnings that are happening, a few of the Mag 7s have reported this week. If you were not aware, and with the kind of action that they've been giving, maybe we are poised for a little bit of a breather, right? Take a look at where the Nasdaq is on a higher time frame as well, right? We talk about trends, we talk about ranging trends. So if a trend is ranging, are we at the top of the trend or at the lower end of the trend, right? Let's take a quick look at the Nasdaq here. I don't know if I have any sort of lines here. Okay, some interesting stuff there. But if you were to draw a little bit of a channel here, my channel, hold on one second. Channel measurement tool, Sometimes I forget where half of these measurement tools are. Are we in the fib section here? Fibonacci has its own section. You know what I mean? A whole section for itself. It's pretty amazing here. Disjointed parallel channel. That's what I'm looking for here. So parallel channel. This is the Nasdaq on the daily. So look at that beautiful, beautiful channel there. And then you see at the top of the end. Top of the channel here. I'm just drawing it roughly. I'm sure you can get in there, get nitty gritty. But the dominant and the cleaner trend is on the lower end. Those supports holding every time we do pull back in. 1, 2, 3, 4 significant pullbacks that we've had after the April bid came in this year. After that significant pullback in at the open of the year, at the opening session, if you want to call the beginning first few months of the year, we dropped down about 25%. 25% off of at the beginning of the year.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
talk
yeah.
about a discount. The market doesn't fall 25% very often. So that was a nice little discount at the beginning of the year. Absolutely beautiful. So shout out to anybody who long and strong on that panic. How many times do we have to see significant pullbacks to be like, all right, cool, I'm going to buy this up? COVID was the first and last time I was just like, okay, well, I know where this is going. We're going to panic sell or whatever. But what I learned during then was like, people talk about DCAs. You should probably be doing the most aggressive DCAing when you get those aggressive multi-day sells.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
This is something that I turn my DCA on now when VIX is above 25. That's a simple rule that I just follow.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I'm expecting things to go a lot lower. And if they do, that's solid, because the only stuff I'm buying is stuff that I believe in and stuff that I actually like. But anyways, what's up, Adara?
Fed's Bostic and Hammock concluded there were no more worries here about hawkishness from Bostic and Hammock. They have finished speaking. Back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Adara. I think now we're just going to go with the flow, right? We're breaking some support levels. I mean, the trend is extremely extended to the downside. Are you going to get that move back to be up? It doesn't look like buyers want to engage on today's session. So, we're just going to go with the flow. We were trying to catch a couple bottoms on the long. They weren't working. I seen Katina Man said he was. Long Palantir. He's long Palantir, so I hope that works out there. I mean, the market looks like might bounce. Palantir's at some key support levels, so you can take that into consideration as you're getting a little bit of a move. We tried to attack the longs here on Nvidia. We didn't catch the bounce, so let's go with the flow. It's either it's going to work or it's not. We're not going to complain whatsoever. What's your average price there, Katina Man, on 198. So you're right at so you're roughly close to the lows there, my friend. Good, yeah, good risk to reward on that one. Did we trade? We didn't trade NVIDIA. I haven't traded NVIDIA in quite some time, to be honest with you. A couple of days, I think. I don't even know if I've traded it this week. Maybe once or twice, but we go 0 for 2 on that one at the plate. Nothing to worry about there. We're just going to get involved in the overall market to see if that's going to continue to bleed, right? So going with the flow, and if it doesn't, at least you can say, hey, I put myself in the right place at the right time, regardless of what the scenario and the outcome is. Obviously, you win. Losing trades don't get you anywhere except for just a sloping equity curve, and that's not what you're here for at the end of the day. Boom, and then now you're starting to get a little bit of a pop there as we punch. I think the entry would have been, I was a little late on the entry, 116.38 ideal, but now you're starting to come back. I think if we're fully engaged, you're going to reject some of these support levels that can act as possible resistance heading into that zone, and then maybe you can get an additional move lower. But I mentioned before, let's take into consideration the TQs, not down too much whatsoever. Still positive, actually, to be exact. So There it is. And from a percentage metric, how far are we off from VWAP? Not much at all. So again, anything can happen at that given point. Let's take a look at some of the scanners to see if anything else has popped up on today. I was up substantially on these contracts. It was a nice rebound, but it gave back half of those. It was a nice little 4-figure return day, but I'm down on that now. So it was almost half my losses were cut out right there, which is what I'd like to see. So hopefully we can get back up over the weekend. Maybe get some more buyers engaged. I think MicroStrategy's report definitely adds a little bit of more confidence into Bitcoin, which is, I mean, should we think it's surprising? I don't think so. But there it is, guys. Chain on Meta. We were taking a look at that earlier. I'm going to wait for this name to continuously cool down. You can see that the market is bleeding and we're holding up relatively well around 652s. If it continues to do so, wait for those indecision prints on the lows. Maybe we get involved in some things. Adair, what do you got?
Keep an eye on Instacart, getting a little bit of a volume spike here. I guess Cart was featured in OpenAI's product release video with regards to ChatGPT's agent mode. So CART or Maple Bear getting a little bit of a volume push here, guys. To you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That 280's holding up pretty decently now, so I just have eyes on. I don't want to get chopped up in the middle of this. I think VWAP sellers definitely were the place to be here, and it was a place to kind of stick around if I did have those entries, which I did. Excuse me, kind of going into that VWAP. We're pulling back in. Market's fresh lows once again, so sellers stepping in here one more time. So if the market is in play, guys, let's take a quick look at some of these sectors here. So I just want to take a look at tech. We start off with tech because the Nasdaq's going to be looking very similar here. So prior day low broke down at 360 and some change here on the VanEck Semiconductor ETF, pulling back into prices we have not seen since Monday and Tuesday. So maybe top wicking on the weekly right away. That looks like. So going to a weekly chart, yeah, a little bit of a top wick there. After a nice steady grind up, we had that solid, strong red week as well at the beginning of October, but got bid up pretty aggressively for some fresh all-time highs after. This week printing the most. Again, we had some of those, some of the tech earnings kind of giving us that umph to the upside. Softy, Google, Microsoft, Amazon as well. But semiconductor ETFs, Nvidia, we know what Nvidia has been up to, right? Nvidia has been absolutely solid here, and even what do you call it? Intel? Intel's been curling up pretty nicely as well. We talk about this consolidation. We were talking about it in the 30s, and I was like, we're finally going. The buyers are now finally here. This is confirmation with volume expansion through the. I'm calling it a multi-year, but technically it's not a multi-year. It's just about just over a year, roughly. So I got August 24th to September 25th-ish. So this sideways consolidation was absolutely solid, right? No sort of news really sold it off. No sort of news really picked it up. Tech was going crazy. We saw what Nvidia did over the past year, right? The way it reclaimed its spot at the highs of market constituents, right? Kind of reigning king of the semiconductor space. And then Intel was just down in the dumps, not really doing much, but interestingly enough, this is why I love volume. Volume is by far the best indicator. Even though Intel is getting chopped up and going sideways between 26s and 18s, or just say 19s and 26s, so about range. Look at the volume expansion that was coming in on that consolidation, and then with the breakout of that consolidation, the volume expanding even more, really giving us that confirmation that, okay, buyers are definitely in charge on this name as of right now. We still have a lot of turbulence to get through if we're going to get to all-time highs at 62.29s. This is an adjusted chart. Yes, it is. So 62.29s, those all-time highs came in 2021 on. Right? So I'm watching that as well when it comes to some of these semiconductors. Let's take a quick look at XLV because we know the healthcare was catching a little bit of a bid yesterday. And let's see if there's any sort of continuation here. too crazy. Again, XLV maybe not catching too much of it, but I know Moderna definitely was part of that. That bid did not come in on the day today. This was absolutely wild, the way that it just squeezed. I got squeezed on this. I got pretty rocked on this 27, 28 back through, or the squeeze through 28s. And I was like, okay, that reversion's not coming in, but some selling maybe showing up. But this kind of an action where it's stupid strong like that and does not break down for whatever reason, I'm going to continue watching this name for the next couple of days or maybe the next couple of weeks, because if this is significant enough, this could lead to a bigger picture move. We attempted to break some of those consolidation highs here on Moderna, but supply came in exactly where it was here back in October, in and around just shy of that $30 mark. So the high of this move right now, 29.20s, pulling back to 27s. So it's holding up. It's not too bad. I like it, but it's gonna have to give me some more for me to get involved, bigger picture on this one, because if you look at a higher time frame, this thing has, recovered pretty decently from its former glory that we saw in or during COVID in 2019 and 2021. But let's go quickly to a higher time frame chart. We'll go to a 3-month chart. That'll encapsulate 3-month. I like the multi-month charts because they encapsulate a decent amount of data. Look at that. That is a Christmas tree if I saw one. Straight up, straight down, only greens and reds. So absolutely beautiful reversion on this one. The swing shorts are laughing straight to the bank on some of these names, especially those funds and firms and players who can actually hold this stuff overnight and not really take too much on their fees. Definitely sitting very, very pretty on this swing short on Moderna. But understandably so. That's why I'm looking for that volume to come in. Do we get that next leg on this one? Pfizer as well in the same kind of a space. Going back to the three-month chart, this is kind of suffered a similar fate. Where yes, Pfizer was very, very strong. Interestingly enough, Pfizer was really strong and one of the top constituents of the market going into the dot-com boom and bust as well. And then we got that coming into the COVID bust as well. So we've pulled back pretty decently from there. So Pfizer relatively strong. This name is definitely one to keep an eye out. But a little bit of a crazy move over the past few years, and it did revert quite nicely from that 51.13 all the way back down to 24s on Pfizer. So that's that. Let's take a quick look at one more before I pass it back to you.
Yeah,
and that will be XLF.
It's
that's
funny.
Financial sector. We know the banks have been running, and look at that. Absolute strength in this sector. Canadian banks as well. I've got to love Canadian banks because they're doing absolutely the same here with the strength that we've been seeing.
GDP has been horrible. Oh, look at this piece of wood in there.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
That thing's been sitting in the back office for the longest.
Yeah, you've seen that. So anyway, sorry, Obi. I was listening to you, but I was also texting my boys because we're in a massive debate right now. So essentially what's going on.
Team over there.
Yeah, they got the whole, oh, even Brando's involved in there.
Neil,
huge, man. Oh, wow.
Here we go. We need a live action shot
involved.
of this.
We're Sean. Is Sean there? Sean's there. Wow, everyone's there. All right.
I wish we could show you guys as well.
Yeah, you get it. Yeah,
Ramin's going for it. Cool. She's getting the camera. She's getting the camera.
So, anyways, what I was just about
sorry,
to
didn't mean to interrupt you. That's going on there.
That's way more important. Obviously, you guys can't see what's going on, but we got the whole boys carrying this piece of wood that probably weighs hundreds of pounds at this point as a potential desk.
Oh, here we go. There's a bit of a live camera there. I mean, if we can turn this one around, I'm sure that'll capture some of the head cams, but because they can 360 the head cams.
So as for trading, right now in the group chat, we have a massive debate on. My buddy's been holding this name.
What?
He's up almost $250,000 on it.
Okay.
All right.
Nice little bit of money.
My friend who I was just in Chicago with.
Okay, nice.
Now, my other friend who lives in Chicago, who we went to visit, is saying sell half, lock in some of those gains. That way, if it tanks, you won't be too frustrated with yourself. Well, I said, what I'm going to play, obviously devil's advocate, is, well, holding it for 5 years.
Okay.
It's been trending for probably the past, let's pull it up here. Let's actually pull up the actual stock. It's been trending for the past little while. So why would he sell now? And I'm like, listen, I've been low-key following this thing. I didn't know anything about it, but it's been blowing past short signals. Like absolutely just blowing past them. ones am I referring to? What we look for on a day-to-day basis. Let's get rid of the volume-weighted average price. I mean, he's going to be a millionaire probably in no time at this pace, which is insane. He's the individual who got me into trading stocks. So here it is. I see this isolated volume print. Boom. I'm like, okay, this thing's going to tank. It was around $25. It's going to sell off. No, it held up continuously. It broke through, and then more volume stepped in. But as the market was pulling in, it essentially wasn't affected at all. Again, this is a smaller name. It's on the CSE, guys. It's not a NASDAQ or anything else. I probably did just say low-key, because I think I say those types of things. It's just part of the. But now you put in this massive session from $30 all the way up to $42 is insane. So what I'm saying is that there's nothing. And I want to pull up the article in which someone gave it a price target to. I'm going to pull it up right now because I can find it relatively quick. I'll go to the links here to ABEX. Yes, Cantor Fitzgerald gave this thing an $82 price target. So there's a lot of positive things. They got a lot of deals. You have to do your own due diligence on it, but he's a big-time advocate of the. But when you see these type of prints, there is no reason, in my opinion, especially after you've been in it for 5 years, to let it go. All right? So, again,
there's the shot.
HODL.
Here we go.
There it is. HODL, HODL, HODL. They got it over there on the boys. They're working on that. Wave, Katina, man, and Neil.
Smile and wave, boys.
You guys are on it.
Wave.
Yeah, I think we're over here somewhere, I think.
Nice,
so
that's a huge desk that's coming in. Eh? That's absolutely
huge.
solid. It's been sitting in the back for a little bit now, and I think it is giant. One block. Actually, no. I think it's a couple pieces, but one huge continuous table. There's Ramin in her Matrix outfit there. Are you supposed to be someone from the Matrix? Because that's what. Nice. Okay, no. I'm just messing, but this market's coming in, guys. So where is the next trade? That's the next question that I'm asking here, because I'm trying to read what's going on here in this, and the tape can definitely look like a little bit of that green flurry a little bit. I'm looking for green flurries, but no flurries of the sort have shown up just yet. It's been red flurries, if anything, all day. So. These are 15-minute candles here on both the NASDAQ and the ES. And since about was that 9:30 or 11:30 maybe? Yeah, it's an hour behind. So so for about an hour or so, we've just gotten straight for about a couple of hours. Oh, this is a 10-minute chart. That's why I'm just like, why does it look weird? Okay, here we go. The 15-minute chart. I was like, there's one green candle on there, but wait, something's wrong. Something's up. 15-minute chart. No green candles since about 15 here on the day. So pretty crazy stuff on both the NASDAQ and the sellers. Very, very strong, man. That's what I'm seeing. So Mike P. DeRider saying, what is it? What are you guys talking about? Yeah, let me know where the next trade is. What's your take on UU asking 2 NY cents? So 20 cent? 20 cent or 2 NY cent? All right, so let's take a quick look at quadruple U here and see how our energy uranium friends are doing. Wow, look at this is the 3-month. We're still on the 3-month chart, right? So higher time frame. This thing looks absolutely solid. We still have 2 months for this candle to close, right? When it does go on runs, which it did all the way back in 2010. Pretty decent run, but take a look at the volume profile that's been building up over the past few years. Since 2019, I've been hearing about UUU and uranium and a lot of these energy names since COVID times, and you can see that volume entering the stock and kind of holding it up as well. Volume injection, I like to call it, and then prints a pretty chart for other participants to get with, right? $4 hold was nice, and we're getting that blast off here on the 3-month. But let's go on to a shorter time frame on the weekly. You can see week run up. Most of that run has been happening over the past couple of months here, and pretty strong as well. 27.33 highs. So just using a simple, a moving average would be much nicer and easier to kind of capture this trend that we've been seeing. Is it a little bit curvy? But you can see here just simple arbitrary chart art here holding the line. That's that pullback right there, that consolidation low, higher highs, higher lows since then. I think unless and until we can kind of deal with this with any sort of meaningful way, then and only then would I look for maybe a strong reason to sell, maybe revert this chart here. Like I said before, I'm more and more adapting the perspective of I don't care what the prices are. I just care more about what the volume looks like, and I care more about what the price action on the chart looks like. I take away everything else. It doesn't really matter. Price action, we've heard Michael say this multiple times over and over again. There's a fractal nature to price action, and I honestly and truly believe that. And because the market shows you, the market is by far the best mentor. All you have to do is listen. If you're actually listening and paying attention, it'll tell you that it doesn't matter what time frame. It's pretty much pretty fractal. Whether you're looking at second charts, you're looking at minute charts, you're looking at daily charts, or weekly charts, it's all going to look like noise from a higher time frame when you're looking down, but there's still significance that lies within there. I just saw the breakdown of subscribe to non-subscribe show up, and I think that thing's been updating. So if we can get that show once again, I want to know if we're above or below 20%, because the last time I checked, unsubscribed was above 20%. All right, so not much has changed. I want to see that number drop down below 20%. This is saying about a fifth of you is unsubscribed. Come on, guys, we got to pump those numbers up. So hit that like, hit that subscribe, bring it to you here live. We're doing this live, right? I think so. I think we're doing it live. I don't know, but the market's definitely live, and that's what I'm here for every single day. 245s once again coming in on Amazon here. Let's see if that holds. 250s was the spot to be involved with in the morning session, and $5 lower we are trading. It took forever to do it. Nice chop and churn, methodic way to sell off. But VWAP was the place to be. Back to back checks. Oh, thank you. What is it? Looking at here?
It's just a bunch of
a bunch of chocolates. Okay, I'm gonna go with this piece right here, because you know what? This looks like that crunch. What is it called? Cookies and cream. Cookies and cream. One of my favorite ones. Thank you very much, Neil.
Yeah, I'm positive, bro. Yeah, I'm positive, man. No, I'm good. I'm good, brother.
You like chocolate? You like a little bit of chocolate in your, bro?
I do, man. Oh, trust me. I'm already thinking about. So yeah, I mean, I'm a big chocolate guy. At the end of the day, there's a scoreboard. See, my issue is when I start, I can't stop.
Me neither.
Yeah. So that's why it's just best not.
It's like
to
this feels good. It's working. I just want to keep getting more and add to the position.
No flex zone. Yeah, exactly. No, like I'm so on the fence. Like obviously tonight's gonna be lively. Oh, guys, we were short the TQ. We got all out. It's just going with the flow right now. I know I'm not doing that with IBIT. There were some signals, but if those break through, I'll just flip my bias and just go with the short. But I mentioned not too long ago going short here on the TQs. Bang, you down. It rips back to my break even, but it gives you another opportunity to get in short, and then you take that additional leg lower. So once IBIT breaks through this support, it's immediate flip. So when I go to cover, I'll just cover more than what I actually bought. My chances a little bit here for a potential bounce as well. So keep that in mind. This jersey is sick. Yeah, I appreciate Jockeys. Joseph has the Canadian chocolate at home. What's that, my friend? I don't even know what the Canadian chocolate is. Yeah, I don't though. That's the thing, KT, for the win. I don't have the self-control because when I start, I literally can't stop. See, it's funny. So Celine and I are stuck in between a couple of ideas right now.
Okay.
We're cool with just home, ordering a pizza, grabbing some candy from Bulk Barn, and watching.
For Halloween?
Yeah, for tonight, right?
Yeah,
and watching the TV on the big screen, right?
Yeah,
I think ours is like a 70-something inch TV.
Nice.
So we watching it there. But the thing is, though, there's these English candies. Shout out to Adam DeLuce. They're called Candy Kittens.
Okay.
And dude, they're vegan. They're so good. For 3 bags, it's $30. It's really expensive, but they're so amazing. So I'm stuck on the fence between going downtown Jack's or just post it up ordering some good za and watching the game on the TV. So
I mean, here's
what
the
would
thing,
you
man.
do? Let's flip a coin.
Listen, I'm more often than the lazy guy.
Yeah.
I like to kick back.
Yeah.
And make my life as easy and efficient as possible. I'm always all about efficiency, right? So I think the kicking back, chilling at home, no better place. There's no better place.
There's no better place. Like, listen, don't get it, guys. 20 is different man. I'm 33 now, all right? I got a dog at home, everything. So, again, 10 years ago, this is a totally different story, right? I had my fun. Yeah, on anything, there was zero chance that I would miss the majority of nights in my earlier 20s. But I'll tell you one thing, and I stand by this. If I invested the money that I on booth and bottles and going to the club, I would be living somewhere substantially different. I can tell you that, and I can promise you that.
For sure.
Yeah, there's no question.
My financial decision making earlier on was definitely even now I would say is a little bit questionable.
Yeah.
But you know what they say. It's like, all right, if you're spending, you just got to make more money.
Yeah.
So you know what?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a bit of a motivator to look for other streams, look for other strategies, and that's always the game. And Misham in the chat saying, "LOL, everything is about trading for you." Absolutely. I eat, breathe, live, sleep trading. Good luck finding somebody else who's like that. I'm looking for people like that.
No, but listen.
I know a few people, but they come dime a dozen, dude.
Obi, listen, this is a PvP game, right?
Oh, 100%.
All right, so in any form of sport, it's funny. If I knew anybody, it's like, hey, I happen to know this person, I play them in something, and they're out partying the weekend before, they're up late, they're doing whatever.
Yeah.
Essentially, I'm already in the mindset you stand no chance against me. Why? Because I'm out running, I'm out hitting the gym, I'm out practicing. So again, it depends. You can live that balanced lifestyle, absolutely, but the diehards are the ones who you see kind of just continuously take that next step.
Yeah.
Norm, I'm not calling myself one of those whatsoever.
No, it's about like you got to be like this is a professional field, right? You have to be like a professional athlete.
You have to think
show
about
up.
The next guy is
Every day is game day.
It's like if you're
right.
Exactly. Every day is game day.
So it's like you have to show up. If you're not showing up, if you're kind of like willy-nilly about it, you're not going to last very long.
No,
right?
You're not.
It's like, come on, you got to be. You got like I was. It's funny. I was talking to my dad about this as well. He's like, oh, how's business going and stuff. I'm just like, it's okay, it's all right. Day trading is a work in progress. The swings are nice. There's other businesses that I have, that help me along the way as well. Those are working absolutely fine as well. So I'm just like, okay, well, sometimes, and he's a businessman as well. So I'm just like, sometimes trading can be pretty rough. You have to be able to take hits day after day and be able to get back up. Who's capable of taking hits every day and getting back up? It's definitely hard. It's a learned skill, and there are days where I feel defeated, for sure, 100%. But at the end of the day, I know tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow, the market's still open, and I still believe in myself and believe in my ability to perform.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, if you have that belief in yourself, why are you here?
Yeah.
Because you are facing some of the best athletes in the world, right? So you got to.
What's up, Jimmy?
Anyways.
What's up, BMU? What's up, lads?
Obi will be on Blue Ocean tonight saying Control Alt Escape. Yeah, maybe. I'm always watching. I'm observing. I'm watching. There's no Blue Ocean tonight because it is a Thursday night. Maybe that's the joke. But Friday night. But
you're trading.
Ramin's just like, oh. So Sunday it opens at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Sunday, it opens up, and then Blue Ocean was open last night as well. So if you were there for Apple earnings day one, nothing happened. I was there.
On Blue
I looked at it, nothing happened.
No, I didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything happen. So it's a lot of being there and sitting on your hands.
Yep.
Right. So funny enough, I've been going down this whole Jesse Livermore kind of rabbit hole. Another thing that he says, most of the money is made sitting on your hands. Most of the money is kept sitting on your hands, right? Most of the money is lost jumping into trades you have no business in being.
Yep.
Most of the money is being antsy about trying to play the game. You want to play. You feel like you're not doing anything because you're not punching keys or you're not in a position. Being in a position makes you feel like you're doing something, but you got to protect that mental, and stand at the gates of your mind on guard.
Ooh.
That's another quote that I heard of recently. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here in TSLA, ACHR, and JOBY. Basically, Joe Rogan, there we go, just released a podcast here with Elon Musk. Apparently, it's over 3 hours long. There's some speculation here that the podcast, Elon Musk has teased a possible flying car demo. So again, any eVTOL plays like ACHR and Joby would be on watch with that in mind. I believe both companies are also scheduled to report earnings next week. Guys, JOBY and ACHR, back to you.
Yeah. All right, let's go. You're not in anything, are you?
No, not right now.
Okay, so what do you want to go over your trade? I think you had a couple good trades today.
Yeah, sure. Google short that did come in. So I had the short off of 282s that came into 280s. Didn't really participate all the way down to 278s, but then it started coming back into 281s at VWAP. So I sold some more there because I'm just like I pointed out earlier. Where have sellers been? Off of the open at middle of the day session at VWAP, coming into the end, maybe looking for more at VWAP. We're seeing that same kind of iteration happen over and over again, with the futures showing us that sellers are very much in charge. So yeah, maybe I want to get with the trend and participate in that selling as well. But the stuff that's going sideways, maybe not too crazy. Google, technically, yeah, we're going sideways here. We already got a beautiful reversion back to and through VWAP. I had that in the morning session here. 277s sold at 279s, but that pushed all the way into 282s. So a bit of a miss on that part. But we talked about this before. When you're in a good trade, the likelihood of you capturing that whole leg is a little bit slim. But catching the meat of the move, and not really worrying too much about the bottom eighth and the top eighth. Another Jesse Livermore quote there. No business messing with those top and bottom eighths.
You know what that is, right?
What?
I'm pretty sure that's a baseball reference.
Eighth? No. Maybe it's a baseball reference, but it's a stock reference because things used to trade in fractions, not decimals. So it was when things were still traded in fractions, they would trade in eighths. Yeah. I still like to use eighths as a measurement when I'm trading as well.
That's crazy. That's hella American, isn't it?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it is the American markets that we're trading. Where else would I want to be?
Enough.
Maybe all over the place, but.
You know what? So in my long term, I'm okay. I don't have to buy full shares anymore. I just realized this a couple months ago.
Oh, partial shares.
Yeah, you can grab. Yeah. I like that. And I'm like, hey, okay, maybe I should start doing this more often. So it's just fixed dollar amount. They give you whatever it is, and then bang, bang, bang. We like that. So yeah, a little slow to that one. So shout out to Joe. We'll slap the fail on that just because. Slow. I know a lot of guys were making fun of my helmet this morning. Say I was riding.
Why?
They say I was riding the short bus and stuff like that. So I mean, by all means, man. No. To each their own. It's comical. We can take a joke around here. Yeah. But guys, there it is. Short on the TQs, moves lower. We weren't that heavy on this one. Now we've added a little bit here to this I bid. I got my triangle formation that I usually typically go with. So you start really small. We tried that long, get stopped out. Try again, but just small size, just in case they were going for an additional fake out, and the prints that I was looking at weren't necessarily going to work. We add a little bit more, starts working in our favor. We're going to add a little bit more. So if this 61.98 resistance is, then we'll get into full size. Right now, I'm only in half the size that I want, and if it does, and the volume picks up, and we get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price, I think we're going to be doing just fine. So, yeah, there's that. Joe, you were just saying the wrong custom. What do you mean, my friend? I don't know what that means. Obi about to pick up. What?
I just read that. About to pick up an 8 for the weekend.
No, he's already got that.
He's already. He's about to pick up an 8 for the weekend.
That's already locked in. That's already locked in there.
Market with the bounce. Prior bar break on the 15-minute. First green bar. I don't know. Look.
A nice little bounce there in the overall market. Palantir off of those lows, which is pretty good too. We like that. IonQ, some of the quantum names, still holding up pretty well. I guess they didn't sell as aggressively as the overall market. That's just a signal of strength. But there it goes. There goes Bitcoin. Maybe we dabble a little bit more. The thing is, though, I'm buying the top end of the range, and that's always not the best idea, especially when the momentum is to the downside. But I liked our strength in the opening drive. You can see that through here. We took a couple at-bats there. Boom, boom, strikeout. And then essentially this is going to be our home run ball right there, because we were red before this. 0 for on that, and then that put us substantially green, so we like that there. But then we gave a little bit back. Oh, also I went for the reload, and that's when I gave up the majority of the unrealized. So again, see, about half of what I had there locked in, I did give back up on the unrealized, but that's okay. We're gonna wait for this to go back into the volume weighted average price. That's going to be approximately a third. That's not cool, man. That's not cool, man. So that's going to be approximately roughly around 40 cents from where we're currently trading, a little bit more than that. That's going to be good. So maybe as we're climbing higher, it's going to be a grind on the next pullback, 6180s. I up there and add some more, but as soon as it breaks 6170, then I have to start being alarmed, and then 6160 is going to be my definitive out on that one there. Go Palantir. Yeah, nice little bounce off of the lows on Palantir there. Katina, man, it's showing some really good signs of strength. We like that, obviously, so I'm glad that you're going to cook up on that. Hopefully it goes back to the volume weighted average price. I'm curious, what do you think, Obi? Do you think the market can get back to view up on today's session? I'm going to vote no, to be honest.
I mean,
anything can happen.
Hey man, I'm all about reversions. I have no idea if it can or not, but if the buyers are going to step in, they would have to overcome a few hurdles, right? The sellers either have to step off, or the buying has to be stronger than some of the selling that's left on the day. But yeah, if I start seeing anything of that sort, then yeah, maybe. We've already started to see a little bit of a prior bar high break here on the ES and the NASDAQ. But here's the thing. We've already kind of done that once or twice. I'm just looking for this time if it's going to be any sort of, if it's going to hold any sort of significance here. Looking at some of my baskets, I'm just like, okay, which one may or may not be the best vehicle to potentially take this reversion? I saw SMH, that was one of the first things that I saw, so I got involved with a little bit of SMH here. No idea whether or not it's going to work, right? Those sellers could step right in, and we could break through day low, right? Anything can really happen. Do I think we can revert back to VWAP? I think if the sellers step off, then yeah, maybe we do revert back to VWAP because the selling is a little bit aggressive in. But going into the end of the week, after the craziness that we've had and the kind of relative volume that we're doing on some of these stocks and the kind of earnings environment that we're in, yeah, sure, we can have a crazy move like that well within a range. So yeah, I do think that could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, we're still sitting in this here. It's holding up relatively well, but I mentioned some of the resistance zones that we got to keep an eye out on around 61.95. You're long SMH there, Obi. That's not too bad. So there's that stop out earlier, aggressive move to the downside. Should have been out of that substantially earlier, but I'm like, you know what? Let's give it a little bit more room considering how small we were. And then I'm just like, yeah, no. And then it just tanks an additional 10 or 30 cents from that point roughly. So you don't want to be involved in that whatsoever. You got to get out when you're supposed to get out. So that rule was followed. We're more than accepting of that. Do I? Okay, we'll add another little bit here. Nothing crazy, just because there it is. You get a nice little pop. Again, I'm averaging up, which isn't always the best, especially in choppy markets. Why? Because as we start to appreciate, it's like, okay, I have this here, but when I get higher and higher, my average is up as well, too. So first in, first out on that. Nvidia is still holding off around those lows. Inverted hammer print there. Breakdown why specifically. I was long. Was this. So we have these indecision candles here. I'm like, okay, I like this. Kind of the wick forming around the lows, that base being held at the majority of this gap being filled. Now it's just this resistance zone that we need, or support that can act as possible resistance that we need to keep an eye out on. So yeah, we got that. Anything specific? I know someone mentioned SoFi. They kind of spammed the chat about it. Just following the overall market, you're going to get that pullback. Has that downtrend snapped? Yeah, you get a 5-minute open above that, so maybe you're going to get that move there. Amazon's still holding up half decently, which I think is good. So I'm not going to call it relative strength or anything. It's just not tanking with the overall market. Did it give back a lot of its move? It's funny. So I'm like, you know what? I often trade earnings when I'm at home, and I'm like, you know what? I like Amazon here. It has a chance to move. And then I'm like punching my key, and it's not working. I got frustrated. I'm like, all right, never mind this. And I was tired at the time too, so I'm like, let me go close my eyes. Sure enough, come back and it climbs up to 255. And I'm like, I knew that was going to happen. So, oh well, trading life, it's how it goes, Obi. Q's looking like they want to head back towards the south side once again, guys. So not too good of a look there as the aggressive selling is continuously picking up. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective to see what we got going on. And on the grand scheme of things, it ain't much, right? It's not much whatsoever. I mean, we haven't even broke yesterday's lows. But at this pace, we might. Anything can happen. Nice inverted print at those highs. Keep an eye out on that. And once again, bang. We'll move a lot of these trend lines here, Obi, to see what we got going on. A lot of fluctuation going on over here on IBIT. So yeah, there it is. Boom. Not too bad. If it cracks that 65.20, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these gaps start to get filled. At what point do I think this is overextension? I would say probably after this. I think we're getting slightly overextended there. But again, what do I know? I just try to trade off the price action and make a couple dollars, my friend.
Yes, sir. I mean, that's all we do, right? We got to do our best to kind of listen to what the price action is doing, and then be nimble as well. We could hear the price action wrong more often than you think. I hear it wrong all the time, right? Then kind of stepping back and be all right, reassess what's actually going on here. How do I get a little more involved as well and execute effectively in and around what you're listening or what you're hearing at the same time, right? So yeah, that does a little bit of maybe false alarm there. We'd catch a nice little bid, and then sellers step right back in. So this is what I meant. I did want to get involved with the first little bit of a turn if that'll have me. But if we kind of break some of these lows, then that's okay. That's all she wrote. Maybe sellers are going to step right back in and stay dominant all across the board. That's what we've been seeing, and we're getting more of the same here with only about just over a couple hours left until the closing bell. Yeah, no, other than that, I'm not really looking at anything too crazy. Watching that Amazon, watching that Google as well. Nvidia looks a little interesting here as it pulls into, I guess, relatively close to prior day's lows. So I'm watching that as well. Let's see what we do in and around there. If sellers stay strong, we could very well break and close below prior day's low. Tesla as well. Tesla reversion was absolutely beautiful here. So Tesla actually gave up all of its move and then some here. So opening range low was 446. That's what we're trading at now. But we hit a high of 457s before coming all the way back down. A bit of a round trip here on Tesla today. Once again, another Mag 7 showing us that even if the buying is there, sellers are more than willing to step in and take it a little bit lower on the day today.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 minute. Yeah, I mean, you get that additional push lower. We just got the cues up here looking at that price action. Downtrend still fully intact. I thought we'd get a little bit more buyers engaged here, considering for an extended period of time, Bitcoin was holding up. But now we're getting somewhat of a bounce, so we won't complain too much. We added a little bit more. Still, we're just a little bit over half right now, but again, not in the size that I want for that move back to view up. I just need a little bit more conviction, maybe 61.85. Support level that we're looking at. If that continues to hold, we'll post up there and then get in full size for that move. The chance of it happening today are relatively slim, to be honest with you. I just want to see if we can catch that move. Other than that, I think it's just, again, been the same narrative. Go with the flow. And let's go through some of our volume scanners on the session. Google, how have you been doing today? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, it doesn't want to cooperate now, does it? All right. So you're getting a little bounce there. Yeah, it's giving me a headache. APLD, man, this name has been insane as of late. I remember talking about it for quite some time. But you get this bull flag type price action here, and then once that breaks, you just kind of get that capitulatory PA, and then boom, you go down to 33.60. Take a look at it from a daily, because if you do it, you can't complain. You're still well within this range, and it's holding up. So this is forming a bull flag. Again, so you can just translate from what's happening into the intraday into what's going on to the daily. Same thing. If this breaks down, then okay, that breakup pattern didn't come into play. You get out and then you look to get back in. That filled to the downside, as you can see, and then you get an immediate bounce essentially off of that. Joby, what have you been up to on the session? Again, consolidating. Some of these names, man, are just insane, especially the quantum ones. It's just like, what's the MP Materials up to today? I know a lot of people are involved in that. Support breaking at 62.19. I think there's going to be still a good opportunity to get involved with it. But it traded up to $100 all the way from 18 bucks. It's a big time move, man. 444% right there. So you're not going to complain about that, especially if you've given, I mean, you don't want to give back 40% roughly there, because that's what it's down at this point. But it is what it is. quiet. How have you been performing off of those highs? A lot of these names, Mara, just back right into the middle of the range there, so you can't do too much about that. Cypher, how you doing? 471, 358% off of those August lows, which is, again, insane. You go back to April, you're up substantially more than that, 1,000%. So there's your 10 bagger on that. Would you mind looking at Tesla? Not at all, of course, man. And thank you for being so kindly. That you ask like that, you shall receive. Tesla. We like Tesla. Okay, so now this is what I'm thinking. Let's head over to the daily. Never mind what's going on from an intraday standpoint. It's going to make this a little bit bigger. So we can talk about the Magnificent Seven and how they've been performing. Where we're currently trading at right now from that previous all-time high is still down 8%. All right. Now, if you look at the likes of what Amazon didn't construct a new all-time high until yesterday. Apple wasn't too long ago either, right? Bang, you get that new all-time high. Google, it took some time to put in a new one, but then look what happened. So, is Tesla going to be that next trader up, breaking through that previous all-time high, and then putting in some more, putting in a substantial move off of that level? I think so. I like our chances. I like Tesla for sure, especially for down the pipeline. TSLA. See, that's the thing about owning. This is why these are not long-term investments. You're still down 50% from that, right? You can't, as attractive as the price may be, you're down 51%. That's why you can't own these in the long term. The decay is just absolutely brutal. Now, Antonio Moranti, what's going on, my friend? I tend to be biased towards mean reversions, but I'm having a difficulty running profits after multiple hits. I'm right on the day. How do you approach this? Obi, I think this is your world. Talk to it a little bit.
So yeah, no, if you're taking chops in mean reversions, I think I take chops in mean reversions all the time. You got to know what your win rate is. If you know that you're going to lose 50-60% of the time, then you have to adjust your sizing relatively to that, right? You have to be alive. That's one big thing that I'm realizing when you're taking reversions. That yeah, you're going to be against the grain more often than not if you're taking mean reversions. If you lean that way, so what you have to do is you give yourself enough ammunition to stick around for the fight. Right? You can't just blow your whole clip on the first 15 minutes, being like, all right, if the reversion is going to happen, it's going to happen here or nowhere else. When it actually does come in, maybe at even better prices, you're not alive to kind of participate, right? So that's a big part as well. So sizing effectively so that yeah, you know you're going to take hits, but you know that when that trade does come in, if you're confident in coming in, that you are still going to be alive and you still have enough risk, enough buying power, enough whatever to kind of participate effectively in the move when it does come in. Right, so that would be a big part of it, and then just really getting nuanced with the kind of mean reversions, right? So I have a whole PowerPoint. You can have a playbook or whatever. It's just like just copy and paste all the best reversions that you think happen, and take a look at them. Spend a Sunday, spend a couple of hours, look at all of the reversions and see which ones were clean, which ones had stories, which ones had catalysts, which ones were technical, what was the percent move. Take a look at ATR. Average true range is a great tool to use for measuring distance that price action travels, right? So using ATR to your advantage, getting hit and getting chopped up is part of the game. Survivability and how you can survive while getting chopped up and still alive enough to fight the fight when it does come into your favor. That's the question you got to be asking yourself, how you do that.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trade now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. All right. Do you want to continue there, Obi, or
no,
you're good? All right, cool. Let's pull up Meta here. I mean, we had the report, some good stuff. One-off tax fee, that's fine. I think CapEx increasing as well too. Nothing wrong with that. I think this stock is going to be just fine. We'll expand this chart here and take a look at it. Now, I think you just have to wait. some point. We know that somebody in the chat was talking about they had those 760 contracts that aren't doing so well. You're down $4,000. I told you that you can write against those just to kind of reduce those losses for now. You have them until, I think it was until December you said, so you do have a couple of months in order to kind of continuously mitigate that loss. And then eventually at some point you have to come to the conclusion, is it still worth holding on, or am I just going to allow this contract to expire worthless? I usually tend to not do that. I either have my risk measures in place, whether it's hedging, or I just get out of the trade altogether. So not too bad. But once again, I like this name. I'm going to be patient on it. We have the stopping volume print that we're looking for. Now I just need some forms of indecision, and then I think we can get involved into some meta. What's FBL up to? I don't think I'm going to go this route, but I just want to look at it just in case. So 36 all the way to 43, that could be a good potential play as well on that front. So I like that. I'm going to be real patient on these names. I mean, we can go through some of the other earnings. What does Apple look like from a daily perspective, and what is this telling us? Again, nothing crazy. I wouldn't be worried about that whatsoever. You're still up for about 4.6% off of that previous pivot high, so that previous all-time high, so not too bad. Thoughts on Netflix breaking all-time high before late? I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. I remember a while ago during the earnings report that the CEO said that they wanted to become $1 trillion company, and I think Katina Man mentioned it. I mentioned it as well too. I think it'd be significantly easier if you get more retail involved. I mean, it's not gonna change anything, but going from a $1,300 stock to a $130 stock is substantially different. You get more hands involved and more investors like myself who have been on the sidelines looking to get involved into some Netflix. So yeah, you are through some support levels, but at the end of the day, these guys are striking big deals. WWE, everything along the lines is going pretty good. What they have in the pipeline, I'm not overly enthused about. I know that the trailer for Stranger Things came out earlier today, the final season. That wasn't too bad, but that's not going to be anything that is going to change my mind to be like, I need to get involved in some Netflix. I would like to see some, I don't know what I want to see, but something more interesting. Not they mentioned from what they have coming in the pipeline, Obi.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I finally got around to the new season of Alice in Borderlands. That was interesting end to last, I think his second season. And I know Sean was talking about it, and I was like, oh, I didn't know the third season is finally out. I was waiting for that to happen for, I don't remember how long, but yeah, it was just good. Stuff to look out for. And yeah, the split is definitely something to look out for as well. You know what happens? At first, when I heard the split, I thought it was Nvidia. And I was like, why is Nvidia doing a split here 10 to 1? And I was like, it's $200 stock. And then I was like, wait, no, it's Netflix, NFLX. I just saw the first letter and I was like, oh, is it Nvidia? But yeah, no, that's going to be solid here. So it's coming in with a little bit of a bounce. So we got that first green candle here on the 15-minute. We get that second green candle now. So I've been kind of playing with this SMH here and kind of trying to stay out of trouble. As it pulled back, I was like, real risk is to the low. That was almost $2 away, $1.50 away. So again, I'm playing the reversion, and I knew that this is likely to, like, I'm risking down to 260s, and I'm buying 262s. I can't risk full size right away. I understand, and I know that I have to keep in mind that this might not go right away. If it does, that's fine. I have what I have. But give me the chance to take more. Okay. And as it comes in and sustains at a higher level where sellers looking distinctly different and the buyers are looking distinctly different, and the market also turns as well. We're talking about a confluence, a stack of factors in your favor. And yeah, it's starting to work now. VWAP is all the way up at 364s. Don't know if we're going to get there, but if this market strength shows up and we get to VWAP, you were asking me this earlier, if the buyers do show up, I think well within range to get to VWAP. That's what we're attempting right now. I don't have a VWAP here on my NASDAQ yet, but just giving it an eyeball, where could VWAP be? I would say it's probably in and around this area here. Can we trickle up a little bit more? I don't have a VWAP on my chart, but I'm sure I can throw one up in here and then take a look at this one. But 26,000 looking pretty nice as a bit of a magnet as it pulls back up. So reverting, yes, we're seeing the initial signs of a potential as the bid steps right back in, but this is looking absolutely beautiful. We talked about the prior bar break on the 15-minute when it first came in. It was a little bit choppy, but we held higher lows. That's what you want to see. You want to see that bar break happen, and then you want to see buyers confluence with the tape, confluence with market tailwind as well, and the reversion immediately has a higher probability of potentially coming in, and you saw this happen right here live on SMH. So there it is.
Oh,
I know I don't take very many trades, but that's just because I talked to you guys about this before. I'm doing my best, and sometimes I falter. I fall into this, but it's a process. It'll take time. I'm doing my best, not involved in trades that I think are C setups. They could work. They could not work. Doesn't matter to me. If I think it's a C setup, then I'm trying my best not to get involved and not participating in anything that moves. Anything that's shiny, sure, it looks pretty, but is it really meaningful? Is it worth my time? That's the real question. Otherwise, I'd be chasing anything and everything that moves, right? So that's not the case.
You don't want to be chasing them. What's Palantir doing there, Katina man? $2. PLTR. Where are you going for the game tonight, Katina man? Where are you going for the game tonight? Where am I going? Yeah. Probably my house. Yeah, right. Actually, you gonna watch it at home? Probably. No, all right. There's nothing wrong with that, man. I'm in that boat as well too. Same thing. It's either Jack's or home. Yeah. I prefer home. I have no friends. So. Yeah, same. So it's just how it goes. Yeah. How it goes, man. It's just how it goes. But no, in all seriousness, there it is, guys. We're getting a little bit of a move here on IBIT. You can see the multiple ads. But again, I'm not in full position in one click. I had to just kind of divide it up. Looking for that slow grind back towards VWAP, I think is what the, obviously, I think it is the objective of that specific trade. Let's see if we get there. 62.20s, maybe we piece a little bit off, and then 62.30s, we're going to start to take a little bit more off there to see if we can get that move. Oh, all right, so there you go. That's some stuff, but it's a steady grind. I wouldn't be surprised if we get one candle that just flushes down 10, 15 cents and continuous get that move higher. Nice grab on Palantir, though, Katina. There's a lot of indices there that say, hey, it's going to rebound. If any name that I'm looking at right is going to head back towards the volume-weighted average price, it's most definitely Palantir. Amazon is relatively close, but it's just moving sideways at this point. A couple solid upticks, you can get that level, but Palantir looking pretty good. I like it. So this is where we're rejecting right now. I want to point this out for you guys. This is why it's important to do so. Sometimes I too lax on not drawing the most basic support and resistance and the most basic trend lines. It's extremely important to do so, I think, especially from an intraday trading standpoint, because that's what I think Katina man mentioned. Is that he's just a support and resistance trader at the end of the day. So yeah, you got to point out some of these solid levels. Pardon me? What? Oh yeah, you gotta get the hedge fund back on. So there's a level that you'd want to keep an eye out for,
get those
and then
money
you can
trees back.
yeah, exactly, and then you can just see this base. Exactly what it is. You can just see this base being formed, and then now we're rejecting it. Coincidence? I don't think so. It's just how it is. I kid you not, my profit on the day is 666. I think I should walk away, Cube. Yeah.
I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
Yeah, no, man. If you feel like that, you've already kind of tainted the mental. Yeah. You should probably walk away anyways.
I have a couple.
That would be my thing. I'm just.
I wouldn't say. Actually,
if you're gonna feed yourself those kind of things, then you are what you eat sometimes, and especially what you feed your brain. That's definitely gonna play a strong effect.
Yeah.
So yeah, walk away regardless. I would say if you're mentally compromised. For sure.
Compromise. Yeah, so there's that candle, there's that sell candle that I was talking about not too long ago, up 1K, and it's time to bake. Alpha. What are you baking today? I personally, maybe I'll try it. I'm not the biggest baked goods guy, but by all means, shout out to the bakers. All right, I bet. Come on, you can do it. There's that. Oh, there it is. There's that candle. This is so delayed. It's not even funny. The market lead. The market on this is just absolutely horrible. So you can see like boom, and then you get that big pop up. I was looking at 6204 3 seconds ago. So that's why with your trading platform, you need direct access, right? You want to make sure that market delay is, you need that DAS, Sharif, direct access software, and make sure that that delay really, really important, all right? Because if you're 2 seconds off, well, that's 5 cents that you just missed. If you're punching now, you could have got in at a significantly better price. So always check your market delay on your.
You know what's funny? I was talking to Jose about this as well. Like the delay.
Yeah. Delay is so important.
The delay is important, and sometimes we feel that there's a bit of a delay, like a half second delay sometimes.
On trading?
Just on the system here sometimes, and yeah, I was just like, you know what's funny? I've felt that delay in the market because there's so many things that do happen, and you're like, okay, well, you're anticipating something to happen, and it happens in a flash, sometimes so fast that the tape can't even, like, it doesn't pick up on the tape.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, okay, funny enough, we were talking about this, I was just like, it's almost made us adapt, right? It's almost made us adapt, trying to look for nuances to be like, okay, this is how things build. Can we kind of, but at the end of the day, I'm going to go back to the saying that the trade is the trade, right? Yeah. Whether you're missing by 5 pennies, unless the trade is so precise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, unless the trade is so precise that you need that 5 pennies. But the thing is, my counter argument to that is, unless you're trading ARB or you're trading a specific kind of a tight kind of your price absolutely matters, then yeah, sure. In that scenario, that definitely makes a big difference. But in a scenario where you feel that you're already lagging behind, you almost adapt to be like, where do I level-to-level moves where that 5 cents, 10 cents, maybe even a quarter doesn't matter, because I'm trying to take off dollars, and I'm willing to pay that little bit of, or I'm willing to miss out on that little bit of the move to just be a of the thing. So Antonio, thank you for the super chat here.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? I agree with you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Antonio with the super chat, thank you very much for the 10 euros. I aim for the prior day high or big levels and confidence with the Qs. My average stop is 0.5% of the price using, 0.5% of the price, so 0.5%, using 0.2% of the account risk per trade, and I take profits using the 21 EMA. Today was Marvell and Hood. Great stuff. I love hearing that. You have a system that you're following, and it's working out for you, so shout out to that. So let's take a quick look at MRVL here, and also, what was the other one? Marvell and Hood. Okay, cool. Yeah, so if your average stop, so you're looking for prior day levels or confluence with the Qs. So I'm going to assume that maybe you went for the reversion here, and that's coming in line with the Qs, coming into prior day's highs there as well. Maybe you're looking for a reversion into prior day's highs or weekly highs there with the gap up we had after hours and in the morning. So great look there. I'm just making assumptions. Don't know what your trade specifically was, but shout out to the systematic perspective that you're using to manage risk and position size and take profits as well. Let's take a quick look at what Hood is up to. Okay, so strong push in the morning. 150.47s is the high, and then prior bar break, the first bar low break on the 15-minute candle is what brings in the reversion back through and back into and through VWAP for a pull into 145s here on Robinhood. So solid stuff there if you were looking for sellers. That's coming in again, once again, into prior days ish levels. You're pulling into some of those areas as well. So maybe that's what you're talking about. I don't know, because I haven't seen your trade specifically, but that's a good look. Shout out to Antonio for the super chat.
What's going on with PayPal? Yeah, it's moving half decent off the bottom.
Okay, a little bit of a bid happening there.
Yeah, exactly. Not too bad. Nice. We got a nice little pop there in IBIT, guys. Back up to that level, that's not bad. So boom, 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 those are all the ads, relatively small size. Nothing substantial whatsoever. Looking for that move back up into the 20s. We'll post up there, we'll post our stops. But guys, it is now 2 o'clock. Time flies. Having fun, Obi, as always. Any plans? Hey, keep going, says Katina, man. Do you have any plans for this evening?
Maybe. I don't know. I definitely maybe want to go out, but I gotta see what the friends are doing.
Definitely maybe you want to go out.
Definitely maybe want to go out.
All right.
Yeah. We'll see. Okay. It depends on if we can catch the game anywhere, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on. Yeah, go sports.
Go
Jays,
sports.
For
go
sure.
Jays. Go.
Game
Thank
6.
you guys very much. I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. Too much candy. And
save some for me.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was getting at. I was hoping that I'd get some. But anyways, at the end of the day, guys, I hope everyone has a fantastic session. Still a couple hours left.
There's some chocolate.
Yeah, I got some chocolate. I've been.
We'll dabble in that first, man. We gotta eat. We gotta eat our lunch first, Katina, man. We gotta make sure. So I mean, there's gonna be plenty of that candy stuff going around. Gym after the close today, so we'll make sure we get that because we are going to indulge in some sweets. Now, time to head it over to those guys.
To the big boys. Easy.
Who are those guys? Us?
They mean us.
I didn't know what.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't even know.
Hey, your Blue Jays at Wrigley Field. How about that? The Ivy in Wrigley Field.
You know what? Toronto fans like Chicago too.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. I had to switch it up, man.
You're getting into game mode.
No, it was also really
6
cold
hours.
when I was wearing that. Like,
But now the door's shut.
I know. Now that they shut the door, it was freezing cold, and now all of a sudden, we have limited time. Okay, we're fixing my mic. Sometimes my mic stinks. It's not the mic's fault. It's just, it's having the Fridays. No, we have 6 hours to go. We got 2 hours on the market. Market has finally found a bottom, I think. Hopefully, anyways, maybe.
Yeah, it was a big.
Hopefully, maybe. No, it was. Look, man, a day where Apple went green to red on obviously a good earnings. We saw what happened with Amazon as well, rocket ship. Amazon. Look, the gap on Amazon was gigantic, so it held on to gains. I think at the worst, Amazon was maybe, 10% up, having pulled it back into 245. But still, it was very much like we had with Alphabet yesterday. You think it's all well and good, and it was just profit taking, and only now catching a little bit of a biz. So, you know what? You got to try to see if we can build it back. I have no idea whether we can get. I don't think we can get a V. Forget about it. I'm not even I was gonna be I don't know if we can get that kind of a late day bounce. Maybe we could get to a VWAP or something.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping with Palantir. We were catching this bottom, and we did pretty good here in the midday, catching it. So, we got back. It was around 1 o'clock, where Palantir made the same bottom that we had already made. The first time it broke, we did the same thing again. It broke to get back in. But Palantir, I'm with you. Not even really waiting for that to come through. So we'll just wait to see if it hits in and around that $200 again, and that would be a really, really great opportunity. There it is. We got a super chat from Chris L. Can we put it on the?
I have the shoot.
We put it on the board. Andre,
I got it.
There you go. We got it.
Oh, you got it. Thank you, Chris L. I appreciate you.
Big L.
I will say this. Thankfully, the tickets didn't come with a second mortgage because we're season ticket holders, my wife and I. For 9 years, we've been waiting for this moment. So we get our tickets at cost, which is not necessarily cheap, but it's not what you see online.
No.
I mean, if I wasn't a super fan, I'd be smart and I would just sell it and make a mortgage payment. But no, we're going to the game because I'm going to the game. My wife's staying home. But I appreciate it. That's actually, that's Canadian. That's U.S. dollars. Canadian. Super chat's coming.
U.S.
Was it U.S.?
Yeah, so that's 50 U.S. Well, it says it on it, does it? Let me see.
It doesn't.
Yeah, so it's U.S.
That means it's U.S. then. Yeah, so that's 5 beers.
Yeah, that's when I was there. You know what I found there last week when I was at the Dome? There's $7 beers, the cans, a Bud.
Yeah,
No, not the little ones, the normal cans of Bud.
What? They never send the guys around with those.
No. You have to go to the Bud. Is that better, Andre? You have to go to the Bud.
Because the beer guys don't come with anything.
No.
That's 13.
It's So I noticed that. So I was double fisting.
But is that only at the Budweiser thing? So you have to go
it was a Budweiser stand. So I don't know if they exist on the 100 level because I was on the 200 level.
Okay, that's good to know. Look, man, I go to so many games and I didn't even know there's a place you can get $7 beers inside the stadium.
Yes, man, it was $6.59 for a can. Honestly, because I asked for Canadian and they're like, "Oh, we're a Budweiser stadium." Or whatever. There's a big Budweiser in the outfield there.
I mean, don't even get
we got to pay Vladdy. All right. So Palantir, nice move up there. We're just starting to cash out a little bit. We will go through some of the rundown with you guys very, very shortly. Talk about the names that you want us to cover. So that should be a lot of fun as we go here. I took a shot on Marvell, which paid out. I mean, it was fine until it wasn't, and it broke the bottom, and I got out before it got too low. But Marvell was up 10%, and we were happy, joy, and then it just made the move into the close right here for MRVL. So we'll have to wait to see if that one can get going again. Hopefully it can. They're back up to the upside for MRVL. We'll see if some of that. SoFi's made lows as well. That was a name that I got stopped out on. But we did fine on SoFi because we were long there. But then I gave it about 30 cents worth of room, 20 or so, and that was probably too much. As SoFi goes all the way back down and makes a new bottom at 28.50, potentially buying the dip now. Third straight down day for SoFi. Interesting to say that. I do like SoFi here.
Wow.
Yeah, FI, Fiserv.
But it's flat. It's down 0.4%.
Oh, shoot, more money coming off.
It's not much of a down day.
It just keeps on falling off of me here. It is a money tree, you know. It's the fall season. You know, it comes down. You know, our leaves come down.
Yeah.
But Fiserv, yeah, the other day there, Fiserv.
Oh,
yeah, had a bad.
Getting moked again.
No, it's down only 1.5%. But again, you know, really bad guidance there. And I don't. There's someone in the chat saying, "Is it okay for the term?" You know what? I'd have to look into it. When stocks go down like this, like that's basically 50%. Like it was 130, 120 down to 60. You got to look into that a little bit.
But like, here's my
thing.
Not
like a little Oracle dump.
But like, why would you want to own them instead of like you just own Block? Isn't that the same? Like it's the same space, and it didn't just get moked. Like I don't know. Like everyone wants to get the bottom. Like if you can get a competitor or someone in the same space, maybe with a little bit less risk. Again, it's always fun to pick bottoms. I would prefer.
Well, I think people saw like how much UNH has gone to the bottom.
True.
People see,
This
you know,
is
when you
wild,
get bad reports.
It hasn't even really technically found a bottom yet. I don't think. Maybe. I would say on Monday you could have today would be a double bottom, and then on Monday if it's higher, then you've got that confirmation because then you could really just 70s if it breaks that out, give
John
it to 65, like whatever. I'm gonna kick myself for this is a second stock that I reversed long in. It's hilarious because like this is not see those green ones, yeah. This is me reversing into the long, which is going to break the low of the day. And I did the same thing on Intel.
Well, that's another stock that's been getting.
I was short VWAP on Intel, short VWAP on CMT, reversed them, lost on the long in Intel, and the market's coming back. But Chipotle, long. My stop's at the low of the day.
The other stock that I have as an example would be Oracle. I mean, Oracle is another one of those names that got absolutely crushed. There's the gap fill. It filled the gap. You know, I cannot, I don't know what I was doing on that day when I was able to sell at 319, but that was all the way back in right now. And, you know, thinking about maybe buying some more here because you got some kind of support, right? On that FI, you're going to have to go back like quite a minute here to find out, you know, where there's going to be some local support on this one. When we're ready, we can go over to the desk. Just let me know there, Andre. Actually, you know what? On the monthly, there's the 200 period. I mean, it finally came back to life, you know, right there. Remember, look how dramatic this has been in the last 8 months, you know. Just an absolutely monster move to the downside for FI here. And finally finding maybe. I mean, I can't blame anybody for trying that.
On the monthly, that's not terrible. Maybe on Monday or Tuesday. Monday is your third day. I don't know.
Sometimes if you zoom out.
I just still feel like allow a bottom to confirm on like it closes and holds the bottom and then closes one day above that bottom. And then you have something to work with and where you're like have a firm out. But you know what? As much as it seems like this is a bad day, I look at that board in front of us. The Dow is barely down and everything else is holding.
Nasdaq still 4.
Nasdaq's up. I mean,
Trump talking about Nigeria right now.
Is he? How come I'm not hearing anything in my ear all day?
I don't know. All right, let's go. We're ready.
Yes.
Yes, we are. Now, I was going to think about buying some Circle too. All right, let's go. Someone asked me that the other day. I'm not really. We'll talk about Circle in a minute. Go to the desk and see what names you guys want us to look at.
I think you should buy some Circle, Katina, man. That's just me. But anyways, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, this segment where you guys get to pick the stocks that we talk about. Let's top this list off with AMTD. Digital shares are trading higher after the company reported a 1,000% year-over-year increase in revenue, up substantially on today. From the open to the highs, we're up 206%. What do you guys think of HKD, or AMTD, sorry?
HK. HKD, you mean? AMT.
I don't know what AMTD is. That a stock or is that just what HKD is called?
Yeah, it's what HKD is. That threw me off.
AMTD is this stock here, up 32% right now. Okay, well.
Yeah, but HKD is AMTD Digital.
It is?
Yeah. Okay, so we're talking about
What?
HKD.
HKD.
You're throwing me off when you. Okay, when you're a trader, you deal in
AMTD.
We deal in tickers.
Why is this one up 35%?
If you want to call MS15 Microsoft, that's fine because I don't know that company. But I got AMT Digital. Raise your hand if you know what these guys do. Oh, come on. You looking it up right now? I could ask ChatGPT.
I have no idea.
No, I don't.
I don't know. I was on the wrong stock.
Look, I don't know them. That being said, we do remember when 25 hundo, and we do remember that it was a squeeze stock only. And the other thing about this 1,100% or whatever revenue growth is that was to 73 million. So regardless of what the market cap is, because to even be listed, it means that revenue is kind of insignificant. This is just a pure squeeze play. And I did say, I was saying earlier, look, I was going to pay for low case to short the stock. However, I wanted to be sure, like I wasn't going to try and make the top. I had no intentions of looking for the high of the day on the stock. However, when it confirmed a double top, like someone else probably shorted it above 5, like some whale or something, and then it broke this trend, I'm like, I'll enter here. Play it to VWAP. I then tried to short it under VWAP, which didn't work. I guess I should have waited for the volume weighted average price, but I still like this one. I think it's on the back end today. So if it gets to VWAP and the volume's not going crazy, it's still declining volume. So you can see there, still kind of declining volume. It'd be cool if you could draw like trend lines on my volume part, but I don't think that. Can you do it? Oh my goodness, you can. You can. So like it's, yeah, you can see it's like declining volume. I didn't know you could do that. Declining volume. And as long as that's true, even if it pumps into VWAP, I'd probably take that short into the volume weighted average price this afternoon. I'm going to guarantee that I short it just because I have locates again. I think maybe the move could be done here. And the other side of that coin is like it's given a lot of the move back up, and I can't really find an obvious place that I think this could be a dip buy. Side of on the daily where it is. So if it loses here, I think you have a ways to go, at least maybe 250. Anyone looking to hold on to this that got it early, I think you're at a pretty now if you lose it. And I'm favoring the shorts under VWAP on HKD. It just has a history of not following through. So like how many of these candles last more than a day? You have to go all the way back to October of last year until you have one of these runs that actually held up more than just the first day.
And I think this one, AMTD here, is a subsidiary of HKD.
That makes sense.
And they up 35% here right now and trying just to tick over this $1.40 area. So I would just watch out for that play coming back in through $1.40. Okay, so that would be something to look at there with AMTD. All right, more down our path is Tesla. We're supposed to be a hedge fund. So let's go back over and see what's going on with Tesla.
All right, guys, a lot going on with Tesla headlines today. Elon saying that he might release a flying car this year. I mean, Elon Musk is always definitely an optimist with his release dates. So this year, he means 2029, really, at the end of the day. But no, who's kidding who, guys? Tesla prototype also spotted with a steering and some pedals. Now, we talk about the robo-taxi quite often. Is this going to be a popular model? Maybe, possibly. This is the final out of the big ones who have yet to put in a new all-time high. Still down 7.6%. Does Tesla break it soon? And how much above does it go, guys?
Let's just make up a number.
Stop asking us these tough questions. Sharif never asks us these tough questions. Sharif just throws it over to us. He doesn't ask follow-up questions.
542.
There we go.
69.
Neil's got this.
That's
542.69.
Why? Because that just
very
sounds,
meme-ish of you.
It sounds like a price that Elon might sell at.
Right. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you're probably
like
right.
if I was Elon Musk, I would probably sell at levels like that. Just for because who cares? What difference does it make?
Yep.
You're taking profit anyway. So, but no, obviously, Joe.
I like the flying car idea.
I do like the flying car idea. I just feel like,
wow, nice.
I know that they're doing a lot, but like I believe there's more upside, pun not intended, in Optimus and Robotaxi than the flying car. So, it's not like I'm not excited for that. I think it's a really cool concept. I feel like these flying vehicles, at least early on, are going to have far more military applications, maybe, and like not transport, but like delivery thing more so than the average person. So I think that's where it's going to lie, and maybe that's something that they can pull off, right? So Who knows? I just feel like talk to me about robotaxi. Talk to me about Optimus, Elon.
I'm gonna go
But
long.
this is a great V shape on Tesla. If it closes above, it's above 450 again, and above the volume weighted average price. It's much stronger than the overall market. This afternoon, it feels like this one could be a long. It's only breaking now, so I'm not gonna do it just yet. I'd probably wait for it to hold VWAP at least. But it looks pretty strong. I don't know about this news, to be honest with you. I don't care too much about that for driving the stock price in the long term.
We're in a new position right now. We got it on Tesla. All right. Yeah, so I'm just long Tesla here because I think there's a good opportunity. Hold on a second. I just got to make sure that we have our stop in. You know, break above 450, break above VWAP right now, break above the 200 period moving average, have these lines starting to get turned up. Nice little beautiful bottom made there down at 443. Nice move higher. Try to take this out for 452. If we take out 452 and the market continues to rally, man, let's see if Tesla has enough juice in it to get going here. So we're flat right now. We're long at 451.50. I'm going to get out if it breaks 450. Let's just see how long we can hold this for here into the close. Feeling pretty good about it. Let's just give it a second, right? I mean, we got to give it a little bit of breath to get going here. So I'm going to say I like this Tesla trade, and let's just see if it continues to work out, breaking back above the VWAP. We'll average in if it gets there. And small trade. See if there's some love here at the end of the day for the NASDAQ and Tesla staying above 450. I don't want to scalp real quick. Like this could drop 50 cents in a second. It could go up 50 cents in a second as well. So let's give it a little bit of work here, Tesla, and see if it continues to, you know, give us some opportunities to potentially have a nice little winner here into the close. First, try to get out, like that little top right there is 53.50. So maybe we can get there today on TSLA. But I'm going to give it a little bit of a go, up 2%. NASDAQ is flat-ish today. So are the ES, right? 0.4 versus 0.2. 0.4 is fine, but the way the NASDAQ's come back in, it's not great. I like the flying car stuff. I think it's pie in the sky. I mean, you're never going to get approval to be flying, you know, craft around, you know, major cities or anything like that. Like, you know, you may be able to do something with drones and things like that over farmland or whatever. But I don't see this flying drone or this flying car stuff as being a thing, let alone next year. Maybe he's developing it. That's one thing.
Well, if you
but actually getting it into production.
That's what I'm saying, because even if you look how long it's taken just to get deliveries done, like Ariel, look, I wouldn't rule out something that they could build, Tesla, and the next thing you know, you get like a military application, and then they're able to start from there. Surprised by this one. I'm surprised by this one.
We have eVTOLs. We have lots of stuff. There's a lot of opportunities for these things.
Who is it that's
it's not,
what was the Chinese company that's
Ehang.
already Ehang? There was another one. Anyway,
by the way, Tesla right now, we're 60 cents in the money. We just put it on. So I'm actually have an offer here at 40s. There it is. We just got it. So there it goes, man. 60 cents right there on Tesla. We got out of 10%. So not bad. All right, let's go over and see, actually 20%. On that trade. All right, hopefully we have some more to go here on TSLA. I just noticed right here we are at the 50 moving average. So we got to watch out for that. Maybe we can get above it and continue to hold. That's Tesla. All right, Joe, any more questions for us on Meta or anything?
We got a bunch, brother, and it's going to be regarding options this time, so get prepared, all right? Oh, yeah. There we are. No, guys, in all seriousness, Meta, 18 and a third % off of those previous all-time highs, selling off a couple days ago after that earnings report, one-time tax hit, no issues. But let's get into some of the options activity, all right? So what has been found is that 31% of traders were bullish, while 49% of them showed bearish tendencies. Now, out of all the trades we spotted at 51, were puts with a value of around $6,964,000, and 81 of those were calls valued at $7,841,000. Now, is that going to give you bullish or bearish sentiment? That's the question for you guys.
I just have one thing right here. Joe brought us Tesla 3 minutes ago. This is now $1.50 in the money right now for Tesla. Like, I look back and I wish we had more shares, but there's the bid, there's the rip, and here we go, Tesla, here we go. So hopefully the Blue Jays can have a start like this one here tonight. But there it goes. Tesla, another dollar right there. Palantir trying to go upside as well. Palantir, I'm going to take another piece out right now on PLTR, and then that's that. So I've been focusing on these trades right now. Now we're $2 in the money on Palantir and $1.70 now in the money on this Tesla trade. So we're already at 1-to-1 just this quick. So let's take a little bit more out here on Tesla. And then I apologize, I didn't really hear too much what he was saying about Meta there.
Just to answer, John in the chat, Dara is here. She has a cool costume as well.
Yeah, Dara's been here for a minute.
She's been here all day. I don't know if you were watching the Midday, but certainly she was around the whole time. So she'll be here.
She's getting lunch. That's what she does.
Yeah, she's grabbing lunch. Then when we're done the rundown, she'll be back. She has a cool costume. No, it was bearish or bullish sentiment on Meta, which is an interesting question when the chart looks like this. To be honest, my opinion of bullish, it doesn't matter what I think. It's not bullish, it's bearish, period. Right now, the sentiment on Meta is bearish. I thought it was a good report. I still think they had a good quarter. It doesn't matter. It's getting sold off. It is pennies from breaking $650. The low is actually $649.68. So it broke 50 by like a little, maybe it didn't. Sometimes our charts have bad wicks. Actually, I don't think this broke 650.
Probably not.
You know what? I don't think it did.
Here, I'll go over to eSignal.
No, it did. No, it didn't.
The low on eSignal today is right here. This is the low, 650.50.
No, my level 2 says 49 something. But so 650 is the current low.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it did test the same price. Maybe you get like some kind of a wick bottom for a turn, but this would be the place. I think at one point, Joe said, Neil's not going to get it. I tried the bottom tail wick and lost on it for one trade, and I made the bottom wick. This is sort of how it is. Like, this was the one. Like, yesterday we caught it, and it didn't run my stop. This time before going, it did run the stop. But until it breaks this trend, I even heard Joe say this in the midday, until it breaks the trend, I bet you Neil wouldn't take it, and I won't. So it'll have to do a bottoming tail like this, where I'm not in it, and then I in here off of 650, or it breaks this trend line. So I need a very specific entry point, because that gives me entry, it gives me an exit. Without that, this is catching a falling knife. You're still giving it a couple. I mean, this is day, again, like this is like 2 after earnings. So maybe we hold this 650 on the third day, and then you go in there and buy Meta. Until then, you just have to suck it up and understand that sometimes people take profit and find a way to nitpick, but there's nothing wrong with the company, in my opinion.
I'm getting more out here on Tesla because it came back through 453, so I just got another piece out at 453. I'm out of 50% of this trade. Those of you that are interested in that, I'm out of 50% of this trade. It's now $1.30 in the money, so that was another one. Okay, thank you, DJ, for that. All right, so let's go over now. Palantir, by the way, Mr. Collett, is another one. Right. Thank you for that again. All right, so now let's go over to Meta quickly here and just figure out what we're talking about. Yeah, I would say short. I mean, I don't think that there's any reason right now. Just like how Tesla's up 2.5%, Meta is down 2.5% against the strong market. This name gotten crushed yesterday, crushed today. Downside plays here for Meta continue. It's just they don't like to spend. I don't think Zuckerberg, for some reason, and I don't know why. I mean, he's earned my trust, but he hasn't earned the trust of the market yet. Like they still remember, not this is tariff, but they still remember, the amount of money that they spent in the metaverse and all that kind of stuff, and really haven't gotten anything from it. I feel like the glass is a complete disaster, but I mean, that could be wrong. That's just a take, but I don't know. I'm not super excited at all. I'll leave it at that right now. And I'm a shareholder, like a pretty good one too. So it's not like I'm on the stock. I don't think this move is done yet. And I said this before, that the area where I think we're going to probably float into is around here, actually 600. Between 6 to 620, I think is a good area here for Meta to start to buy some. Let's get it knocked down. That would be quite a bit, right? That's 800 top down to 600. So that's 25% pull. I think that's reasonable. We've seen this market drop 25% numerous times, and like including here was more than that. So that's 40% down on Meta. I think 25% gets us into 6 bills where we can start to scoop. And if it gets into there, we'll scoop some up. But that's why we sell. That's why we sell things when we feel that there's a high's been made. And I feel like on Meta right there, I wish, like Joe said, that it was the only one, Tesla was one of the only ones that hadn't sort of got back to its glory days. I mean, you can add Meta, I guess, to that as well, because we still have a ways to go until we get back to 780 at this point. But there's a big size here at 650, by the way. So some decent size there at 650. We'll see if this level holds. But when it doesn't, it's gone. Wow, instantly down $1. Instantly down $1.50.
Bearish.
There
bearish,
on
bearish.
Meta. Did you see that?
I have it up.
Cracked,
it's like
I should have cracked that,
was
right when it was there. I knew that we knew that was going to break. Right, well, look at it. It's coming right back upside right now on META. All right, man. You dance with fire, sometimes you get burned. And right now, Meta is a flaming pit.
Love the stock, hate the price action.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good way of saying it. Okay, let's go over.
Someone else say that one.
Let's go over to Mr. Wilson.
Oh, Joe.
All right, guys, Open Door is up next. On today's session, you did get an opening drive, relatively strong, and some continuation up to $8. As for headlines, just old news there. Dara brought us some of this there yesterday. But Open Door now trading at 7 3/4, guys. What do you think about it?
Well, technically, it should be in play for me. It's Friday into a weak market, so I do like to look at small caps in that vein most times. And it's at VWAP, so I mean, I guess that usually qualifies.
Wow, Meta.
The volume's just not doing much. Man, Meta's a problem right now.
Meta's a problem, boy.
Oh, here's what. If it can start breaking out over VWAP and increasing volumes, then for a trade, it becomes a little bit more on the radar for me. The other thing I like about it, now this is differing from like the day trade. This is the second time it's kind of bounced pretty cleanly off the 50-period moving average here on the daily.
Tesla.
So pretty good look here on open. I think a close above, this is like 750, so it's going to very, very likely close above the 50-period again, and is trying to break this out. So look, I like what I'm seeing with Open Door. I think it's entering like a swing breaking next week above $8. Do I think that happens today? Seems unlikely. Look at it reject 8. So for a little bit of an afternoon trade, if it can break this trend, pick up some volume, I'd probably jump into it and see if it gets to 8. But I think there's possibly bigger things going for Open Door next week. If it can get a few closes above $8, then I think you could ramp. Do I think that happens in the afternoon? I don't think so.
I just put this question up.
Jason, Tom, Jack.
Yep, I just put it up.
Neil and Sean have been watching for a month.
Thank you.
And love what you guys are doing. Do you strictly trade shares or contracts when day trading or mix of both? So real trading doesn't actually have contracts. Futures.
Options.
Or options, sorry. And when trading futures, like we do have, like you can trade the actual like ES futures contract.
We have derivatives.
We also have, I think we have oil futures.
Yep.
There's gold. I don't know I'd have to look
Forex.
up. Forex. I don't know the entire list.
But it's not CFDs, so Neil and I will be trading actual equity.
Actual equity.
So when you're seeing me in Tesla, like right here, this is
always a stock.
We have direct connection to all of these exchanges, directly connected to NASDAQ, directly connected to IEX, EdgeX here. And if you're going over to NYSE stock, you're gonna see NYSE exchange on here as well. That's the NYB, the New York book, which is not at the level 1 here, but there it is right there, NYB. So these are all actual share prices. So if you're looking at whatever, IBKR or whatever you're trading off of, this is the current level 1 up here, and this is all level 2 and whatnot to the downside. As we can see, many levels of stock here and different books that we subscribe to. It's entitlement-based system here at Real Trading. So if you are interested in getting, the NASDAQ book feed, which is all 10 levels, then yeah, you have to pay for that. But just 1 second here, Andre, and we'll get that going. But yeah, thanks again for that question. Oh man, my computer's taking a minute, but here it is, man. Over 4 million concussions are reported every year in the United States. And of course, as we keep saying, there is no FDA-approved treatment. While NYSE listed Oragenics, we want to thank them for being on the show many times, is changing that with first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. There are over 8.9 billion is the projected market here for the concussion treatments. And Oragenics has this unique position in the market. So if you do know someone that has suffered either from concussions or any sort of head trauma, please click on that QR code on your screen right there. It's obviously it's very important for everybody to get knowledge about that. So if you know anybody, go see Ogen and give them some a call, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
Schedule an appointment with Oragenics. Okay.
Cheering for sure.
Meta. All right, let's go talk now about. You already did Open Door?
Yeah, I talked to Open Door.
Yeah, okay. Let's go talk a little bit about SoFi.
All right, guys. Now, if you're curious what the next question is going to be, it's coming right up. So, too excited, all right? All right, no. In all seriousness, guys, SoFi not trading too bad today. You can see that we're down a little bit, so I'm going to eat those words quick, but only 3% or so. If we take a look at it from a daily perspective, SoFi has been on an absolute monster run with the likes of Robinhood itself. From those April lows, you're up a substantial amount. We're talking 200%, just like that, guys. But let's take a look at some of the options activity. So the overall sentiment of these big money traders is split between 53% bullish and 36% bearish. Out of the special options we uncovered, 2 are puts for a total amounting of 172,000, and 28 are calls for a total amount of $1.7 million. Which way are you guys leaning on SoFi?
Long. I mean, I had the long written on the sticky notes.
Look, I'm going to like the long, but I just got to, I'm going back to where it's bounced before. I think I'm waiting for like 27.5, or at least something under 28, right? Like it's been doing this, like pull back, make a high, not ever since it slowed down back in July. It's been having some pretty, increasingly large pullbacks on the way to the up. So it's like it pulls back a little further, a little further, little further, and maybe we're just getting another one to the 50 period here. So I think we give it a little bit. If it gets back down to that support next week, I think that's a good place to throw the buy-in. I still believe, and you're gonna. I still have that Lulu month chart up. I still think, ultimately, barring something insane, this is the last day of the month, right? So you are closing on this monthly chart above the prior monthly high. All systems go. Like that's actually, this is 28, like 20 or something like that. So as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of an all systems go above that level. For today, it didn't really challenge it too much. I think if it's barring some kind of minor miracle or it'd be a bad one, we're going to close above that. And that kind of sets up another leg up on the monthly chart. So next week, I do think it's a dip buy in front of that 50-period moving average because on multiple time frames, I think it's a buy. Today, it just happens to be trending down. That's all.
I told you that we did for lunch, so we actually posted this up today. I think it was actually pretty good. That's our blackened chicken. It wasn't that blackened at all, but it was still pretty tasty. And then there's the couscous and then the chef salad. So that's what was for lunch, visually speaking, there today. So we like that one for sure. That was a good one, nice healthy lunch there. And then there's some chocolates right now for Halloween out there right now. We wrote down today, this is a sticky note. I provide this every single morning. It's just with some trades that I'm looking at here. Tesla's back up to $1 now in the money. We probably going to take a little bit of that. But anyways, my day for SoFi was just like this. It fell right into our lap at 29. That's the level that we waited for. It came in, we took it, and it was great, man. All the way back up here into the 200-period moving average. We took about 40 cents on it. We held a very, very small piece. We were live on the show doing this. I think it was about 20%. So we got back another full position there and then lost it. Not a full position, but we lost it when it came back in. We weren't even here when that happened. We just left an order in and around 29 because we liked that price. And then it faded out and we got stopped out right there. So I don't think SoFi... Like we're in the money off of our recent buys, right? I mean, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, losing 30 is not good. So I do not like the fact that we just lost 30 there on SoFi. So yeah, yuck on that. And again, I like the space. I mean, I like the XLF, like some of the banks. I know this is a new bank, so it's not going to trade the same as the Morgans and the JPMs and all that of the world. But XLF is holding out fine. I think in this new rate environment, you know what? Let me check. We are going to get that next cut in December. I mean, we're supposed to. Pretty undramatic when you get that Java guy there. So now it's 63%. Wow, that's not... it was 85% day of the Fed, and then it just kept on dripping. So now you're at about a 50-50. I feel like it's probably going to be 50-50. We only have apparently now, and again, I'm just pulling out all the stops now because here's Kalshi, and they have 45 days now. So that would be 2 more weeks.
That was at 40 yesterday, wasn't it?
Was that at 41 or 42?
Oh, yeah, it was the lower, though. It was lower.
I wonder as we get over near the weekends, maybe it adds a couple of days. I don't know, but 45 days right now. So it started on the 1st of October. And so the minute that gets settled, what I was going to say is maybe they'll start releasing more data and then these numbers will shift. But for now, I think we're going to probably be around a 50-50 for the banks, for the rates. And, you know, you see what JP Morgan did yesterday, was straight upside there. They like the rate cut environment, obviously. You could see this with the last little while there off that cut. So back up almost into all-time highs again for JP Morgan. So I do think that SoFi eventually follows suit with all of that and gets right back up to all-time highs. So this is a little bit of coming out party here for SoFi above 30, and it didn't like it. So now it's just kind of burrowing back in. I would say buy the period moving average. Look how good this has been. You know, you have to go all the way back. I mean, obviously in April, every stock pretty much broke it, but there it is, man. We absorbed it, so at least we have some recency points there to show us that the 50 period may be something there on SoFi. So, all right, Andre, hit us one time.
JP, what up, JP?
Ooh.
I'm going to sell 80% of my portfolio today. I have money and think the market is close to top.
Hey, I think
I always have to ask this question if you can clarify, because for a lot of us here, like we'll have like a retirement account, like our RSP here in Canada, and then we'll have like a TFSA,
IRA,
which would be like an IRA down there. So are you selling all of your investment account, or is this just like the swing IRA, TFSA for us here? Because like that's something that every now and then I consider selling a bunch out of the TFSA, which I haven't gotten to that point yet, but I'm just curious. But like I mean,
you could sit in cash and get 4 to 5%.
Yeah, exactly. You can
so I think that's what. So the reason why I hit the bang and the awesome part about it is because that's a definitive decision. Like I am selling 80%. So you've done the math, you've looked at it, and you like to sell that. So again, without knowing all the positions, I would just say, like, if you're going to go even into the SPY, which of course is the S&P 500, and you look at that and you say, if you use this as a barometer of anything, you are well extended off of the 50-period moving average. The last time we were up this much against the S&P 500, you know, we do have so there have been pullbacks when you've extended this far from the 50-period moving average, let alone how far we're extended from the 200 period. So I say, JP Brennan, you've got that horse sense because it's pulling back in a little bit, and I just think that it might be right. And nothing wrong with holding 20% for the ride, you know. Get out, regroup, and yeah, let us know if you're talking like Neil said, and like I'm saying, like equities, or are you talking about like your gold? Like who knows, right?
Yeah. Well, the other thing I would say is look at how much selling is happening on these good reports. Like you gap up on Amazon, you gap up on Alphabet, and they sell it off at the open on good earnings, or Meta, they nitpick the spending, and then that gets sold off. And Microsoft has a good report, and it was down 3%, and Apple has a good report, and it gives up its gains as well right off the open. Like it's. Are
there secrets?
It kind of gives you an idea of what's happening. I don't know what these guys are doing. What's happening?
Okay. I don't know. I heard Ramin saying something. Whenever she's like whispering things, I know there's something going on. So I got to make sure.
I think I'm like measuring.
Next thing you know, like something's going to be happening to us, Neil.
Oh, back to for the market for a second. Apple's gotten back to. I know I was literally just crapping on Apple for having a bad day today, but. And it's trying to hold the volume-weighted average price. So I'm going to zoom in so you can see. It hasn't closed above VWAP yet, but if it does so, I'm going to look to enter if it can get through that. Close above and then break through one of these.
I just have to show Roland Joe.
Now I'm going to jump in. I'm going to go to Adara, but what's going on with ETH? Everyone is saying, whoa, that's volume into ETH. Decent move.
Yeah.
And IBIT's moving as well?
Yeah, Roland, we are a hedge fund. We're a hedge.
Yeah.
This is a hedge.
Yeah, what's going on here?
These are funds. Hedge fund, right there. We just got out of.
By the way, my neighbor also Money Tree.
Oh, did he? Okay, Money Tree is the right. I mean, it's a great guess. Money Tree. There's no doubt. There's no doubt the right guess. I'm gonna go get some water here. I'm getting a sore throat, which is never a good.
I think we're supposed to go to Adara. But
we're out more on Tesla. Adara, what you got?
Yeah, I'm looking here for news on Ethereum, but I'm not seeing anything. I do have something on Boeing though. The S&P, or I guess S&P ratings there. Increasing their outlook on Boeing to stable from negative, citing increased production numbers. We know they've been trying to increase that production. They did reiterate their rating of BBB negative. So again, we have Boeing here with their outlook revised to stable from negative by the S&P, but BBB minus rating affirmed there at the same time. Back to you.
Just seeing how. See, these aren't them ones that you could have got. What was the movie? It was Rush Hour 2, where they had that legit counterfeit. These aren't. What do you do? What are you gonna do with this? I mean, don't worry about it. Yeah. Okay, but it's Sean. You can take it if you want. Just saying. And neither one of these two dressed up. By the way, I did have a costume this morning, if you were just tuning in, but the Jays are in the World Series, and I had to rock my Jays gear. I'm going to the game tonight, so that's what it's all about. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. I don't know what's going on with ETH and Bitcoin right now, but that volume spike kind of immediately tapered off. Like, it's not going crazy anymore, so you had that first spike, got to VWAP. I don't mind joining. Like, Apple, remember I was saying, can it hold on to the volume weighted average price? Here, I'll zoom in. That answer was a no, so that's back underneath, and I don't really want to short it there. Kind of looking for like a bounce play. So I might take a shot here. That's one close over the volume weighted average price. Oh, now you've got the Roaring Kitty look back on. You working? Everyone's working there, Fabian. No, Fabian won last year. His costume, like the Roaring Kitty, I think was the win. I have to give it up to Adair because I've seen Midsummer, and it's what's the best way to think? If you haven't seen that movie, it's probably not for everybody.
With Midsummer, honestly, the first time I tried to watch it, I was on a plane, which do not watch Midsummer on a plane. I got to a certain scene, and then I was like, I have to turn this off because if people are going to see this next to me, they're going to be like, what the heck?
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a huge fan of this director's first movie, Hereditary. Midsummer is awesome too. Check it out. And yeah, you can find out more about this May Queen and this fun hat that I'm wearing.
No, suffice to say, that is not a movie I would want to watch on the plane. People to see what you're. By the way, Ramin stole one.
Yeah,
well, I
gave it to me. I'm walking.
I gave it to her. She came by and she wanted it, so I gave it.
It's falling off right here.
Yeah, because what did you use? It's just tape. Right?
Glue. Yeah, it's glue and tape. And by the way, it's now $2. Yo, Ramin, man.
Tax.
Those are real $100 bills over here.
Are they though?
Oh man.
Are they though?
There she goes.
Ramin! Whoa! Oh, see, now that's not cool.
That was U.S. too.
That's
141 Canadian, Ramin.
That was unnecessary.
Bruh. Wow, trees had to die for that. And Ramin just is like, I don't care about the environment, you know? All right, so anyways, there goes Tesla right now, man. Your boy is on that one. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. No, Warren. I mean, sure, we make great trades, but I mean, I'm already employed. But there we go, 453. We just got out at 454 was where I put the offer. I think, did we get that? Yeah, 453.45, sorry. I'm still at 453.90. So I'm still waiting for that top right there. Hey, look, man, when we entered this trade, this is the levels that we called. So there it is, man, boom, boom, pow, as Fergie says. We got to get that boom.
Fergie.
Got to get that boom.
Wasn't
boom,
she the one with the, was it her?
Black Eyed Peas.
No, the really bad national anthem. Was that her?
Probably. I mean, first, who the hell is, what was his name, Russell Wainwright or something? Who's the guy that did the Canadian anthem?
I don't know.
In game, did you not hear it? The guy changed the words.
No,
Rufus? Oh, I know what it was. Who is Rufus Wainwright?
No, I don't know who it was.
The guy was like, I was like watching, I was like, is this guy okay?
I mean, don't really know
like
who that is.
He was changing the words. It sounded like he was, something was going on there. But anyways, shout out to
I mean,
Rufus
maybe, look, man, maybe he's
Wainwright.
enjoying himself, had a few.
I mean,
I'm just saying. You wouldn't be the first person to have done an anthem while under the influence of something and then.
No, but the thing is, I don't think he was under the influence.
Well, I don't, look, again, like, I don't know.
By the way, Palantir.
Apparently it was Fergie. It was Fergie. Fergie, was it the NBA? It was the NBA. She dogged it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's the Boeing news, right? We already got that.
Oh.
You know what I don't like about Boeing?
I was liking some Boeing, actually. Look.
Here we go. Whoops, I'm still on my e-signal chart. Shout out to e-signal.
Yeah, shout out e-signal.
What I don't like about Boeing is
shout out Palantir.
This recent breakdown at 10. That being said, it is at the 200 period moving average. It just got there and would only now above it. So I know I've been saying I'm buying the dip in Boeing, but that's, again, it's still a next week thing. Like today is like the first real test. I don't mind buying it after a bounce, but like, again, Boeing, it's like channel down and breaking the bottom of the channel.
So I bought some Boeing.
Like this is the only thing, this is my only thing. Like it just broke the down channel. So I'll probably buy it next week if it can hold a 200 period moving average. I just heard QuantumScape something. QS.
Oh, shit. See, now I'm not here.
Solid stable batteries are a thing, and QS is up 7. What?
Andre,
Right.
could you test?
Now I got to check the story on this because all I heard was QuantumScape breaks the high of the day. So anything specific with QS today? I'm not seeing anything.
I think they reported.
They got an upgrade yesterday, I believe. Yeah, I don't see anything particular on QS that's standing out. No, they got a price target raise yesterday. That doesn't explain 17% today, but the short float usually does explain the moves here. This is breaking a 52-week high at 19 bucks. Good for you, QS. Yeah, there's got to still be a story. If we're missing a story there, you just
I just took out multiples right now because right now, again, we sit down here and sometimes I get people emailing or people ask like, is this for real? You know, like, are these trades? I mean, we got a question about like, what are we trading here? Like, I just want to tell you, like, we literally had this Tesla against us. You know, like we put this Tesla on right there. Shares. I told you it wasn't a huge position, but obviously enough to ring some registers as we get to the upside. So, and then it's like people always question because I have so many outs, and that's just how I do it. Like we get paid. Like if I had to pay $5 a trade or something like that, then obviously, you know, this kind of a style of trading would not work. But we actually get paid for adding and removing liquidity. So every time I'm sitting there offering, I do. And I need to get better at just saying, you know what, we're long here at 452. I believe this is where it's going. And then maybe I just put my offer there, and I probably would wind up making a boatload more money than we do right now. But at the end of the day, a profitable trade is a profitable trade, no matter how you or I or anybody manages it. Just everybody, figure out what your plan of action is and go for it, right? There's so many opportunities in this market there's every style of trade, right? So I just realized I was sort of tripping on my own mic here. Still in my pocket. Yeah, so that's what that's doing right there. I just asked the guy in the back what he thought I was. He also said money tree.
Money tree.
So yeah, so it's it's right. It's a money tree / hedge fund.
Well, I thought, look, man, I still think
it's a hedge.
I still think Dollar Tree is.
No, I already have some ideas for next year now because I like the thing about it is
the stock theme.
Right, like the reason why we went with this is because it was stock market themed, right?
I want to do that next year.
I'm going to stick on that. Like
I'm not going to do Eli Lilly.
We were the Bitcoin pimp last year. We've also been, I think maybe even once or twice. We've been our hot dog guy a couple times as well. I have no idea where that guy is anymore on here. I'm losing it anyway.
At least 1 year we got to do a wrestling thing.
Where's my hot dog guy?
At least
we can do a wrestling. Maybe we could even do that next year. There it is. This one. I have a hot dog caught. Oh, now we're friends again. Oh, thanks, Ramin. Hey.
I said, yeah.
I had my whole wedding party come out as wrestlers. I got married, so. All right, yeah, I would think that'd be awesome, and you could definitely be Stone Cold, my guy. I mean, that. Oh, you're Carlito. That's cool. You're cool. That's cool. We got to get you a lowrider then.
Definition.
You got to get a lowrider coming through for Carlito. Okay. Did I wear this to the gym? Yes, Hunter Harvey, I did. Yeah, it was a little awkward for me, but it was all right. All right, so let's go over. I think we're supposed to go somewhere, but
I love Jake the Snake. By the way, Jake Roberts Snake in the chat. That was one of when I was like growing up, like as a kid. But back when the WWF had the cartoon, Jake the Snake and Junkyard were my two favorite.
Like Adam Sandler, my
Snake
man.
Snake.
Okay.
I think.
Adair.
Here on Ferrari, RACE announcing that they signed a multi-year partnership with a crypto exchange. Apparently, this crypto exchange, BingX, is now a team partner with one of Ferrari's teams that'll start as of January 1st, 2026. No financial disclosures here. Not a lot of volume on Ferrari, but I want to mention this because RACE does earnings next week, guys. So RACE with a crypto partnership, guys. Back to you.
What the? Ferrari is... That is
a daily chart?
It's a daily chart on race. Yeah, I don't like that. This is a Lambo for shorts, maybe. Like, what the?
I don't know. Lamborghini doesn't have a symbol.
Basically, like, look at this chart. Like, every single time it fails a high, just short the day out. Like, look at this. Fail the high, just short it. Fail the lower, like, or just short every single break on the daily chart of Ferrari. Like, whoa, what?
I'm going to be, if we do the wrestling theme, I'm going to be the Undertaker. Now, I'm going to go short.
Taker is so
I'm
legit.
just going to, on next Halloween, maybe I'll be the Undertaker and only look for shorts and just bury them
Hold on.
into the ground.
I understand that, but isn't the most famous Taker meme him rising from the dead?
Yes, and that could be.
So
and
to
then
me, if you're Taker, then you're buying the bottoms, right? Like because you're dead,
Right.
you're rising from the dead. Man.
Maybe I'll be Paul Bearer and bring the.
I don't know.
You know,
Paul
you
Bear
never know,
kind
you
of
never know what
annoyed
you
me.
That's it. I'm
Mick Foley.
gonna deal with Joe very, very soon.
Yo, you better.
This guy could be Carlito Cool. I have to be. Maybe if you said Dude
You just
Love,
hit him with. You should.
maybe I could be Dude Love over here.
There's so
Carlito.
many great ideas. We got another super chat. Where did it come from?
Neil's book. Yeah.
Of course, I asked to be Booker.
Yeah, why'd you say that, Joe? Why'd you say that,
Why do
Joe?
I have to be Booker T, yo?
Yeah, Joe.
Huh?
Attention,
Joe,
Brendan.
why do I have to be Booker T? You explain that to me.
Yeah, Brendan.
Because I look like Booker. I look like Booker T. Man,
I didn't say
come
it.
on, come on, son. I look like Booker T.
Yes, brother love. Okay. Yeah, I would be. I should be Undertaker. You could be Kane. Kane.
I loved Taker and Kane are legit. What's the super?
Mark Henry. Okay. I
when
love
he
Mark
does
Henry.
that, most of the stuff he did was like real. Like he was breaking
real
locks
strong.
and chains.
Yeah.
Like that was no fake chain. Like he wasn't an act, man. That dude was.
No, he was literally.
He's like legit.
He did strong man contest.
Yeah, like he's so real.
Yeah.
David, thank you for the super chat. Dumb, silly trade of the day. Hey, we didn't have one yesterday. TEM calls. December 19, 110, not a lot of volume, but sometimes like that is playing Mini Maker is. Did I read that right? Yeah, playing Mini Maker is fun. So that's
Wait, Dave Dilly Dumb. Okay.
the Pelosi train, right?
Oh, Tempest.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Pelosi train. You said, what was that, 110s? And you've got, what, like a month and a half? Bouncing to 50. Upward trend. Why not? If Nancy still likes it. If she sold, then it's a dumb trade. But if she's still in it, you can't lose.
Nancy Pelosi, eh?
You can't lose. You go with Nancy, because she always seems to know. Let's go there. Thanks, David.
Save us.
Here on Coinbase, we have another crypto-related story here, just right after the Ferrari story. So I'm seeing that apparently Coinbase is targeting a $2 billion BVNK deal and a fresh stablecoin push. I looked up BVNK. Looks like this is an enterprise-grade stablecoin infrastructure group. There's also a crypto coin, it looks like, called BVNK. So if I get more details in the story, I'll let you know. But apparently Coinbase looking for a new $2 billion stablecoin-related deal. Back to you.
Or Virgil? Depends on what WCW.
What are you talking about?
Well, $1 Million Man had like his sort of the guy that was walking around with his belt.
Virgil.
Yeah, but when they went to WCW, I think they
was
changed.
another.
No, same guy, but I think it was Virgil or
Oh, he had to change his name?
depending on which
You know what? I didn't
organization
know
you were
that.
in. Yeah. And then you were, the $1 Million. Okay, Russell.
Virgil?
One of us, man. He knows all about this stuff, man.
Yeah, wrestling.
So one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, Kurt Angle. I love Kurt Angle. That was one of my favorite wrestlers. And then, of course, Mr. Perfect.
Another real one.
Kurt Hennig. Mr.
Kurt
Perfect.
Hennig.
It goes on. We can, honestly, the show would get derailed real quick if we start talking
Mount
about wrestling.
Rushmore? Yeah, what's your Mount Rushmore? I mean, obviously Hogan. Like, I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
And I understand, like, you can take off the personalities in real life. But if you're just talking about, like, top.
Yeah, I think
Hogan, Rock,
I think it's hard not to have
Taker, Bret Hart.
Yeah, Steve Austin.
I can't put Steve Austin in there. I'm putting it. Look, I'm going.
Joe?
No, straight up. I'm not putting. No, I'm going straight up.
No Steve Austin in the greatest
Hulk
wrestlers
Hogan,
of all time.
The Rock, Undertaker, and Bret the Hitman Hart. That's my four. No,
You're
Steve
missing,
Austin doesn't
in my
make it.
opinion, you're missing a big,
Steve Austin doesn't
big
make
one.
it.
Big,
Who did I miss?
I think John Cena is probably one of
I don't
John
know who am I
Cena.
kicking out.
You're
though?
still missing a
Who
lot.
am I
You're still
kicking out?
missing maybe the greatest, Ric Flair.
Oh.
Woo!
Okay, no, we have Ric Flair.
Yeah, man. Even Arn Anderson. I mean, there's a lot, man. The Four Horsemen. If Ric Flair is not on that Mount Rushmore, then I'm not. I'm not.
Who am
down,
I taking
but-
out? The Taker?
Well,
I think-
how many are on Mount Rushmore?
Four. You only get four. You can't take out Hogan. I don't think you can take out The Rock.
Gold Dust.
No
Oh, is that
Canadian
what you
can
said?
take out Bret the Hitman Hart. You can't take out Bret Hart.
I thought I heard Gold Dust.
Can't
in my
take out.
head.
I'm just.
Gold. I probably. I mean, for me, Ric Flair would be higher than Bret Hart, but I do love Bret Hart. And the thing is, we're not even considering the Heartbreak Kid. I mean, so I don't know. Like, there's a lot of wrestlers, man, that are great.
Yeah,
so.
it's fun.
I don't know. It just keeps on going and going. All right, so look. Okay, it's 2:55. We're entering the hour of power right now. We just got out at VWAP. I mean, whenever you go from the bottom of the day all the way back to VWAP, generally speaking, that is a reversal candle anyways, or a reversal. So yeah, happy to have gotten out, and just now with 5% left of Palantir, and we have 10% left of Tesla. Like it hit our, the minute we got that 350 there into 54, we didn't get our last 10% at 54, and that's what we're holding. So there it is. We averaged back in right here at 51. I'm going to try to hold this to 50, but right now, just this 200 period moving average, which is 50.75. So I don't want to let this trade, again, that was at one point a great trade, come all the way back in, fill me again. And again, it's a small fill. We're not taking a huge amount of shares here on these. But as it comes back in, there we go. We're starting to crank a little bit lower as the futures break below 26,000 right now on the NASDAQ. I'm not going to give this a breath. 450, I'm going to take a breath, but I'm not going to give this too much more than that. 450.50, if we break a breaker 1.9, we are out of that one. RZA. So hopefully that can come back. Okay, here it comes. Let's see if it can get back upside right now. We'll take a little piece out here in the 20s because we just averaged that in. So far, so good here on the rebound for Tesla, but that was a little bit of a drip there. We do have big imbalances coming. I didn't look at any of the sheets today. But Obi was out here talking about it. I don't know if he was talking about it on the midday or not, Joe. But there are some imbalances coming near the end of the day on the month-end rebound.
Yeah, no, Cleveland Cliff? No. Not Cleveland Cliff. I think Cliff tonight.
Remember, we've showed you guys before where there's been like big orders on different stocks that are being delisted. Sometimes it's buyouts that get delisted.
It's not as big as I thought. Cliff is like two shares. That's not as big.
CLF is what, a delist?
No, that's a share increase. It's actually an increase.
Yeah, Cliff's is not being, so share increase. Okay, so we're expecting how many shares?
I thought it was, oh, you know what? No, I got it wrong. There's, yeah, it's 6.2 million shares to buy. S&P 400 upweight on Cliff.
Okay, so S&P 400 is adding some Cliff in there. Actually, this might be a good little buy here.
That's pretty good.
Right at the 50-period moving average. All right, so it gets some CLF in here, some mining going on there. So yeah, now it's a 50-period moving average. So we are expecting that. You said about 6 million shares. Let's give that a little bit of a breath.
There is like some buyout that is that's closing, but
okay.
It's not one that it's not one that I even like though.
Bring the damn register again. That's another $1 there on Tesla. Guys, we're doing it live. Like, I mean, we sit here just talking about it, and then there goes Tesla breaking. We got 451s. Sorry, I'm showing this. There's a couple outs right there. 451.90. So almost $1 on that last little reload. Okay, here now this is appropriate. Yeah. So it would be for mine. Would be Hunter Hearst, Ric Flair. I still think Hogan for what he did for the business.
Of course. Hogan's a must.
But like I know that Hogan wasn't like the greatest wrestler or anything like that, but I think he's there.
Yeah, he kind of.
And then honestly, it's so tough because there's The Rock and then there's Cena and there's Shawn Michaels. Like all of these guys, 4 is just not enough, man.
But that's the whole thing about Mount Rushmore, and that's why people love it. Is I don't care whether you're talking sports, whatever it is, it's nearly impossible to come. Like top 10's one thing, but 4. It's really difficult to do, but that's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
Like, if I asked you to pick the Mount Rushmore of stocks, investments, I would say not stocks. Like, what are the 4 best wealth creation things of all time? Like you could
Nvidia.
Like you could say maybe Nvidia. You could say Bitcoin.
S&P 400.
Apple. I don't. Oh yeah, I mean I guess it's fair. You can always say an index. Yep. I think Apple would be a fair one to go into. Tesla.
But yeah, I mean, again, how far are you going back, right? Because if you bought stock at XOM when it
obviously you can say like Berkshire. Yeah, there's lots of things that you could say.
It's power hour.
But we just entered power hour. Okay, this thing's finally starting to go. We have another super chat in here. I don't see it. Adam Jones.
Exactly.
Meta is lower than it was in
so are a lot of stocks. You might not realize.
Why are we cherry picking the 25th out of curiosity?
Late January 25.
Oh.
Like Neil.
Yeah, my bad. No, for some reason I'm
not that specific.
I'm like, what? That's oddly.
Oh, it's a good question to ask because why would they be asking that, right?
Yeah, it's true. So, yeah. Look, it's not looking good for Meta. And I'll say that as somebody that bought in March. I literally bought Meta while sitting in the bleachers at spring training. And I bought Meta, and I bought the Qs, and I bought Nvidia. and something. No, I didn't buy ARM for another month. And you could, it wouldn't surprise me. It's possible to get back down there, and you could be trading at 600. I happen to think that this is one to DCA into. I don't know precisely to be here on Meta, but I just know I want to be buying into the bottom. I'm not smart enough to guess where it is, so I'm not even gonna try. I'm just gonna look for a DCA probably next week. Nobody seems to like to spend. They think that their rate of spending is increased more than their revenue. I mean, do we not trust Mark Zuckerberg enough that that's not going to continue forever?
They do not.
I mean, at some point you give somebody successful the benefit of the doubt. Now, if we were talking about Mike McDaniel on Miami Dolphins, does he deserve the benefit of the doubt? No, I don't think so. But somebody who's been a winner, I think, deserves the benefit of the doubt, and Zuckerberg's been a winner. So let's.
Yes, John, the dome is closed tonight. The dome has been closed forever. They don't, it has to be like above 13 degrees Celsius or something like that, or they close it, so.
I'd prefer, if it's not raining and it's not like freezing cold, it is much nicer to open. It's not even close.
It's almost like it's not even the same.
The only time I don't like it is in the dog days of the summer when it's like 35 degrees out and you're sitting in the sun. Then you want the shaded seats.
Then you're like,
when it gets like way too hot, you're like, oh man, please close the dome.
That's when you got to go find those $7 beers.
Dude, I have the straw hat. I don't even care. I'm like, do I look like? Okay, I get it in spring training. I bring it back up wearing that in the middle of July. So the market, you know what? There has not. Look at this.
Straw hat makes sense.
Have a look at the cues. How many red candles since 12:30 on my 15-minute chart? To give you a hint, the answer is 0. So this has been. It's very distinctly trending. It almost makes you think at the first red candle, if you haven't jumped out, jump out of longs. I think that makes some sense. I'm going to get out at VWAP on Chipotle because it was, well, yeah, I mistimed reversing the long in. I got a little ahead of myself, but it doesn't matter. It happens to be working now. So I'm going to get out at VWAP and think about a reversal on this as we go into Power Hour. I was going to mention this about Cliff. When we were talking about Cliff, just to be clear, when we say that there's like an upweight expected at the close, it's like a market function thing where you might see a big buy imbalance that moves the stock in the last 10 minutes. It doesn't actually fundamentally do anything to Cliff. Like, yeah, the Cliff looks like it's holding higher lows and all that stuff. It doesn't indicate a swing trade or anything other than maybe a trade in the last 10 minutes of the day. So, if we say if there's a big buy imbalance, we might buy it, we'd be getting out in like a minute or two or like 10 minutes, like less than 10 minutes. Once the end hits. And it's New York. So the good news is when we look up the locator, because it's an NYC stock, like we should be able to, if there's going to be a big imbalance, we'd see it already. So the fact that it's not here and it's supposed to be a big one already makes me not excited about it because I feel like it should already be up here for at least a million or two. And I don't see it. The AMCR, this is what, like RIG, HPQ, pretty much nothing. Nothing exciting yet, but it's also month and Friday, so you could see some imbalances. What is VACI? I'm sorry. What the heck is that?
Well, it's in warrant or something. UN there.
Oh, that was that SPAC IPO I was going to look at. Oh, we don't have it. Never mind.
Always something. All right, so just to talk a little bit here, we've been getting out some more Palantir, and we're gonna try to find some more trades for you guys in just a second. But I'm always looking, and if you guys have any ideas, put in the chat, and we'll do this right now. But we're about to break a little lower here, so I just honestly on the reload, I'm just trying to get out of some shares now, which we have, and right now I'm only holding 25%. So we can get another little bit of a bump. I'm at 451.50s. If we can, I'm at 46 actually. If we can get that would be great. We're hiding in here in the weeds somewhere. So it'll rip up and we should be able to get that fill. And then we'll have about 20% left or so. And there it is. So now we'll have 20% left and we're pretty happy with that amount now because I'm uncertain of where we go. And hey, 20% trade is better to have that on than nothing, so we'll hold it now as it goes back up to the upside immediately, taking out now the 50-period moving average is right there. And again, we're just being the trader that we are, and that is to try to hit support and resistance levels, try to play momentum, and then let the day happen. So that's what we're going to do. We are stopping out at four. Okay, go. I did put another offer right here. That's 20s. That's 35. I put an offer at 20. 452.20. So if that comes up, you'll see me get filled again. And this is what we do, man. I'm telling you the prices that I'm interested in, the levels that I'm sitting at. So when I get the fill, which may happen in 5 pennies, then you know that's what we're doing, and then that's the out. So here it comes up. More sense, and then we will take again another $1. It's $1 in the money right now on this reload, right? I mean, it just went against us. We could have all had it down there again, but let's see. Come on, can we buy this level? Like, see this now? There it is. Hedge fund. Right there. But there it goes, man. There goes Tesla right now. Now $1.70 in the money on TSLA. So far, so good here as we continue to watch out for this market. And again, look, it's not like it's super confident. We're getting out at these levels every time it bumps up. The futures are kind of doing nothing but edging higher. So we hold the 2 longs right now. Palantir, $3 or so, $2.50, sorry, in the money. Got a nice little out there. And again, this was just reloaded at day's low in the midday. I mean, Joe's can verify, obviously, he was sitting right there. I was talking about these reloads in the middle of the day. They were showing the chart. Thank you on that. So as this starts to appreciate to the upside, I really like what Obi said. He's like, there's a couple of different styles of trading, and one is literally sitting on your hand. So once you're in position, we have to do a better job of that. But now that it's up at VWAP, I have no problem getting out as much as we can. Up here, we're still holding out for some for the dream because, you know, you never know where this market wants to go into the close. My next offer on Tesla is right here at 452.75, and then we can see about a higher take into 454, the one that we missed. My 453.90, there it is. Yeah, that's $1.50 right there, and this time it is another one. And then another one. Because we reloaded it, so it was there the first time, it's there the second time. It's Tesla, and it's a good trade here to end the day. So not bad.
Yet.
No. Well, for me, it's probably, I mean, we're really happy with what we've been doing. And yeah, the day's not over. Those imbalances could be something, right? So we'll see if there's a big trade.
I'm disappointed by the fact that Cliff isn't already on there. It should already be big. I think that's going to end.
You know what? They've been really disappointing. I don't want to get everyone's hopes up and then down again. No, but
it's been a minute since there's been a good one.
Right. The last couple.
Like, what was the last good one? I can't even think of one.
So,
yeah, on the top of my head, I can't think of one. So, like, if the futures make a red candle on the 15, I'm out. But Cliff is also Cliff. Now I'm thinking, I have Cleveland Cliff in my head now. Chipotle also does one. I'll just jump out. I came in short biased on Chipotle today and then got the genius idea to just reverse the bottom. I actually thought it was closer to the low. I'm like, yeah, this is yesterday's low. Why not? But it's already started to turn. Because to me, the split.
If I heading to 20.
Yeah, because to me, it's like a short until proven otherwise. Like, this is just A2 trying to hold a higher low. That's great. I hope it does. Nothing against Chipotle, but I'm not going to get super confident. VWAP, I would certainly reverse this if it got to the volume-weighted average price. Christopher Mulligan said, "What? My daughter says your costume is Abby."
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not in costume right now. This morning.
Yeah.
This morning, you mean? Yeah. That was the cool thing. Like, this morning, a couple people said, "Oh, my daughter or my kid saw this. Your costume." What did I do with
this?
It?
Money keeps falling off.
I think I have it somewhere. No, seriously, I was just I wore like the Saja Boys thing this morning.
Yeah.
I did it for my daughter too. So anybody, like, if you're a parent and you have kids under the age of like 12, or I don't know, maybe even older than that, like that K-pop Demon Hunters was.
Oh yeah, everybody.
Just a monster. All right, I'm gonna jump out of this. I said if we get the red candle, I'll revert out and wait to look to short this thing. So got the reversal. The way I describe it is I got away with one. There's no reason to just sort of be sitting in this at the low. Like, if you're short this, like, why wouldn't I just be waiting for it to break down? Like, I could have taken the exact same trade as it was actually breaking out instead of just sitting in the trade for like half an hour. But the good news is you could have had it the entire time. I just feel like, what's the point of getting in it early? I'm going to wait for this to get to the volume-weighted average price and short. Jameson saying I on Q. We haven't looked at the quantum names as much recently. And it's such a thing on days like today where the market trends down and then it's like the risky things that are going up, like QuantumScape is having a run. I guess there was some kind of a story that someone posted on X that I think was like a small story, but not a big deal. But then you get the risk names like this making a bounce. But here's the more interesting thing. Remember, we were just looking at Cliffs off that 50-period moving average. I actually like Open Door off the 50-period for next week. Well, IonQ, same. Riding the 50-period moving average, kind of forming a bit of a wedge. Like, these things, now granted, it could break in either direction. But if it breaks up, I like the long. If it breaks short, probably look at it as a day trade. But I also like Rigetti a little bit better. So my first action is usually to see if Rigetti's a better setup. And I don't know that it is. Not really. IonQ is a better setup, I think. So I'm with this. I don't own any IonQ. I don't own any Rigetti. Just full disclosure, I own QBTS, D-Wave, but I'm just talking about a break next week, one close above this little wedge, long swing, give to the 50-period moving average, hold for 70, hold for 80, and then Bob's your uncle or whatever it might be. That's what I'd be thinking about for IonQ here. But this is confirmation happens after you break this, not just sort of buying the wedge for me. I want to see it actually break through that, and then I get much more excited.
All right. Yeah, funny. Shout out to Maricus there. We're going back and forth. He says, hedge fund losing money. I'm like, bro, I'm $4 and $5 in the money right now in total. But he means losing money off the costume. So, yeah, that is true. The costume is losing money right now. But we definitely
convert it to
yeah, okay.
Convert it to Bitcoin.
By the way, yeah, right there. We got a good level here for sure in Palantir. Another VWAP trade. Here goes Palantir breaking through. So there's another out for us on it. We said we're getting lighter and lighter on these positions, but still, we still got it, and we still have this 20% of Tesla waiting for it to come up to the upside again. So if that can come through, man, we'll take it. Literally 20% exactly left on Tesla, hoping for a complete recovery in the NASDAQ. And if we can get, for me, a complete recovery would be closing the day above VWAP, right? This is their volume-weighted average price. So basically, I have it starting from the very morning, but from market open, I don't know exactly where it would be. An anchor on that and figure that out. But right into here, we're going to wait to see if we can get some love on the NASDAQ and get back up into VWAP for that. VWAP's already been taken out on Tesla, which is what our first was all about. The 200 period in VWAP there, the 200 period in VWAP there, and now it's starting to raise up. My next offer is at 454. It's been there the whole time, 453.90. I put that order at, I've refreshed it. There it is, from 222 when we put that order out. So that order was from right here when we got filled this time. We put that order up there, and now we'll wait to see if we can get that fill on Tesla. So that's what we're working with right now. I hope you guys have some sort of similar trades on, as it's been a very, very good morning and afternoon here at Trader TV Live. Make sure you do hit that subscribe. Right now we have 21.3. I
feel like that's
good guess. That's about average. Yeah, it's about what we're looking for right there. So yeah, if you guys haven't hit the like or subscribe, please do it right now and get that number going, because we gave you this trade. Neil gave you a great trade there on CMG.
I'm going to restart this thing, by
on
the way.
CMG. Yeah, restart it. Okay, go explain this for everybody. Yeah.
For everyone out here, first of all, hit the subscribe button.
Yes.
Chat. That's the important thing. Anytime we talk about subscribe, this is one of the things that I think is a lot of fun, because I can tell you at least once a day, whether I make it or not, or whether anybody here in the show makes a trade or not, there's something that comes up from the audience, from our viewers, that's like, oh, now we're watching and now we're going to try to get involved, whether you find a trade or not. So I just literally pulled up ASST because someone mentioned it to me. I'm like, oh, that looks interesting for a small capper. So I'm going to go $, because you have to type in the symbol $, first. And then at some point, you'll see that one drop down. Right now, Tesla, AMD, WDC, they reported 9%. Get it.
Yes, Western Digital last night.
Western Digital.
Yep.
Meta's up there. Let's look at that one. We'll revisit that in a couple of minutes, or I always keep it up to have an idea. Yeah. I am looking at this ASST. Someone said it's breaking out. I just said, look, little overhead resistance at yesterday's high too. Not a huge move. It's 11%. It's a $1 stock, but it's got a little bit of resistance, like a couple of pennies. But WDC, there's so many earnings this week that you can't cover them all. That's the thing. A few things get missed. Wow, what a V-shape. What didn't get sold off at the open that was gapped up? I hadn't looked at the chart because this is not something we would trade, but another stock that got sold off at the open and is making a very nice, very, very nice recovery for sure. Okay. Yeah, Western Digital. Look at the program buy going here. This is another ramp job. What do you do with, how do you not ring registers on this? This is one of those stocks where I know myself, if I owned it, I'd have sold, I'm taking a bunch off at 80, right? It's yeah, you got it at the low. If you on Liberation Day, you got it like $30, and then it breaks 80. You're like, yeah, whatever. That's almost a triple up, and then it goes to $100, and then you look like an idiot. But that's fine. Like, you know, profit's profit at the end of the day. Great looking stock. Don't know that I'm going to be touching it. All right, here comes VWAP on Chipotle. This is where I wanted to look for the short because it was a better short all day long off of VWAP. Let's see if we can do it again today. So 15 minutes until
I think.
Well,
3:30. Oh, the bigger.
When
update.
3:30 hits, if I see Cleveland Cliffs on that list at 3:30, then something's fishy.
Yeah, Obi. Yeah, so
It's not his fault.
No, I only said because he's here. Obi, he just came in. Look, we were long Marvell, and honestly, man, like I can believe we got stopped out because it broke 91.50 there on Marvell. But I just want you guys to notice, like, when I'm wrong, there's no, you know, like, there's no stubbornness in trading, at least try not to be. I tend to be, maybe earlier on in the day, I tend to be pretty stubborn with some trades, but definitely when levels are developed and found, I don't hold it. The only problem with this one here on Marvell is I could have used these dark pool dumps at 8 o'clock, but I never used that. But it does bounce right there off 91 pretty clean. When I was going long here, 91.50s, it was good. So that was 92 long. Then we had to buy 91.50s because we were using 91.50. It only came to 91.70. Then it was going upside. These are 92.20s and so on and so forth. So maybe if I zoom in, you'll see a little bit better. Able to make, oops, I'm drawing too many lines now. Able to make bids turn out to be somewhat profitable. And then right when we lost the bid right there, whoosh, we're able to get away on orders that we already have pending. So it's like the orders just trigger immediately and I'm out. And that is that for Marvell. I mean, obviously looking back at it right now, to have given it that 50 cents to have made $2 would have been great. But, you know, besides this 8 ball, I don't know how else to predict exactly the price of stocks. So
what will be the closing price?
Well, I won't tell you the price. You have to ask it.
Okay, what's...
that'd be that
look at your
specific.
chart. What is that right now, 93? Okay.
Like Marvell, yeah.
Will Marvell close over $93?
That's the right question.
Oh, shoot. Man, it's doing that thing where you can't read it.
Mr. Westermeyer, we need another one of
It's
these.
so disappointing.
Someone make us another 8 ball.
I'm trying to... Yeah, I can't see. I'm sorry. It just hasn't been working.
Yeah, it's okay.
Unfortunately. Let's go to Adair.
The answer is yes, anyways.
A little bit of a pop and drop here in some of these materials, including CRML. I'm seeing a headline here saying that Canada is designating critical materials as essential to defense. So again, we have Canada, it sounds like they're designating critical materials as essential to defense. Keep an eye on CRML, MP, AREC, UUUU, any of those type of critical defense, or sorry, critical minerals or rare earths plays, guys. Back to you.
Ramin has an 8 ball on her watch.
It's like the bubbles are coming.
So I'm going to download that here on Apple Watch.
Ask again later. That's... It literally, actually, I was able to read it. It said ask again later. Whatever.
Okay.
I'll listen to it.
All right, so we'll ask it. We'll ask it when it's well above 93. Now it's at 93.20.
It's 320 8 ball. It's no good to
All right, you know what, guys? I'm going to just get out. Okay, I'm offering there. Oh, all right, well, we just got out at 453.30. I just, I'm still waiting for... Of course, I get out of a piece there. Boo. All right, 15% left right now, getting out 5% tranches right there. I was just, it kept on bouncing off of 53.50, honestly. And I was like, I'm not going to wait for 53.90s. Oh. Okay, well, we got out at 30 there. Just a 5%. It's not, let's not cry over spilt milk over here. Everything is fine. SoFi's on a run through $29 again, so that's really nice there through 29. Nice little bottom pick there at 28.50. It did something very similar yesterday at SoFi where it made some bottoms and then we bounced back before crashing into the close. There's the bottom there at 12 o'clock on SoFi yesterday, made it back to VWAP and then gave it up. So right now you're extending through VWAP, a little nervousness. This is why I didn't like pump the long at $29. We action yesterday into the close, and I was just wondering about that on SoFi, not the market. I mean, the market is blasting now, and that's a little different, I guess, than it was yesterday. Yesterday we had big earnings, right? We were waiting for Apple, we were waiting for Amazon, and wow, one delivered. Actually, they both delivered quite nicely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely they did.
Apple's been a banger, man. Like Apple, honestly, man, fire off the hot dog gun today. It was bad early. I heard that in my ear, actually.
What? I didn't.
I had to restart mine, so.
Man. All right.
Yeah, we're Canada released their budget, right? So I think that's probably what that's all about. critical minerals there. So LAC, Lithium of America, is actually located in Canada. So I don't know exactly what that means, you know, but we already know that critical metals is an aspect of, I guess, defense a little bit, because what you're looking for is to protect your natural resources in the fact of, I mean, we all know that United States is taking a percentage in MP, taking some shares here in LAC. Here's MP as well. That was a while ago that they made a move here, and then you saw the little recent spike up, and now MP's all the way back in again. But yeah, just national security and everything like that, so you're not relying on other countries to give you the metals and the rare earth that you need, like lithium. And we do know that here in Canada, there's something called the Ring of Fire that's being developed up north. Man, I made one of the better trades. It was Noront Resources that crushed that one. They got bought by an Australian company like 10 years ago. That was a really good trade. But yeah, there it comes right back in. So if you're interested in rare earth metals and things like that, P might be something to look at. USAR as well as another name. And there's a whole bunch, UMAY. There's a whole bunch of different names that you can look at, and most of them have pulled right back in. So you're not too late here. Get some of these trades into your portfolio. You might be too late to get Palantir down here at 198, but it is just screaming here into the close. So hey man, it's a good one, and it's continuously going on this Halloween night. We like screamers as it continues to go higher. Don't get too spooked out tonight, everybody. It's they're just costumes.
True that. Well, you know what? I will say this though. I kind of enjoy when you have a costume that like gets a reaction of like a little bit of kid. It's like,
I mean, there's probably in your neighborhood that are.
Well, I did. Yeah, there's a couple in my neighborhood that don't mess around, and some of the smaller kids are like, "Oh, that house is spooky." I did Jack Skellington, and like a couple of kids were a little bit afraid of the head. If you've seen it, you'll probably get it.
We have like this old lady that sits at our front door that looks like very creepy, and some kids won't even save candy. You know,
it's fun. I don't know. I think Halloween's so much fun. And like I have a litmus test. If you move into our neighborhood, I'm like, okay, when Halloween comes and you just moved in, it's like the first year someone's.
I was like, what are they doing?
I'm like, do they put up decorations or not?
Right.
And if you don't put up decorations, I'm like, we have a very family atmosphere in our neighborhood. I'm just saying, participate.
Yes.
And my biggest beef.
Don't hate to participate.
My biggest beef is people that their kids go out trick or treating, but no one hands out candy at their house.
Oh yeah, no. We you definitely, someone's got to be doing that.
You're sending your kids out to get free candy.
Or out on Palantir.
And you should probably.
All right, $3 now. Yeah, man. The face slap on Palantir. We're just easing this out, man, on the way back up. I'm trying not to do too many things that are too complicated here. Just as this continues to go up, man, out at VWAP, out on a possible break lower there, and it is as Palantir continues to go higher, and Tesla too. I mean, this is the only trade that I put on for you twice. Today, bang and bang. These are good longs, right off the 200 period, right off VWAP. Tesla continues to go higher. We talked about why we like the stock. Joe did a little bit of a review there, and Joe does the review, I do the trading, and there it goes. Nice on Tesla. They're up to the upside of this particular stock. So, Nvidia is a name that we haven't looked at all afternoon. Great bottom there at 202, very similar where we were yesterday's close. You know, so if you just look again, obviously a little bit upset here because I am like a support and resistance guy, and right into there, that was exactly a great level. But again, during the midday, I don't know, like, I guess you just had to be brave and buy Nvidia. I mean, it's up right here. I was obviously down. Am I down on? Yes, I'm down on Nvidia today. We took that 206.50 break. I read my note back. It was 208.50, so we can go back and look about why. Maybe that's the week high. But there's the breakdown, and here it comes right back in. We tried to defend the 200 period. We lost it. There, finally, we caught a bid there and made some money back before dropping it off there at 205.50. But the good thing is we dumped it there before it happened all the way back down in. So that was a pretty good out for us right there before this happened. But looks like Nvidia is trying to get back to its winning ways on the day, which is already up 1%. And then it's AMD. Okay, so they're both basically up the same.
They're on good news. I mean, you had
wondering
that
if
big
one was up higher than the other.
South Korea with a bunch of order. It wasn't just the South Korean government. It was like South Korea and then like 3 or 4 corporations with a huge order from Nvidia. So holding on some of the gains is going to be a good thing. You know what? This
need Nvidia 142. That's not happening, new loon.
142, $142 low.
Not in my opinion.
What do we say? Back up the truck?
In my opinion.
Back up the truck is how
I don't know, because the thing is, remember, if it gets down to there, the reason is
we got other problems. We got other problems.
So that's the problem.
Yeah, that's just when you have extreme things happen like that, you wonder what else is going on when that's the case. Like, it's easy to say back up the truck because that's how I feel about it. But I'm actually starting to think that, okay, so look, Chipotle has been a short off of VWAP all day long. That being said, I think it was A, maybe premature to get out of the long, and B, not worth a reload. Each time it's fallen off of VWAP, it's made VWAP to the low of the day. VWAP, low of the day. VWAP, low of the day. VWAP, low of the day.
I know where you're going
VWAP,
with this.
higher low.
Oh.
This one does not get to, and it's going right back into VWAP. So you got to get, I guess, got to get out of this. It's not going to be a reload. Probably should have stayed long. Maybe I'll reverse into a long above the volume weighted average price on this, but sometimes just because it worked earlier doesn't mean it's going to work late. And if it only gives you like a small scalp trade, I like trends. So if I have a trend line that's not breaking and I'm short into it, I have to that. It's holding an uptrend into the volume weighted average price. Until it breaks it, there's no adding. If we bounce here and break the trend line, then I can add on the way down. That's going to be the plan of action there. Yeah, 10D this one. I keep forgetting I can put up the comments. I just have to switch back.
What is he saying?
He said, well, first of all, some people were talking in the chat about like adults coming trick-or-treating. If an adult comes to our house, they're not getting any candy. I don't care. But we do have a neighbor that, let's just say they have
what about if Obi
treats for adults on the street. Yeah, there it is, 10Ds. We have a house that passes candy to and beer and tequila shots to adults. Yeah, we have a neighbor that's very similar to that. Although I'll tell you this right, like I wouldn't do that because like what happens like teenagers would come by and I actually saw.
Oh, then you have to.
I had to make a judgment call and they made one. Like I know them, they're good people. So yeah. I wouldn't feel comfortable having to guess whether like some teenager that comes by is old enough. Like to me, they look like they're told to be trick or treating, so they're probably an adult. But I'm not taking that chance.
No. Yeah, I mean, unless you know the person, I think that's
like if it's neighbors, you know me, I know you, but like, some teen from a couple of blocks over shows up, and you're like, oh, maybe you're old enough to drink. I'm not serving you. Anyways, I love the spirit of it. I love being living in a good community where everyone knows each other and has fun like that is the best, right? So
yeah, for sure. I mean, Halloween is such
a thing. Get no candy
in the neighborhood. Hoping, like, I don't know if anyone's been outside lately around here, but actually I can just check my phone.
It better not rain.
It's not raining. The Apple phone sprinkling. Okay.
That's not bad.
Obi says it's scattered on and off sprinkling.
Scattered showers.
Scattered showers is Obi's.
Scattered is not a thing anyone
sprinkling,
ever says.
He's saying. Right now, you know what we're sprinkling? A little $3 on top of our day rate here. There's 454.20. We did it. So there's a nice move right there. Oh, man, I mean, this is exactly, this is a trading show, and this is a good trade. So we're going to talk about it, celebrate it a little bit there. It goes to the upside, goes Tesla right now. So, yeah, it doesn't rain too much for us on Halloween around here, but I think you're right. I saw rain supposed to be stopping around 3 or 4, which is right now. So
it should be done.
Yeah, so hopefully that will be the case.
Not going to matter to me.
The case that we gave you. Yeah, it won't matter to you. You'll be at the Dome tonight covered, and hopefully then on the streets around 11:30 is when it will end.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be heavy on the streets because if they win.
When, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the outcome you want, like in the stadium.
Fair enough.
Like there's the trophy presentation, the MVP,
that takes
everyone's celebrating. Like that's like an hour after the game that you're still out there. When Game 7 got won the LCS, like we were there for another hour, and then you leave. Like by that time, I'll probably just, I'm going with one of our buddies. I'll probably just want to head home. I'm not much of when I was younger and would win a playoff series, like I didn't mind being out in the streets for that. But like when I'm in my 20s, like, whatever. No one needs old man around like acting the fool. I'll do that inside the stadium.
Yeah, there will be some old men running around acting like.
Oh, I think 100%. It's the right decision not to reload. Again, it doesn't make sense. Upward trending, so no reload on CMG. I am considering jumping into the long and giving it to this a little bit of a stop. If it closes above almost at the 50 period, if it closes above VWAP, I think there's one trade left, it being 330, and then I would put a stop underneath this trend line. So just trend line from the low of the day on Chipotle. Come on, Cliff. Oh, it is there. Wait a minute. That's the wrong way. Remember, I'm like, yeah, Cleveland Cliff needs to show up, and it shows up as a 4.6 million when we're expecting 6.4 to buy. So that's actually worse than not being there. It might flip. It could always like flip at 355, but that's disappointing. Cleveland Cliffs is supposed to be an upweight on, I said the 400, right? And it comes out in 20 minutes. Right now it's indicating 4.6 shares in the other direction. So that is likely to be a nothing burger, which is exactly the problem that a lot of these imbalances have. You have all this anticipation because you think it can be big, and then well, we talked about sometimes trading is sitting on your hands.
Yes.
With the imbalance trade, like the close trade, with IPOs, or like the gimmicky style trade, like those one-off type of things, you have to be willing to not take them when they're no good. Like if you don't like an IPO, you don't take the opening print. If you don't like a close, you don't take the close trade. You know, little things like that. I wanted to take that SPAC today, but they didn't have it in the system.
Right.
But that's, you know what though? That's actually on me, because I could have.
You could have planned it.
No, yesterday I should have just put a ticket in to make sure, but that, yeah. If you're a trade at real trading, if there's like new issues, put it. If it's really small and not huge, just put a ticket in and say, hey, look, can we make sure this gets in the database day one? Because I'd like, you want to trade it. People don't usually trade SPACs on day one. So the new SPAC today, the Viking one, I wasn't able to take a shot at it. So that's on me.
Ivan Mendoza here. Canada still can't win in hockey. I mean, we literally won the Four Nations Cup.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
I would take offense to that, around here.
Come on, you can't. Yeah, you can't.
Baseball is one thing, but hockey, come on, guys.
Yeah, we have one team in baseball.
We have but
we talk about hockey here. Like
we have probably around 10 MLB players, probably.
Oh, there's gonna be more than that.
Is there right now?
When the Cleveland has one of the best ones, and his brother also plays.
Yeah.
Seattle's number 2 reliever is Brash is a Canadian. There's
some Canadian pitchers.
In terms of stars, there aren't like as many.
Yeah, Naylor.
Both. His brother's a catcher. As well.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's the NBA where we're absolutely dominating right now.
Yeah, Gilgeous Alexander there.
Beast.
From Hamilton.
Oh, by the way,
we are dominating. Trust me, Joe.
His parents.
You don't worry about over there, Stone Cold, okay?
Shout out to the island of Antigua. His parents are from there.
Right. And honestly,
Olympic level athletes too.
I saw that the damage there for insurance was $3 billion in Jamaica. I actually thought it was more than that, but it's a lot. It's a lot, I guess. And hopefully the insurance pays. Okay, are we going to Adara? All right, says Andre, thumbs up.
Oh, there's more super chats.
Yeah, let's take a look here at our TTV Research weekly and daily calendars here for what to expect this week. The daily calendars are going to be out around 3 or 3:30 p.m. the day before the next session. So Mondays is actually out. I'll get to that in a minute. Let's talk about some of the many earnings we're going to be covering next week, guys. Uber, Pfizer, Fubo, Cipher Mining, Berkshire Hathaway, Shopify, Spotify, Supermicro Computer, AMD, McDonald's, Robinhood, AppLovin, IONQ, Qualcomm, and ARM. We have IREN, we have Open Door, DraftKings, AMC, D-Wave, Quantum. The list goes on and on and on. But again, you can find more about said list on X at TTV Research. Now, with regards to Monday, we have Palantir, Sean representing that hat today. Palantir, of course, a fan favorite stock. So if you want to get ready for those earnings and everything this entails, check this out on X at TTV Research. I also want to let you guys know, I've actually been having posts come out throughout the weekend as well. So if you're sitting at home during the weekend trying to prepare for the sessions on Monday and the rest of the week, you can always find out info on X at TTV Research. I do post some earnings reminders and stuff throughout the weekend. Back to you.
Oh boy.
Like, first of all, like a big shout out to her. Like Adara, like that thing looks like it's like 40 pounds on her head there. And
it is no joke.
Like doing everything like this. Like, so I want to say a big shout out to her. Like so I just want to let everybody, I just want to tell everybody how committed, how committed to this she is.
Best shot ever.
She doesn't, like, she just sits there with it on. And
yes.
Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's so good.
By the way, when
I saw her walking around the office with it on, I was like, what the? Well, anyways, yeah, really committed to the.
I actually think
great I got to watch that movie now.
Well, okay, so I've said this before. And I was just telling Sean,
messed up movie.
Midsommar is not for everybody. Trust me, it is not. It's really long. There's like think of it in 3 sections. Some people wouldn't make it to the second or third section of the movie.
Like falling asleep, you mean? Or?
Yeah, it's pretty slow burn if you're into that kind of a slow thriller. And then it just at some point it's really up. If you know what I mean. So D-Lo, my wife's. Oh, this is not what I thought it would say.
Don't know what you mean.
My wife saw my Visa statement and gave me ish for $100 super chat last month. Can you guys tell Daniela if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have this money to send.
I mean, you just tell her that, but yeah, I mean, yeah. D. Loaf.
Hi, Daniela.
Hi, Daniela. We want to thank you and your family.
Yeah, we thank you so much.
Especially Mr. D. Loaf there for for the super chat, and we appreciate the fact that he's learned a lot from us.
Thank you.
And that hopefully moving forward he can contribute more to your family.
And I will say this, if you know what,
don't super chat anymore if you're going to get in trouble.
No, but D-Loaf, if you having a partnership where you're both interested in the finances and she's. I think that's absolutely healthy. So shout out to you for having a smart wife who's looking at that kind of thing. But don't worry, who's in the right place there. And hopefully that gives you some points that I said that. So I don't know. What 15 minutes till the imbalances come through. Again, we appreciate all the super chats. There was a comment that I saw that I missed, and then the midsummer thing happened, and it'll come to me in a second. Shoot, because I wanted to answer a question that I saw. Now I can't find it again. Yeah, that happens. I
go the opposite way. I look at the credit card statement and be like, what the hell did we spend money on? And then I just pay it. So, but yeah, shout out to D. Loaf there and Daniela as well.
It's always.
I actually don't even check the credit card statement anymore. I just automatically. I don't care anymore.
I'm a bit of a stickler for that.
Yeah, I used to be, but then we have like about 1,000 transactions a month probably on the credit card, if not. To be honest with you.
You have to.
All right. So just every day it's $100 in groceries.
I go in.
My kids play
sort
sports
by dollar values, just so and then I just.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
So I'm looking at just so you're looking at everything above. Yeah. I find it's a health look, and maybe I'm just anal about this kind of a thing.
Like I had $800 coming off today for hockey this coming summer.
But even if you know,
randomly.
But even if you know you have them, I think for everybody, you should be regularly looking at your credit card statement just to have so that you always have a very good idea of what it is, or when if something could get ripped off, or just when you have like a month, it's like a little bit extra this month. Why matter, that kind of a thing. That's just my 2 cents. Anyways, I just think, understanding and managing your credit it's an important thing for being an adult, man. Like we're on the show. Investing is all about money and all that stuff anyway. So, I probably just came off as being ridiculously anal, but it's one of the only things I'm a little OCD about. My roommate, by the way. If anyone that's like university age, if you have a roommate in college or university who has OCD, that can be a very good, especially if you're not the most organized person who likes cleaning and stuff.
Oh, well, the cleaning part.
Because, dude, Adrian...
Cleaning part in university,
that dude, bro would just be, he'd do dishes, twice a day. He's cleaning up the living room, our common space or living room, pretty much every single day. That's his habit. I'm like, damn. I'm like, shoot, man, I was going to get to that. He's like, no, it's all fine.
Yeah.
Because he had to do it. I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever.
That's what it is.
Or a room with an engineer. We subletted to an engineer one summer. Dude fixed everything.
I was going to say, it's like anything that's in your house.
He hooked us up. So we lived in a townhouse thing. His cousin was also going to the same university, was 2 down from us. And when I came in September, we were sharing cable.
Back in
we're doing it on one bill. I'm like, thanks, Joe. I didn't ask you to do it. And he also made his own beer, too. He brewed his own beer. It was the best.
Sounds like that's basically perfect.
You know Joe.
Yeah, of course. That was perfect. Brewing your own beer is nice.
Dude's legit.
We like that one. What's up, Coffee Care team? Blessed weekend to you and yours as well, of course. As many people excited for what's coming this week. Halloween. So enjoy it with everybody's, each family. Make sure that you're this weekend for sure, okay? So everybody, I'm just going to say, it's dark out. Kids, especially if you have kids, I don't consider those little reflective things or whatever. Make sure you do.
We do the light up. You get these armbands, you wrap it around, flashing lights, because then you can do them with the colors of the costume. So we have a bunch. So no matter what my daughter wears, she's got the reflectors in the color of her costume. The other thing I will say is go Blue Jays and go Rams.
Oh yeah, that's right. The survivor pool.
Yeah, we're kind of down to Sean and I are up against it in the survivor pool.
We have 2 teams left.
2 teams left, and they're both on LA. We're going all in on the Titans versus.
We don't know who they're facing again. It's Titans, is it?
I think it's Tennessee.
Someone's facing.
Yes, of course it's the Titans.
Oh no, someone said go Chiefs. I don't have to worry. I don't even know who the Packers play this week. It's not going to matter.
Who said go Chiefs?
Somebody in the
Sports and Stonks.
Sports and Stonks. Yeah. That's going to be a great game. That's the game that I'm looking forward to.
No, but
the most
look. You have to better be from like the Kansas City area to like the Chiefs.
You better be.
You have to. You don't tell me you're a Chiefs fan unless you grew up in the area or any of that stuff. Because the Chiefs are the Chiefs. We got to hate. Go Broncos. I have nothing against the Broncos. Go Bills.
Let's go Buffalo.
Bills are going to win. This is where we trip around. Go Birds. Okay,
Eagles?
whatever. They're in the NFC, so I don't care.
Yeah, the NFC's already settled.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
That's it. How do I time people
Now
out?
that's a troll.
How do I
say
time
go
people
Bears
out?
too? Go Bears.
How do I time people out? Go Vikings? Well, now you guys are going to say go Vikings now all of a sudden? Come on,
They're
man.
starting the McCarthy's back.
Yeah, Wentz. I think Wentz has a bum shoulder again.
That's what I'm talking about. KT for the win. Saying go Chiefs is like saying go refs. They tend to get a call here.
The thing is that the Chiefs are also they're starting to heat up, so it's going to be a good game.
They're good.
It's going to be a very, very good
Doesn't
game.
mean I like
Rasheed
them.
Rice back. Pacheco's out, so it doesn't matter. The running game sucks anyways. And then
I think they're going to add a running back.
Travis is getting obviously very, very old. Yeah, I think they should
He's
add.
washed.
You know who they're going to add?
You know who
they're going to add?
Pollard.
Yes, that's one possibility. Or Devin Chan.
Why are we cheering for Taylor Swift, people? What did she do? Please tell me what she did.
Man, I don't know
Why does she deserve
anybody
it?
more obsessed with Taylor Swift than Adara. Do you?
Honestly,
Maybe
Taylor.
Honestly, we didn't even mention Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift lives rent free.
Taylor Swift lives
head.
rent free in her head, man.
I know, but
Okay,
like every
Andre,
time.
look at the screen. So I'm going to put this one on Andre. Actually, shout out to Andre.
Someone's cheering it
But
on
yeah,
in there.
no, Taylor Swift. Oh, goodbye.
All right, so
what's crazy?
So Adara's voting or cheering for the Bills.
My daughter really doesn't like Taylor Swift as well. Like to the same degree that it is. And it
can't be the same degree.
But every time it comes up, she's like, I like Taylor Swift. And like, it's not coming from me. Like, my wife's like, it's got to be. I'm like, I don't sit around there hating on Taylor Swift. I don't have an opinion. I don't really listen to the music. I don't care. The most I'll say against it is just because I'm not a Chiefs fan.
It's
like,
just
I'll
pop
leave it at that.
music. I think that's the thing.
Okay.
I know.
We just have to.
I mean, I am the anti-hero around here, so and we do shake it off. But right now, yeah. So all right. I'm holding now 5% of each of these trades. It's just we're now minutes away from the imbalances coming through, and there it is. So Cliff is now a sell. We said it was
It's even
5.
bigger sell.
Yeah. So
this is gonna suck.
All right. So Kenview. Let's see if Kenview's doing anything. This is supposed to be a buy, of course. Take Tylenol or not. But there it goes, Kenview.
I thought they reversed that.
sponsored.
So it bounced big, didn't it bounce?
Hopefully you're not pregnant or anything when you're taking that, apparently. There goes Kenview to the downside. Kenview has actually had themselves a day, right? I mean, sorry, a day. The day's not actually that bad. Had themselves a ride here over the last couple months. Again, just that whole autism thing, and I'm not as much of a doctor as RF is or anything like that, or Trump are, but that continues to go down. And sometimes when you get like sort of the spotlight at you, we're talking about Jonathan Taylor, the best running back in the NFL. That's who.
Yeah.
Right there, the MVP, current MVP.
I don't think
he's the odds-on favorite.
I don't think he's the best running back in the league.
Well, no, but he's current MVP.
Yeah, I can see that because they're a good team. But I think
Blue Jays are winning. So
Bijan's
thank
a
you
better
for putting
running
that there.
back than Jonathan.
Oh, well, maybe talent-wise. Yeah, I mean, the guy I just told you, Devin Achan. There it is, to $14.
That better not be true. You're making that up, right?
What?
There's no
those
way.
are rumors. Yeah,
if the
and
Chiefs
Pollard.
get HN, I'm going to throw up.
Yep, they are. They're supposed to get
I'm
him.
going to throw up. That's
What's up,
not
Fabian?
even fair.
Fabian, what do you want? Do you want to say something, Fabian? I mean, yeah. All right. What's up, Fabian? That's Fabian, everybody. Fabian working on production and helping out, obviously, with the up of everything
Miami
around
would
here.
be like that too.
We have so people asking us like, is that just a picture behind us? That is a 27 by 12 screen. Okay, that we can. There we go. That's Rob and Mark.
Wasn't I just complimenting Adrian? And his dude's calling me when he knows I'm on the show.
See what he's saying?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, but I have my. I gotta go.
We don't have to. Don't do it then if you don't want it. It doesn't matter to me. And then,
I know he's going to the game with me.
Okay, he's going to the game. He's probably telling me, like, yo, should I bring the beers or what's this guy saying? You know, figure it out. Saying, you're answering it on your headset?
Yeah, that's on my headset.
Okay.
Oh, he hung up already.
He hung up on you. Okay, well, anyway,
I took too long to answer it, apparently.
Ooh, it's okay. He probably realized you're also
No, so, yeah, I think he did. No, my roommate from university, he's our season ticket holder.
Yeah.
Like, so
that's why I was like, get it.
He's going to the game with me today. He's probably wondering when I'm going to get there. Or whatever. It doesn't matter.
All right, yeah, so that is a huge TV screen behind us. So we want to thank Mark, Rob, obviously all the work, Brendan, Andre's switching there. So there's like 5 or 6 or 7 people behind the scene at least that are doing all of this work. And then we have Russell, you see running around here, helping with everything. And he's been, you know, doing everything. We've had electricians in here. We've had plumbers in here. We had to move some pipes. There's Russell. There he is. We've had a whole bunch of different, you know, actors in here doing everything, man, with the floor, with like I said, electricians in here to help us with the power.
Don't discount what we were doing today.
Yeah, we were lifting. We did so much.
The production.
There was how long is that, by the way? Okay, there we go. 17 feet and about 3 feet wide, or I don't know how wide it is. 40 inches. Okay. Otherwise, as how many feet?
We had to move it from the back office, and we walked it all the way around.
3, right? I got it. I already got it. Yeah, I already got it. I'm all over this. Yeah, so that was a lot of fun there today. And we're slowly going to start moving everything back, and then we appreciate everybody's patience in all of this. We've called it Studio 8 for the renovation. So, I don't know what that means. Forever baked by the screen. Yeah, it's going to be a bright one, that is for sure. But you know, we got a lot of cool graphics. It's going to be awesome to put like different stocks back there, and then right in front of that. Right there, that desk, that's also, you know, looks metal-ish. There for protection of, that is a new desk. That's going to be more.
Oh, shoot. Oh, no. He saw the prices were insane.
Yeah.
And he listed, and he was like, you know what? He was convinced it was going to 7 games. So he was going to sell.
So he sold.
So he was going to sell.
Boo.
But then at the last minute, he decided he didn't want to. He canceled on like StubHub, but forgot to cancel on SeatGeek. And so they sold, but he wants to go now. And he's like, so he's all pissed off.
How could you go then?
Well, he's not going.
Why doesn't he buy a general admission ticket?
I don't know. I'm sure he'll try.
But you should tell that to him, because then he could come and sit with you or something, or figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll come all the way down for that. If he hasn't left already.
But that's a ridiculous move. Like, he could sell, if you go to the game, he could sell his tickets for...
He done messed up. He messed up.
You could sell it for $6 or $7 grand or something, and then buy the general admission tickets for $2 grand.
He could have.
Make $4 grand. But he can do it right now.
Yeah, but if he lives like out in Cambridge.
Oh, he lives in Cambridge? It's not that far? An hour. Anyways, game's not for 5 hours, man. Anyways, okay, well, I hope it works out for him and you there tonight. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna be there either way.
Oh, no, I know, but it doesn't matter to you, but that sucks for him.
I'm just gonna be...
You know, it doesn't actually suck for him.
My buddy would be sitting against us, whoever randoms that he sold to.
He had them listed.
Yeah, it just...
You know, if you put your tickets up...
By the way, those guys take a rake both ways.
I know.
It's dirty, because they'll take to 15% on both sides.
I know, but think about it. You're getting like 7 times what you paid.
I'm not complaining.
But I mean,
they are going for 5 to 8x.
Okay.
5 to 8.
I said 7.
Depending on where you sit. No, but depending on where you sit.
Right.
Like 5 to 8 times what like cost is. So
like I paid $350 for general admission, which doesn't even have a seat. $350. I got it for all 4 of them, and I was lucky to get it. Like the lineups were 100,000 deep. It's on Ticketmaster. It was like it was a Taylor Swift concert. Ooh, did I just say that? Yeah, no, it was very, very popular ticket, obviously, the World Series. And then they were going for about like, so $350 was like face value from Ticketmaster, let alone you pay a lot less than that. But they were going for about, the game I was at, like $1,400. Now today, $2 grand, and then tomorrow's like $2,500. But hopefully they don't get into tomorrow. Yeah. Like that's ticket price.
No, like it's, trust me, like it's, and when you look at it, it's tempting to sell, but then
you're gonna look back.
We've been season ticket holders for 9 years, my wife and I. And the reason we got them was the day after literally the day after the bat flip game, which we were not at, and we're like, that's never happening to us again. If they make the playoffs, we'll be at any game that we want to go to because we're just diehard fans. So. I never had I'm going to every playoff.
Well, you guys were smart because you bought extra tickets.
We did get a couple of extras.
Right,
we have
so
ours and we have 2 more.
I like that, man.
Like we sold our outfield seats for a grip today. Imbalances are out. Cliff is the wrong way. Forget about it.
Yeah. Nvidia's a nice buy, so that should shoot that up a little bit right here. Apple's a nice as well to the upside. RKT's been a mover lately as well. I don't know why it's taking so long. That's a nice little move upside there as well. QUBT, Rigetti. I know there's been a lot of talk about Rigetti there today, up 4% as that's a little bit higher than it was. But I don't really see anything happening on Tesla. No. So I think I'm just going to cancel that. Not cancel. There it is. Bang.
Oh, shoot.
That was a great trade, man. We are going to fire off the hot dog cannon.
Oh, shoot. I took my thing.
Right there. Oh, yeah. Now Neil doesn't have his.
Yeah, my bad. I forgot that.
Right there. That's too bad about Adrian, man. He's a really good guy. But you know what? He pocketed the cash.
No, he got paid.
He chose the cash.
But he's a huge fan. I know if they win tonight, he's going to be disappointed, but whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't put him up, right? But yeah, shout out to him. What's up, Adrian, if he remembers who I am. But yeah. Hey, man, enjoy the cash. Take the family on vacation. Honestly, that's what
that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's literally what you can do.
Girls made signs, too. Actually, it was his daughters that made signs.
He was going to bring his kids?
I don't think tonight.
Oh my God! If I
no.
Oh, okay.
If he was bringing his daughters, there's no way.
Yeah.
No.
Because I was gonna say, like, my kids that day, they were just so excited, and I was thinking to myself, like, man, I could just like sell these tickets, but it was $350 anyway. It doesn't matter. I just think, like, honestly, to make a couple grand, it's nice. Cash, but the experience is something.
No, he's kicking himself. He doesn't need the cash.
No, I don't mean that he needs it. I'm just saying in general.
He's just mad because if they lose, he's going to kick himself big time.
So there's the one Blue Jays fan, maybe the whole city that's cheering for an L. Maybe. I mean, that's a tough game to watch because like you go, but you made that mistake. Okay. Well, good luck tonight, anyways. I hope they win.
Hopefully, it's like real fans sitting next to me because. The worst is...
You know what? So did he sell one ticket or two?
No, because he had the pair. We had two and two.
So maybe you're going to get somebody fake there.
No.
You know?
Oh, there was a comedian we sold to once. Okay. He was some local comedian. My wife looked him up for some reason that we sold. Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh, I know what I'm supposed to say. What I'm supposed to say is, if you want to make enough money to be able to go to the World Series, well, then you need enough capital to make it work. And for a long time, risking your own money and not having enough to start was a big deal. It gave you the fear of losing and kept a lot of traders on the sideline, but that's changing. How do you like that intro? The Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits, no fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation.
All right, yeah, for all of that. All right, so I'm kicking myself a little bit, not like your friend is, of course, but we sold about $1 ago as Tesla just continues to go higher into the close. So congratulations, props it up to anybody that had this Tesla 450.
It would be more like not having it all, though.
Like we did as well. Oh, for your friend?
It's more like if he didn't have the trade than getting out too early.
Yeah, well, he didn't get, he got out at a nice, he got out at the maximum probably, like great hours before game time. Probably a great time to sell your tickets. But anyways, all right, I just feel bad, but it's going to be,
I do too.
I think it's going to be a great opportunity to party tonight. So, all right, there goes Marvell, $94 upside. It's only been 32 years. Right there, there's VWAP. We'll see. If the Leafs, I couldn't even imagine if I had Game 7 Leaf tickets or something like that. I don't know.
Game 7, the price, the Leafs were in the cup?
Yeah. I don't know what would be happening.
Are you kidding me?
I don't even care. You could be bleeds.
That would
get into that building, boy.
Trust the Leafs in a Stanley Cup Game 7 would be the most ridiculous thing you could imagine. No, there is nothing more absurd than the Leafs drought in professional sports. Nothing.
Oh, 1967. No, there is some. There is.
Yeah, but the Leafs, like Canada,
there might be something.
Hockey. This city,
yeah, what hockey means to everybody.
Come on.
It'd be nuts.
Come on.
But baseball means a lot. I said this earlier in the spring. There is nothing like the Blue Jays making the playoffs. Toronto goes nuts for playoff teams. the Raptors. It's just funny now because the Raptors and Leafs kind of suck.
This is off topic, but seriously, Roland Joe, these guys are guessing my age, and so he's put 57.
3 years off. Not bad. 54.
You think I'm 57 years
54.
old? I look pretty good at 57, don't I?
Yeah. Guys, keep super chatting our ages.
57?
Keep super chatting. 57? Neil, you don't look a day over 54. I don't know what these guys are even saying.
You're killing me. You're killing me.
Come on,
You're killing me. 60. Yeah, now you're just joking around. You're joking around.
Yeah.
It's just
Neil and I
very-
went to high school together, so.
Exactly. So we're the same age.
I'm much younger than him, but.
Just last note, Cleveland Cliffs. Looks like it paired off. I don't even see it anymore. Small buy, not big enough. 1 million shares, expected 6. So that's a nothing burger. Apple and Amazon are both sells of 1 million. To now a sell of 1 million shares. So pretty much everything paired down from a buy to a
6,
sell
7.
to end the day. 6, 7.
You're about 67 years old.
How many times do you actually hear that a day in your household?
None. My kids are.
Oh, they don't do it?
Yeah, no, they don't do that.
They
used to. Well, actually, they never really got on board. I told you that stupid story where my baseball team was doing it all the time, and I was just like, you guys are a bunch of idiots. And then we stopped that in like the 3rd or 4th inning.
Good.
I think a lot of teachers are banning that stuff. Like, I think it's because no one. What? It's a Skrilla song. My kids don't even know who the hell Skrilla is. And it's just, this is what happens.
You want
when you get excited.
We
about
had
things.
one kid on my daughter's baseball team.
Look at Tesla.
I was coaching first. Like, it's the first base, and he starts doing like the gritty.
The gritty.
Like,
yeah, gritty is cool.
He's in fair territory. I'm like, you have to stand on the bag. They can tag you out.
Neil, it's T-ball.
Look.
I mean,
No.
people are already thinking that you're a little bit, you know what, about your credit card thing. Now you're hating on kids doing gritty and T-ball.
He rounds and
I'm a coach doing the gritty at first base, man. I'm cheering these guys on.
You can do whatever you want after you cross home plate. I'm like, he almost got tagged out. That's all I'm gonna say.
You should.
So no, and he's also like the game before.
I mean, these are kids.
He literally passed another runner on a. It would run, but he didn't realize the slow guy was in front of him. The dude was a beast. Like I told the dad, I said, look, you should probably have your son go up for rep next year.
But T-ball in High Park, these kids wear full uniforms. Like it is the most serious.
Yeah.
T-ball is more serious than Little League. Like it is like. It is.
No,
and my daughter was.
It's on TV.
Yeah, exactly. My daughter was one of the umps, and yeah, man, people get mad if said calls are blown or anything like that. It is a very serious thing. By the way, Tesla
for the umps, by the way, that do kids baseball.
Yeah.
Nothing but the umps.
There's a lot to it. Yeah.
And if you give it to an ump, I'm gonna say something to you when I'm coaching. If the other team says something to the umpire, I'm gonna have words with you.
I mean, especially as a child.
You're going to talk to a 13 or 14-year-old kid when they're getting paid essentially nothing so that our kids can play, and you're going to have words with them. We have a problem. Straight up.
My daughter gets $30 to $50 a game. Pretty good.
Well, that's pretty good. When we were kids, we had friends that.
And it's about yeah, but when you were a kid, like minimum wage is like $3 or $4. Like right now, this is like 18. Remember, how old are you?
Minimum wage now?
Is it 18 in here in Ontario? Does anybody know? We need to find young people around here. Yeah, 18, 19.
What is minimum
wage in Ontario?
In Ontario.
I think it's $18.65, something like that. Yeah. Whatever I get paid.
ChatGPT is so slow recently.
It's whatever. Let me just check my
$17.60 an hour.
$17.60. I get paid $1 more than that. $18.65 an hour.
30. That's pretty.
So thank you for the raise.
You get almost double minimum wage to do. Oh, it's per game. You said that.
Yeah, the game is like an hour 20.
Oh, so then it is. It's a little better than minimum.
Yeah, but she's 10 and 11.
That's great. I'm glad she's doing that. So much respect for that.
Nice.
Joe just said he held a Little Caesar sign for $20.
Pizza. Me too, man. I worked for my dad for damn free the whole time. And I was a child labor.
If you want to make that ducats.
Where are those child laws anyways?
Worked nights at supply chain place because overnight paid the most, and I wasn't doing nothing anyways. Load some trucks.
So we only had 5% left of Tesla, but it is going hard into the close, man. Nice move up there for Tesla. So that's like
a buy too.
5 or 6. So I didn't see it on the imbalance locator. That's why I sort of got out of it. But I don't think it matters. I mean, it's just going up. Like, look at the market. We nailed Tesla, guys. Like, honestly, the market is going one way and Tesla's going completely the other way. Like, that was just I better get out. I didn't realize the market's over in 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Over here. I'm just going to this out on Palantir right there. What? I'm at 58. I'm at 58. Can we get it before that? There it is. Yes, sir. Good one there. All right, sometimes Andre hits that, but you just did it right there. So now we have less than 10 seconds left. And thank you so much, Hedge Fund and Lloyd Mosby. Over here, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, NASDAQ goes out to close the week here, down to 26,000, up 0.4 on NASDAQ.
Not bad.
The ES finishes the day at 0.25. I thought Joe was talking to us. He's on the phone.
Joe's on the phone too.
the one who bought those tickets, by the way, from Adrian. So, you know, congratulations, Joe. Joe will be sitting beside you there tonight. He, you know, just spending 10 grand on their tickets there, Joe. All right. So here we go, man. Good show. It's Adara. Adara, I know. Oh my God! You don't have to do the closing show with that thing all on your head. Are you going to do it? I have a trade the pool hat over here for you.
Much respect. I have another Jace toque if you want it. I got the one that I'm wearing. I got another one.
This is a fresh hat. Fresh hat. It's not. I don't even wear this.
It's me today.
All right, she's good to go. All right, you know what? It's been an absolutely fantastic show. Obviously, enjoy the game, man. I mean, there's a lot of people jealous that you're able to go, so enjoy it to the full extent.
Already nervous. I'm not.
Yeah, and if it's a game 7, I'm sure you'll be more nervous. But today, the good thing about a game 6 when you're winning, I know it's still nerve-wracking and it's not a jinx.
Yeah, it's
but
just, you know it's not over. It's not.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the like they want to end this.
Of course.
Nobody wants to go to game 7. No. So, all right.
Except for Adrian.
Yeah, except for you. Yeah, the only who doesn't want to go is your buddy. Other than that, I think everybody else wants to go.
I still can't believe that happened.
I still can't believe that happened. Imagine, it's actually a good thing you didn't take the phone call because I don't know what the reaction would have been live.
Oh,
for that.
Okay, first of all, if I had a speaker, Adrian has a bit of a potty mouth. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
He'd be dropping so many bombs. Let's put it.
But why? Like he put the tickets for sale. I don't understand.
And I'm not sure what he thinks I can do about it.
Oh, he's trying. I think he's just telling you.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
All right, we're running out of time here. I got to go home and sit on my couch and play the game. So, all right.
And hand out candy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And Baxter's coming. So my son from university is coming down. Yeah, he wants to say hi to the kids and see their Halloween and everything like that. So
awesome.
We've got 3 kids at our place, and my daughter's having a sleepover.
What are they dressed up as?
So my daughter's as a minion with one of her good friends, and then Barron found Baxter's graduation stuff.
Oh,
so he has the cap
nice.
and the gown, and he's going to be wearing like his dress shoes and all that kind of stuff, and he has like a little fake diploma thing. So that's what he's going out as. I told him to put like some sort of makeup on, maybe like a zombie graduate or something. But anyways, I don't think he's going to do that.
Fun,
all right, man, it's been a great day. We were a hedge fund. Steve in the back. Enjoy your weekend, Joe, for sure. And shout out to Sharif and Obi and everybody that helped us on the show today, Brendan and everybody. Have a great
thanks for all the
weekend.
super chats today, everyone.
We're back. I hear, Neil, I'd like to offer you some money for your tickets.
Oh, thank
tonight.
you.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I'll sell them for
send them over here.
400 fake
I have
dollars.
more money. I have more money
more?
if we have to negotiate.
You need
okay.
a few more than that.
That's enough. Ciao.
See you guys.
Hello, guys. Oh, I like the crowd close up there. Happy Halloween to everyone from your local May Queen. Hope everyone has had a great day so far. So excited to see all of you here. Now, what I have up on my screen were some of the many earnings plays that reported yesterday, because I think we had a busy day. Let's take a moment. It's called the market recap for a reason. We're going to step back, we're going to take a breath, and we're going to look over everything that kind of happened today. So let's start with Apple earnings. Of the 2 Mag 7 names that reported earnings last night, I would say AAPL struggled a little bit, right? Sure, they had a revenue beat. Sure, they had an EPS beat. And they also had year-over-year iPhone revenue growth. But guys, with Apple, the one thing I think I really need to remind you guys of is they missed estimates for those revenue or for iPhone sales. They also missed estimates for China. And now we know when we think about Apple, especially as of late, they've been viewed as struggling, right? And I think one of the things we really want from Apple is good sales for iPhones and good sales in China. And if they can't really give us either, that's maybe a little bit of a concern. So that's what I want to take a look at to start with AAPL. But then we have Amazon, and I have to say, Jeff Bezos and team, I mean, now it's Auntie Jassy, but regardless, they had quite the earnings report to discuss here. And I think the biggest thing is Amazon Web Services. So this earnings preview, which again, you can always find on X at TTV Research, this was ahead of yesterday's report. And it started here as well with some data from Q2, so the previous report. As you can see with Q2, Amazon Web Services revenue barely beat estimates, 30.87 versus estimates of 30.8 billion. We beat by $0.07 billion. But guys, last night, A, we beat by more than that, and B, we had 20% year-over-year revenue growth for AWS, Amazon Web Services. Now, with AWS, that also is the best revenue growth there, the best pay of that growth for AWS since 2022. So this is really significant here for AMZN. Thank you, Daniel, for the comment here. Your neck will be so sore tomorrow, but what a crown. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to do some type of massages, but you know what? I'm really happy that I was able to do that. And I like Halloween. I want to go all out with you guys here. Happy to do it. So we're going to take a moment here to Hydration Nation, get some water. Everyone drink some water with me here and write down any comments or questions you have for Steve Talman, who I believe is joining us at 4:15 p.m. So in about 10 minutes, if you have questions for Steve, get them in the chat. If you have questions for me, also get them in the chat. If you have things that you want to cover, get them in the chat. Joseph Schmo in the chat. What's the flower head costume exactly? It's from the movie Midsummer. It's a May Queen. It is quite the movie. Again, as Neil said, not really for everybody because a lot happens, but it's a fun, I think it's a good film, and if you like horror, I think it's pretty fun. But let's have those waters now. And now we have had some water, and we're going to go over to the next story. Let's talk a little bit here about these Meg 7 earnings, because we had literally 5 of the Meg 7 report. That is the vast majority. Tesla last week, Nvidia in late November, so we have a little while to breathe, and let's digest what we talked about. Again, this is what the preview that we were looking for ahead of these reports, and this is all of the company's market caps. Again, going into the reports, just to give a quick refresher, Meta, I think, was maybe the one that surprised the most. Meta, I believe, their day's lows below that 650 level, so that's pretty significant here with META. Not a bad report in and of itself. Revenue beat estimates. EPS would have beat estimates, but they had to recognize a nearly $16 billion tax charge for Meta that did unfortunately hurt the company a little bit. So META ended up struggling on those earnings, recovered a bit yesterday, was not able to recover today, unfortunately. So META is certainly one, I think, to watch next week. But then we had Google, which actually reported really, really well. Google certainly just searching for more upside, at least yesterday initially. Revenue and EPS beating estimates and pretty strong cloud growth. Now, I think with regards to Microsoft, we talked about AWS Cloud, we talked about Google Cloud. The issue here with Microsoft was their Azure revenue growth. So we were talking about this yesterday on the Midday, Azure revenue growth generally been. So the quarter before the one they reported on Wednesday, we had 39% Azure revenue. This quarter, we grew by 40%. So we talked about Amazon and how significant the growth rate was. The growth rate is kind of becoming a little bit more stagnant here for Microsoft, right? So I think that is certainly something to be aware of here with MSFT. That being said, like pretty much all the other Meg 7s that reported this week, save Meta, they did have a revenue and EPS beat. So that is our Meg 7 earnings wrap up. And I just saw here, apparently S&P 500 logging 6th straight monthly gain. That is the first time we've had 6 straight green months since 2017. So let's give a big woo for the S&P 500 to end the month of October. Sure, Halloween is spooky, but it wasn't for these bulls apparently. And remember last year, Halloween was super, super red. To be fair, I was wearing red at the time, so if you want to make jokes about that indicator, perhaps that's fair. But I remember Halloween last year, we were down more than 2%. Halloween this year, we're actually relatively flat. So that is a pretty interesting look here. I'm going to take, again, another time to get some water. Drink that water with me, guys. It is Hydration Nation. And I want to see questions for Steve, because I want to know what you guys want to ask of him. Steve Talman, analyst over at Trade the Pool. So other things to talk about today, let's actually get a little bit into what's going to happen next week, because we have tons of earnings next week, that is for sure, across a variety of different sectors too, right? We're going to have Pfizer in the health space on Tuesday morning. Novo Nordisk, which should be interesting with that Metsera news. They're coming in on Wednesday morning. Humana, which is a sympathy play for names like UNH, that'll be on Wednesday morning as well. I'm most excited here about Wednesday after the close. So I think Thursday after the close should be pretty interesting as well. Wednesday night, we get and AppLovin, our 2 recent S&P 500 additions, both with their first report since the S&P 500 edition. We have Figma with its second earnings report ever as a public company, DoorDash, Snapchat, Elf, Albemarle, Qualcomm, ARM, Lyft. So there's a lot to look at for Wednesday after the bell. Now, if you look at Thursday after the bell, I think we have a lot more retail favorites. We've got Opendoor, DraftKings, MP Materials, Airbnb, Block or XYZ. You've got Peloton, Affirm, Take-Two Interactive, and SoundHound. All things that are super significant, I think, to be aware of. And then actually some fun names on Friday morning, too. Friday morning is not always a day that is known for really good earnings opportunities, but we have Constellation Energy, CEG. This one tends to be pretty volatile. And also CGC, which is going to be a cannabis play that tends to move pretty well on these on earnings, just in general, if there's any catalysts in the space. And then there's also Six Flags. FUN had some fun I believe last week, we had Travis Kelce, who is, of course, the fiance of Taylor Swift and a football player. He's reportedly trying to get involved here with Jana Capital, or Jana Partners there, for an activist bid for Six Flags. So keep an eye on FUN, because we know sometimes if we get earnings from these companies, we get responses from these activist groups that are involved. So I think that is absolutely something to be aware of, to keep an eye on, and to look forward heading into next week. 5 minutes till Steve Talman, so please get those questions in. I'm seeing some questions about rare earths. I'm seeing some questions here about bull. Dropped system, I'm already going to ask him about for sure. That was already in my plans. Perhaps if we have time as well, I'll do ACHR, and I'm also planning on asking him about Open Door. So if that's one of your questions, be aware of that too. I want to talk here about these rare earths plays, because rare earths, if you chart, they had quite the journey this week. You know, we had a gap down in these names because the idea was that, okay, if we get some resolution here with China and with the US, then maybe these plays aren't going to be quite as hot as they were. And so they did have a little bit of a struggle on Monday. But then, oddly enough, once we actually get the rare earths resolved, then the stock go up. So it becomes an interesting case of sell the rumor, buy the news, which you don't always see here with stocks, which I think is pretty interesting to be aware of here with regards to the likes of CRML, MP Materials, which, as I mentioned, going to be reporting next week. A lot of these rare earths plays, I think that sell the rumor, buy the news, opposite reaction, something to absolutely be aware of. So keep an eye on these names next week, to be certain, without doubt. Now, other than rare earths, another story that I think was really on watch this week was China. So PDD, I can't pull up NIZ names for some reason here, so we'll pull up PDD and take a look at China, because China this week was also very much on watch. We had Trump finally have his long-awaited meeting with Xi, and I mean, look at this PDD chart, guys. This has been just steadily pushing higher. And I think there's almost a cyclical nature to these moves in China, because I remember last year as well, we had this really nice run-up into the end of September in China. Then it struggled a bit, but guys, we're like done October. It's November now, or it will be as of tomorrow. And there's a really nice look here with PDD just kind of steadily pushing to the upside still. So I think certainly I would be aware of China. And I also want to let you guys know, China's earnings season is later than the American earnings season. And I posted our earnings infographic for next week. Now, sometimes Alibaba confirms their earnings like a couple days before, so that could always be the case, but I didn't see any Chinese ADRs on there. So we're just going to wait a little bit to get those Chinese ADR earnings, and I think that is absolutely something to remember. If you are involved in these names, they have not reported earnings yet. And as we mentioned too with Marvell, there's a lot of names that don't report until later in the season. So sure, we get our Harry Liu mentioning here with regards to 85% of stocks reporting so far. I'm going to save this question because I really like this question for Steve. But part of that thing that you just said, Harry Liu, that I think I really want to address is, yeah, that's wild. 85% of stocks reporting so far have already reported. That is pretty significant. But there's also a lot of names that like outside of the season, right? You've got your Nikes, which report just before, your Marvells, your Microns. So not every name is going to have an earnings move, but if you're still looking to trade earnings sympathy in some of these names, like your Marvells, your Microns, your Broadcoms, your Nikes, etc., I think certainly it's worth remembering that you can always play sympathy plays on these as well, like Nike for sporting goods, stuff like that. Someone's asking if we can find the weekly calendar. Absolutely you can, and I'm going to copy paste it right now live in the chat. And if you want to tag me for questions, I will type here as well. So you guys can, we're doing it live. 2 minutes till Steve Talman. I'm going to get that Zoom stream set up. And I want you guys to tell me, do you have any Halloween plans? Put it in the chat. Are you dressing up for Halloween? Are you going out for Halloween? What's the plan? And I have to also ask, did the market give you tricks or treats today? Were you happy? Or were you left a little bit disappointed with this here market had to give you? Yeah, Jacob Savage, WBD expectations with Netflix officially entering the bidding war. I mean, we had reports of Netflix entering the bidding war earlier, so I have to be honest, I feel like it's kind of already expected. I think it'll be interesting, though, to see how this plays out, right? I want to see if other companies bid, and I think Warner Brothers, based on the fact they rejected the Paramount Skydance bid, I think they have pretty high expectations for what they want, and so I think this might take a while before we get resolution here. So I would say be very patient with regards to WBD, and if you're waiting to see what price action it discovers, I would say wait to see how this story settles out, because I don't think it's going to be settled right away. And Warner Brothers has actually been relatively open about this, right? Like they had a press release where they said out front, yeah, we're interested in bidding. We got some unsolicited bids from Paramount, and you know we're considering this sale. But they also, I think the key point to remember is they still said, even in that announcement, that one thing they're still considering is their initial plan of the separation. So a deal is not set in stone, but if a deal happens, I think Netflix, as mentioned there, is probably a really, really good contender. Julia's Journey Diary is asking, is my hat heavy? Kind of. I think it's less heavy and more difficult to balance on my head. So that is kind of what's happening here. But either way, I'm very, happy to be here for Halloween and have fun with all of you guys. And now we're gonna have fun with Steve Tileman. Thank you very much to Steve Tileman. Let's welcome him in, guys. And over at Trade the Pool, I do not have the button, so we're gonna do a trader talk, imaginary sound. And thank you so much for being here with us today, Steve. Happy Halloween. How are you doing today?
Hey, Adara, happy Halloween. I love the hat.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm having a little fun over here for Halloween, October 31st. Now, I want to ask, this is a really crazy week for the market. So what names are you watching this week, and what were, in your opinion, some opportunities you missed or some opportunities you really took advantage of here?
Oh, I love it. So let's see, right off the bat, I'm seeing opportunities in energy setting up for the first time in a little bit. So I'm liking Chevron here. We have some potential geopolitical news with Venezuela over the weekend that could energy prices. If so, I'm watching XOM. I am watching offshore drilling in BORR, BORR. This one is very, very compelling to me. There was out of the money flow on 5 strike February calls. So we could be seeing a catalyst for these guys this week. Nice catch support. So I'm watching these guys for energy, as well as my darling tankers, which are finally breaking out here. Forgive the well-loved chart, but yeah, these tankers, I'm in FRO of the whole sector. STNG looks great, INSW. All of these guys have huge room to move if we do get these catalysts, which may be shaping up geopolitically. So that's what's up for me next. And let's see, should I go into trades this week too?
Yeah, sure. Go over some stuff that you traded this week. Go ahead. We want to see all of it here.
Awesome. I love it. So many things I want to talk about. So we have SoFi here. It had great earnings and broke out. What I'm seeing going on is a back test here. And so I've been getting re-involved in adding into my position off of this 20-day EMA very cleanly, and also on the reclaim of the 9-day here. So I think this one has a lot of room. I'm looking for a sweep of the range next, and then on 34 and 36. Those are some of my favorites, but I mean, there were so many good setups this week. Adara, what were you playing?
Yeah, I mean, I think today was fun with Netflix, that kind of, with regards to that one having these reverse split news, or sorry, not reverse split, forward split news. I think that was something I was really interested in. So once it kind of got to that 35 area, I was looking for rejection. I played that short. That was nice. Meta shorts as well today and yesterday. So yeah, I mean, I prefer like the more expensive spready tickers. That's very much more my wheelhouse, and where I like, part of why I like earnings season too, is you get these opportunities to trade these types of names more frequently because they just have more catalysts. And actually, with that in mind, if I may transition a bit, I want you to go over the rest of your trades too. But with regards to these names that have splits, how do you feel about trading these after they split? What's your kind of approach to those, or is this something that you really care about too much, I guess?
Yeah, I think there's a few plays. I think there's a few like kind of playbooks that you can go to for these split plays. In general, you're going to see, yeah, I was going to pull up the CMG chart because this one split a long time ago, and I remembered it was a good example, but it might take me a little bit to find. Let me explain the process here, though. Essentially, we're going to see a lot of liquidity enter these when they do actually split, and we're going to see a lot of traders starting to trade them that otherwise weren't really, it wasn't a price bracket, maybe for options or maybe just in size. So usually there is a lot of new traders attracted to the ticker. So you can play the short-term trade up, or you can also play the fade of that kind of initial pump there. So that's kind of what I'll be looking for. I think now didn't they announce a split as well? So this is
Service now. Yeah. That was a 1 for 10, 1 for 5 split, I believe, for Service now. Yeah.
Awesome. Puts it in the range for me to trade options and size on. I like that when I can size in and out.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, that seems like an interesting one too. And they had earnings earlier this week as well, so certainly an interesting play this too. I want to talk as well. If you have any more, do you have any more trades you want to go over that you took this week or anything like that? You know, we definitely want to see those.
I got one I want to put on your guys' radar because it's just looking really compelling to me. And this one, you know, I think you guys might. It's a little bit different from my usual large cap trades, but this ASST has been getting a nice pop of accumulation volume here. And I like this bottoming process. It tagged into this nice long-term support. If we go to a monthly chart, we'll see this was the area where most of the volume was traded. See that volume shelf there. And now we're starting to look like we're going to reclaim this big shelf here. If we can get over this 175 area, it's looking like blue skies for a good move to 250 to 3, fill some of these gaps. So I want to put this on your radar because it's a real small cap, a real fast mover. Really, it's given a good look here to me. I think it's starting to create a little cup and handle at the bottom here. So I just wanted to put that on your radar. Now we can talk about whatever you want.
No, I like that you mentioned ASST. Remember, I was mentioning this one as well. I think before we brought you on last week on the market recap, because we had that Mike Alfred tweet. So I think with this one as well, you have that retail interest, much like Open Door, much like Cypher, much like IREN. Is another really good way to look at this ASST. I want to ask you as well here about some names reporting next week. Hood and AAPL, these are both just added to the S&P 500. It was viewed as a long time coming for both of them. Of these two, I'm going to give, I guess, a bit of a challenge here. Which one do you like better heading into?
Oh man, you're putting me on the spot. Okay, AAPL is APP. I always get APPS confused. They both look amazing, so I'm charting them on the fly here, and what I'm seeing is they're both setting up beautiful downtrend line breaks. All of the moving averages have curled under, and they're starting to cross over, starting to provide support. So that's really clean. And Hood as well, another very similar look. You know, we've just got this top or falling resistance here that it keeps testing, and it looks like it's ready to start flipping. So thing is with Hood, we saw a big move up while crypto was trading basically sideways, and that's got to be bullish, right? So they're an amazing company, a long-term hold for me, and I'm not too worried going into this.
Yeah, and I think Robinhood too kind of reminds me as well. Another name in sort of a similar space here, although kind of tangential. We've got DraftKings. We know they're trying to get into the prediction markets, but they're still getting hit pretty hard in any prediction market related story and any gambling tax related story. So DraftKings, I mean, technically, obviously kind of beaten up. Do you think this one is a lost cause right now? What levels do you think it needs at for this to have opportunities?
You know, I've been watching this one for a while. Some of my fundamental trader friends, they've been really wanting to get involved with this. They say it's cheap. They say it's a good company. The regular news, they definitely throw a monkey wrench in this. I'm not sure where support is. We do have this this weekly 200 moving average, which has been support. Past couple times it's dipped under there. So if it's going to catch, it'll be here. Otherwise, I would have to see what it does at the 50. Oh, it already lost that. Yeah, so then I'd be looking for the 6.2 fib on the reverse here. So 2780 is going to be, we'll call it 30, is going to be the target if it can't hold this low. But this is not a bad place involved if you like the name.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for going over that one, because it's one of those ones sometimes it's hard to tell, like, where can there possibly be support? Is the stock just kind of a lost cause for the time being? So I do appreciate you going over that. There is one, though, that I think has done super well as of late, and I really want to discuss earnings. Palantir. Are you a big fan of Palantir? Do you have thoughts on this one going forward here? I guess heading into earnings. I guess this touching new all-time highs.
Crazy. So, I mean, this is one of those stocks that no matter how bad any single weekly or daily candle may look, you can't fade this level of institutional involvement. So this is what I would consider a unicorn. And it's funny, I actually refer to other stocks which do the same pattern where they have a base, they break out of the side of the base, the all-time highs, and they just go straight up. I refer to these stocks like this as stocks that are Palantiring. So I'm on the lookout for the next Palantir because I missed it, but I can't fade this. And looks like it's breaking out for clear skies. This is just an amazing, amazing company, amazing stock to own.
Yeah, we have a question as well for a name reporting next week from Seth in our chat. Thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat, asking for your opinion, Steve, on OSCR into earnings. They report, I believe, Wednesday before the bell, or Thursday before the bell, I think.
Absolutely. So this has been an unfun name to be an investor in, but if you're a trader and you can pick your spots, there have been a lot of really good moves. As you can see, a lot of lines on this one. It hasn't been cooperating as much as I'd like. I would have liked to see it hold this area, but what we are going to be looking for, what I'm going to be looking for, is this rising weekly support here, this weekly trigger at 1725-ish, and a collide with this low, the swing low at 1740. So next week, this is going to be the area where it's going to need to hold. We are seeing some buyers, and this is the basically the bottom of this low volume node, if you guys can see that area between the 1850 high volume and down here, this is kind of the area where it's going to bop around. And if it's going to reverse, it'll hold this. So and in terms of earnings, this one is going to be volatile. It's very quite based on fundamentals. And it's also very contingent on the government basically coming in agreement and extending the ACA subsidies. So there are some moving parts, and that it makes it a little hard to time and a little hard to predict. But with that potential catalyst and the potential earnings catalyst, and it pulling back to this deep of a discount, if we pull up a monthly chart, this is still a very pretty chart, in my opinion. This is still holding its structure on a high time frame, and it's just trading back and forth here. So assuming we get the catalysts, I think this is a great place to get involved. You just got to know what you're signing up for, because when it moves, it moves.
Yeah, that's not a bad monthly chart here at all, Steve. I want to ask a question here from Harry in the chat, basically saying that because we've had quite a few stocks already, of the percentage of stocks reporting earnings, they've already reported, but the breadth of the stocks driving the market is actually pretty narrow. Does that impact what sectors you're looking at with that in mind?
Well, it makes me, it changes my game plan in terms of day trading and scalping. I've been finding myself gravitating more and more to the Amazons, the Netflixes. These guys are getting really good moves, and you love to see that. So when it's working and you know where all the liquidity is, you trade with the liquidity in general. In terms of what sectors I'm looking at going forward, I'm just kind of taking them on an individual basis. So if the sector is setting up and the overall indices are bullish, then I'm looking for take profits in the mega caps and go into some of these sectors that are setting up nicely. Hopefully we do see that, but the narrow breadth is a potential, we'll call it yellow flag. How about that? Really want to see it with this kind of rally, but it's not a...
Yeah, I like that way you put that. We have a super chat here from Bunker, so thank you for the $5 super chat, saying Reddit swing. Reddit had earnings. This is, I guess, day one earnings for Reddit. Is this a name or a space in general with that whole social media ad type play that you're involved in or interested in here?
Not involved, definitely interested in. I was hoping for it to fall because I wanted to buy it on the gap fill. I thought that maybe I'd get a chance to get some Reddit at 160 to 175-ish. Not the case. Seems like the results are good, and it still is, to me, just I can't touch it. It's just kind of chopping in a base. You can actually see I had a short idea. This was basically a market hedge idea that I was considering, that it might do a similar fractal thing and fill the gap like it did back here, down here. It didn't quite play out, just in no man's land for me. So I gotta respect my system and say until it breaks out cleanly over clean moving average over this gap, or breaks down through this daily trigger in the range or weekly trigger, just no go. But long term, I love the fundamentals.
Yeah, I think especially that whole ad social media type play is pretty interesting. I have one question for you. I know hims and hers is a bit of a kind of a sore spot here. We've talked about this name with you before. They are another name that is reporting earnings like Palantir. They're reporting on Monday night. Have you revisited this name since we last discussed it? And what are your thoughts on the technicals right now?
Well, it's funny you mentioned. I just got an alert yesterday that it hit down here, which was, I was a bull. I thought we'd get the green path. We did not, but this is acting relatively predictably so far. So what I want to watch for is the bottom volume shelf here to basically hold. And I'd really love to see this be just about the low, because I'd like to see us on Monday reclaim this 200-day moving average, which is rising. It's a good sign. And we've seen it do some miraculous saves before. So if it's going to play ball, we will know in the next week here. If it can close the week over this week. I'm sorry. Earnings are Monday. I apologize. I thought they were a little bit. So yeah, it's going to be binary here. I actually really like the look of this because it looks scary, but it's essentially trading right down into support into a binary catalyst. So don't bet the farm on it because it's an earnings play. But I think this is has a decent chance to have been beaten down into projected good earnings, and we could see a nice pop up above 50.
Thank you for going on with us. Now, Steve, it is about 4:30, so we're gonna have to let you go, but where can people find you if they want to know more from you? Social media, other streams, let us know.
Sure thing. So 10 minutes after this at Trade the Pool YouTube channel, you can find me in the live tab, and I will be doing a webinar just on basically a full version of what we've just done here. So I'll be going over any charts that people want. I'll be going over my personal trades that I took this week. We had some good ones. We had some not so good ones. We'll talk about them both. If you like what I do, you can find me on Twitter at Steve Teilman, STEVETEILMANN, and check my bio and you can find my totally free Discord, and that's where I hang out all day. So come join us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And guys, definitely check out that Trade the Pool YouTube. Thanks again, Steve Teilman, analyst over at Trade the Pool, for being here with us. Happy Halloween, happy Friday, and happy baseball watching if you partake. Have a good night.
Thank you, Adara. You too.
Thank you. So that is our Trader Talk segment. Thanks again to Steve Teilman over at Trade the Pool. Guys, it is Friday and it's 4:30 p.m. and it's Halloween and it's sports. So that means we should probably let you guys go, but we can't let you guys go without roll call. So put your names in the chat so I can call everybody out. We'll start here. We've got Poonam, we have Marvi, we have Marakis, Jacob with Candles, we've got David Treziak, Angelo, Rookie Trader, and Marvi again. We've got Skunk Funker, One Life to Live Together, Carlos G, Dinkelberg, L. We've got Joseph Brown, Pelican, Jacques, Death God, Rob Jenkins, Safe Names, Byron Hart, Scrambler, A Day in the Life, Tyrone Hamilton, Uplift Markets, Julia's Journey Diaries, Ronaldo. We've got Dangerous, Autumn, Mui Cansado. We have Chicago 1807, John, Pelican, Mike DeRider. We've got Grandmother's Garden, Swizzler Sniper, The Supplier's Delivery, and Sadiq Sitar, and Fifu, and Roper. We're going to stop here. Thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. And I hope you all have a happy Halloween and a great weekend. Because guys, guess what? We are starting the second last month of the year, month 2 of Q4 on Monday. So be with us. Be there at B Square, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. on Monday. See you guys then. Take care, guys. Have a great weekend.